Chapter 976. 10 prescriptions. It's really 10 prescriptions. Before the competition, he had already found out about the herbs he would be facing. He had spent a day and a night looking for the prescriptions related to these herbs. Even so, he had only managed to find 3 of them. Yun Luofeng did not know about these herbs beforehand. How did she manage to write down 10 prescriptions in such a short time? Lord Qingmu. A sinister light flashed across Liu Chenyi's eyes. He gripped the paper in his hand tightly and raised his head. You seem to have forgotten that if you give the wrong answer in the test, you will be judged as having failed. The old man, whom he had addressed as Lord Qingmu, was the one who had been agitated just now. When he heard Liu Chenyi's words, he was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, "There is indeed such a rule." So, Liu Chenyi smiled, "Yun Luofeng has lost." As the man's gentle voice slowly fell, the love-struck fans who had been supporting him began to clamor mindlessly. "I knew it. Yun Luofeng can't possibly win against Lord Liu. Since Lord Liu said that she has lost, then she must have lost." However, when Lord Liu said that, he looked so confident and handsome. "I really want to marry him." Those women stared at Liu Chenyi with infatuation in their eyes. In their eyes, Liu Chenyi would never make a mistake. His words would never be wrong. "You said that I've lost." Yun Luofeng looked at Liu Chenyi evilly. Compared to his gentle and confident voice, her voice was rather lazy, but it easily struck a chord in the hearts of others. "That's right, you've lost." Liu Chenyi's eyes were filled with confidence. Everyone knows that snow silkworms live in a world of ice and snow. Their bodies will melt when they come into contact with fire and lose their medicinal value. Normally, snow silkworms are ground into powder and used in medicine. But look at what you've written. 1 snow silkworm. If a snow silkworm is directly thrown into a pot of boiling medicine, its body will evaporate completely. Not even a powder will be left. This time, the competition had only stated that 3 prescriptions would be made from the herbs present. It did not state that all the herbs must be used. That was why Liu Chenyi avoided Shui Can. After all, there were too few medicinal ingredients that could be used with the snow silkworm. If one was not careful, even if the snow silkworm was ground into powder, it would lose its value. But he hadn't expected that Yun Luofeng would commit such a primitive mistake. "Are you sure the whole snow silkworm can't be used as medicine?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, "If I let the snow silkworm encounter the fire and it doesn't melt, then what?" Liu Chenyi laughed sarcastically. "Miss Yun, it seems like your medical skills aren't that great. I overestimated you back then. If you would even make such a primitive mistake, what right do you have to be my opponent? Snow silkworms are resistant to fire. How could this be? Did this woman think that everyone in the world was a fool that she could toy with?" Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips. "Since you don't want to believe me, we can make this bet." "All right." Liu Chenyi abruptly slapped the feather fan in his hand and turned to Long Yuan. "Your Majesty, please approve." Long Yuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "We allow it." On an extremely long table in the competition arena, Shui Can lay quietly in a bowl filled with ice. The snow silkworm had clearly been dead for a long time. It was lying motionlessly on the ice. Chapter 977. However, for a precious medicinal ingredient like the snow silkworm, even if it was already dead, it needed to be preserved in an extremely cold environment. Otherwise, its corpse would quickly evaporate. After hearing Long Yuan's words, Yun Luofeng walked over to the snow silkworm. She looked around the long table, then walked over to a leaf without any hesitation. She picked it up and carefully wrapped it around the snow silkworm's corpse. Mysterious ice leaf? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what she was going to do with the mysterious ice leaf. Qingmu, Ji Yang, and the others were also stunned as they stared at her in confusion. At this moment, a raging flame burst out from Yun Luofeng's palm, burning the mysterious ice leaf that was wrapped around the snow silkworm. The smile on Liu Chenyi's face became even wider. This girl was really stupid. She directly used fire to burn the snow silkworm. Did she think that a single mysterious ice leaf would be able to block the temperature of the flames? She was really too naive. Not long after, Yun Luofeng put away the flames in her hand. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly opened the mysterious ice leaf. Within the mysterious ice leaf, the snow-white silkworm had already turned black. It emitted a fragrant smell, and Lin Ruobai couldn't help but swallow her saliva as she gently tapped her lips with her finger. At a time like this, if only there was cumin, to a little foodie like Lin Ruobai, her mind was only filled with delicious food. Coupled with the fact that she wasn't proficient in medicine, she had no idea what Yun Luofeng's actions meant. In comparison, the rest of the people present were shocked, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. The snow silkworm didn't disappear? I understand now. Qing Mu suddenly stood up and looked at Yun Luofeng excitedly. You used the mysterious ice leaf to wrap the snow silkworm, not to block the temperature of the flames, but to lock down the silkworm's spiritual energy. Once its spiritual energy is locked down, it won't disappear. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new continent. Miss Yun, do you know how big of an impact your actions today will have on the mainland? The snow silkworm has been ground into powder. Although it has stopped the spiritual energy from spreading, its medicinal effects are not as good as before. However, you have solved this ancient problem for the mainland. If you use an entire snow silkworm as medicine, its medicinal effect will increase tenfold. At this moment, everyone ignored Liu Chunyi, who had an ugly expression on his face, and focused their attention on Yun Luofeng. Even the people who had mocked her earlier had changed their expressions at this moment. Before her, no one had thought of using the profound ice leaf to lock onto the snow silkworm's spiritual energy. She was the one who solved the problem that troubled all the doctors in the continent. Even if she were to lose the next round, just this action of hers would be enough to be recorded in the annals of history and be revered by everyone. Liu Chunyi's expression was very ugly. He took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Yun Luofeng to quickly leave. He no longer had the face to stay here. Miss Yun, Ji Yang looked at Yun Luofeng and smiled. I saw that you were using your left hand to write. Is there something wrong with your right hand? If you need anything, you can tell us. We will do our best to help you since you solved this problem. Yun Luofeng subconsciously touched his numb right hand and shook his head. No need. Just as she had said before, she did not regret losing her right arm. Chapter 978. When Long Yuan saw that the imperial physicians held Yun Luofeng in such high esteem, his brows that were as cold as a mountain frowned slightly. Indeed, Yun Luofeng was so knowledgeable that he could even solve a problem like this. However, this did not mean that she would be as outstanding in the next round. Yun Luofeng, your knowledge is truly admirable. Long Yuan swept a cold glance at Yun Luofeng and spoke calmly. However, you seem to have made a mistake. In this round, you only need to write down 3 prescriptions. It's useless no matter how much you write. Hence, we declare that this round is a draw and both parties may advance to the next round. Long Yuan's voice was dignified. Forget about the crowd, even Qing Mu and the others were stunned by Long Yuan's decision. Your Imperial Majesty, Qing Mu frowned, everyone can see that the winner of this round is Miss Yun. Liu Chunyi has lost. And he had lost completely. We were the ones who set the rules. Long Yuan's expression gradually became impatient. We declare that this round is a draw. Do you have any objections? Qing Mu's expression changed. He wanted to say something but was pulled back by Ji Yang. The 2 old men looked at each other and realized where the problem lay. Liu Chunyi was from Lanxiang country. His Imperial Majesty doted on Imperial concubine Ling the most. He would naturally help his beloved concubine. How could he allow Liu Chunyi to be eliminated in the first round? Qing Mu's heart was filled with anger at the thought of this. In his entire life, he had never participated in politics and had no interest in fame or fortune. He had only focused on studying medicine. Now that he had met a genius like Yun Luofeng, how could he not pity him? Who would have thought that his Imperial Majesty would be bewitched by Imperial concubine Ling and would even do such a thing? Imperial concubine Ling was truly a devilish concubine who could bring disaster to a country. Forget it, Ji Yang whispered in his ear. No one can change his Imperial Majesty's decision. However, I don't think that Liu Chunyi can defeat Yun Luofeng. Qing Mu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Yun Luofeng apologetically. Miss Yun, everyone can see that you've won the duel with Liu Chunyi, but I was forced to do such a heartless thing. Compared to Yun Luofeng, what was Liu Chunyi? Unfortunately, he was unable to protect this genius at this moment. Long Yuan's face darkened as he glared sharply at Greenwood. Greenwood acted as if he didn't see it and gave Yun Luofeng an apologetic smile. Fame and fortune? Power? To him, they were all fleeting clouds. If His Majesty was really angered by his words, he would just leave the Tianhui Empire. Anyway, the reason why he joined the Tianhui Empire was to study medicine with these powerful doctors. Thank you. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. She did not blame Qingmu for not being able to protect her. Because this old man was only a subject, he had no choice but to obey the emperor's orders. However, the old man was clearly on her side. She would remember this friendship in her heart. He announced that Liu Chunyi and I were tied, and I accepted it. Yun Luofeng raised his head and looked at Long Yuan with an evil gaze. Because I will make him lose even more miserably. The girl's voice was full of confidence. Her dark eyes were as unfathomable as the night. She had accepted Liu Chunyi's result because she would make him lose even more miserably. In this world, who else could say such arrogant words? Chapter 979. Long Yuan's face was ashen. The veins on his forehead bulged and he clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Yun Luofeng, I hope you have the same confidence to face the next competition. In the end, all his anger turned into a warning. Long Yuan stood up, snorted, and left with a swing of his sleeves. Imperial concubine Ling looked at Yun Luofeng with a venomous look and quickly followed Long Yuan. Miss Yun. Qingmu glanced at Long Yuan and Imperial concubine Ling as he frowned. Soon after, he turned towards Yun Luofeng and said, the second round of the competition will be held in the afternoon. Go back and have a good rest. Come and participate in the competition when it's time. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly and slowly walked towards Lin Ruobai and the others. He raised his lips and said, let's go. The inner courtyard of the palace was extremely quiet. Yun Luofeng had just walked to the palace gate when suddenly, a palace maid blocked her way. She said expressionlessly, our imperial concubine wants you to see her. She had used the word let instead of please. The strength in her words was obvious. Yun Luofeng did not even raise her head. I'm not interested in her. You. The palace maid's expression changed and she pointed angrily at Yun Luofeng. You really don't know what's good for you. How noble is our imperial concubine? It's your good fortune that she wants to see you. Don't be so insensible. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms and looked up at the palace maid who was blocking her way. If she wants to see me, then let her come herself. I'm not interested in seeing her. How dare you? The palace maid shouted angrily. Her eyes were full of anger. Whoosh. At this moment, the people behind Yun Luofeng pulled out their weapons at the same time and stared coldly at the palace maid. The soldiers of the army were trained by Yun Qingya. Therefore, these people inevitably carried some of Meng Yong's unyielding aura. It was this aura that made the palace maid take a few steps back in fear. Her face turned pale. Yun Luofeng, this is the Tianhui Empire. The palace maid took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. If you don't want to provoke the Tianhui Empire, then advise your people to put away their weapons and come with me to see the imperial concubine. Yun Luofeng smiled. That smile seemed to have come from the depths of hell, making people shudder. Looking at Yun Luofeng approaching her, the palace maid's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to order the hidden guards to attack, the girl's lazy and evil voice slowly rang out. My people have always been like this. She gently raised the corner of her lips, and the smile in her eyes became more pronounced. There was a faint dangerous light in her pitch-black eyes. I still say the same thing. If Imperial Consort Ling wants to see me, let her visit me in person. Maybe I'll receive her if I'm in a good mood. If she wants to force me, then I, Yun Luofeng, will not submit to the rich and powerful even if I have to fight to the death. The palace maid was stunned. She looked at the arrogant girl in front of her in astonishment and swallowed hard. The young girl smiled again. Moreover, I'm a mad dog when I go crazy. If she's not afraid of death, She can come and provoke me. Even if my soul disperses, I'll bite her until she's paralyzed. No one understood Yun Luofeng's personality better than the members of the Steel Flame Legion. She was indeed a lunatic who would never let herself be at a disadvantage. She was the kind of person who would rather die than cripple the other party's arm. Provoke her. What was the difference between provoking a lunatic? The palace maid was obviously shocked by Yun Luofeng's words. Her expression became more and more unsightly. Even when the white-clothed girl led the people behind her away, she still couldn't react. Chapter 980. After a while, the maid came back to her senses and hurriedly ran to Imperial Concubine Ling's chamber. In the chamber, Imperial Concubine Ling heard the maid's exaggerated report and was so angry that she smashed the teacup in her hand on the ground. This Yun Luofeng really doesn't know what's good for her. I originally wanted to take her in as my subordinate because she has some skills. I didn't think that she would dare not see me. She even wants me to pay her a visit. I really don't know where she got the face to say such word. The maid was so scared that she didn't dare to say a word and knelt on the ground, trembling. Imperial Concubine Ling's eyes flashed and she laughed silently. Yun Luofeng, since you won't give me face, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I don't get rid of you, I won't be happy, especially since this woman was so beautiful. Although Her Majesty didn't care about Yun Luofeng now, if this Yun Luofeng shamelessly wanted to seduce Her Majesty, which man could resist such a temptation? After all, which woman in this world didn't covet power? Xiao Fang, go to the inn and inform Prince Qiu Feihua of Lanxiang country. Tell him to kill Yun Luofeng in tomorrow's competition no matter what. As a condition, I will help him break through. Today's competition was medical skills, and the battle would be held tomorrow. Injuries and deaths were not allowed in the arena, but swords had no eyes. If Yun Luofeng died, it wouldn't be blamed on Lanxiang country. Thinking of this, Imperial Concubine Ling's smile became even wider and a sinister light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yes, Your Highness. The palace maid bowed and retreated respectfully. Imperial Concubine Ling looked coldly in the direction of the maid's departure and gritted her teeth. Yun Luofeng, if you can't be used by me, then you can only die. In the Imperial study, there was a serious atmosphere. A man dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe sat on the dragon throne and looked at the old man standing below with a serious expression. Qing Mu, what business do you have with me now? Qing Mu clasped his fists together. Your Majesty, I believe that Yun Luofeng is very talented. In the future, he will definitely become a famous doctor. I would like to ask Your Majesty to help me recruit Yun Luofeng. A renowned physician? Long Yuan laughed mockingly. Qing Mu, you're overthinking things. Yun Luofeng is indeed knowledgeable, but that doesn't mean that she's definitely powerful. Medicine not only tests one's knowledge, but also their ability to change. Furthermore, their hands-on ability is also very strong. Yun Luofeng only read a few ancient medical books and learned how to use the snow silkworm. This doesn't represent her ability. Greenwood's expression froze, and his voice became a bit anxious. Your Majesty, please trust me. Yun Luofeng is definitely not a small fry. Sooner or later, she will become a dragon, and when that time comes, it will not be so easy to rope her in. Greenwood, there's no need for you to say anything more. There's no place for her in my kingdom of No Hui. Long Yuan waved his hand, his face expressionless. Greenwood sighed dejectedly. He opened his mouth, wanting to say a few more words, but found that Long Yuan had already closed his eyes, not intending to listen to him. He laughed bitterly, turned around and walked out of the imperial study. At the door, Ji Yang was waiting for him. Seeing Greenwood walk out with a helpless expression, he could already guess what had happened. His Majesty does not agree to rope in Miss Yun. Chapter 981. Qing Mu nodded. Because of Imperial Concubine Ling, His Majesty has a strong opinion of her. It's a pity that such a peerless genius will be buried here. If Yun Luofeng could enter the Tianhui Empire and receive the full support of the Empire, her growth would be extremely fast. Ji Yang also felt it was a pity. Miss Yun is indeed a genius. If the Wuhui Empire can have her, the strength of the Imperial Hospital will also improve a lot. However, Good advice is unpleasant to the ear. His Majesty has been bewitched by Imperial concubine Ling. How can he listen to us? Qing Mu paused and said, I plan to see Miss Yun. Even if I can't work with her, it's fine to discuss medical skills with her. Okay, Ji Yang nodded. I have to prepare for the competition in the afternoon, so I won't go. In addition, remind Miss Yun to be careful of Lanxiang. I just heard that Imperial concubine Ling's maid invited Miss Yun but was rejected. According to Imperial concubine Ling's temperament, she will not let it go. Qing Mu pondered for a moment. I will remind her. After saying this, he quickly walked out of the palace and gradually disappeared from Ji Yang's sight. Ji Yang looked at the closed door of the imperial study and shook his head in disappointment. Ever since Imperial concubine Ling appeared, His Majesty had no interest in politics, causing the ministers to be extremely disappointed. If the Wu Hui Empire had not been supported by His Majesty, it would have fallen long ago. If His Majesty continued like this, the ministers would want to retire and return to their hometown. Even finding a place to live in seclusion was better than staying here, at the station. Yun Luofeng, Lin Ruobai, and the others parted ways in the courtyard and returned to their respective rooms. But before she had time to rest, there was a knock on the door. Miss Yun, I have come to visit you. I wonder if you have the time? An old figure came from outside the door. It was an extremely familiar voice. Yun Luofeng hurriedly put on her clothes and sat at the table. She raised her eyebrows and said, Come in. The door was pushed open and the old figure of Qing Mu slowly walked in. Master Qing Mu, what important matter do you have to discuss with me? The young girl raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Greenwood sighed, Miss Yun, I wanted to rope you into the Wu Hui Empire, but His Majesty refused. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng smiled and said, Master Qing Mu, I am from the Heavenly Cloud Empire. Even if the Emperor of the Wu Hui Empire does not refuse, I will not join you. Zhun Fengling had married into the Yi family, which meant that Yun Xiao's roots were there. She would never leave Heavenly Cloud Nation. Moreover, compared to Long Yuan, the Emperor of the Heavenly Cloud Nation was much more open-minded. Qing Mu bitterly smiled and said, Miss Yun, the reason I came here this time is to remind you of something. You must be careful of Lanxiang Nation. Lanxiang Nation? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. They want to die. Why shouldn't I grant them their wish? Greenwood stared blankly for a moment before helplessly shaking his head. Don't underestimate the Lanxiang Nation. They have more Holy Spirit practitioners than the Heavenly Cloud Nation. Moreover, Imperial concubine Ling is favored by His Majesty. If you hurt the Lanxiang Nation, His Majesty will definitely not let you go. Qing Mu's words were filled with disappointment. If it wasn't for my original belief supporting me, I would have left the Heavenly Cloud Empire a long time ago. Hearing Qing Mu's words, Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed a few times. Chapter 982. She smiled and said, Master Aoki, I have an idea. In the Wu Hui continent, no one has established an organization for doctors, so I plan to be the leader. Just like the Roaring Dragon Continent's Doctors Guild, there is no such organization in the Wu Hui continent. That was why Yun Luofeng had such a thought a few months ago. Don't look down on these doctors. You should know that even the emperor of a country would have to be courteous to these famous doctors. After all, who hasn't fallen sick before? Just look at the Roaring Dragon Continent's Doctors Guild's position in the Wu Hui continent. If she could gather all the famous doctors in the world, even if the organization's overall strength cannot compare to the Three Great Kingdoms, the Three Great Kingdoms would not dare to provoke her. Qing Mu was shocked. You mean, you want to establish an organization? No, Yun Luofeng shook her head. The organization I plan to establish will be called the Medical Tower. The Medical Tower is split into 10 levels. For example, a student who has just started learning medicine can only stay on the first level. If their medical skills pass the examination, they can go to the second level. I will place some medical books and prescriptions in every level. These books and prescriptions definitely do not exist in the outside world. If you want to exchange for these items, you will have to use medicinal ingredient. Qing Mu was shocked, as if he never thought that Yun Luofeng would think of such an idea. More importantly, Her words about medical skills and prescriptions that did not exist in the outside world had completely stirred Qing Mu's heart. Miss Yun, there's something wrong with your idea. Qing Mu frowned. What if those people sell the medical skills and prescriptions for a high price? That way, you'll lose too much. Yun Luofeng smiled and waved her sleeves. In an instant, countless golden-seeking mice appeared in the room. Qing Mu was dumbfounded. How could she have so many spiritual beasts? Moreover, these golden-seeking mice's strength. Even the weakest was at the celestial spirit stage. Miss Yun, this is. Qing Mu's voice trembled, filled with indescribable excitement. All doctors who enter the 3rd level of the medical tower and above will receive a golden-seeking mouse. Furthermore, I will make it clear that these golden-seeking mice will be used to monitor them. Qing Mu fell silent. After a while, he said, Miss Yun, aren't you afraid that others will object to your actions? Yun Luofeng smiled confidently. If you have any objections, you don't have to join the medical tower. However, Master Qing Mu, as a doctor, you should know how attractive those medical books and prescriptions are to them. Furthermore, I'm not asking for much. As long as they don't betray the medical tower and don't leak the prescriptions and medical books, they'll be completely free at other times and don't have to stay in the medical tower at all times. Besides, there aren't many people on the mainland who can break through to the venerable spiritualist level. Therefore, as a heavenly spiritualist, the gold-seeking rat will undoubtedly be a very powerful fighting force. How many people do you think would refuse a spirit beast that could help them in battle for free? Greenwood's heart was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that such an idea had come from a little girl who wasn't even 20 yet. Miss Yun, I am from the Tianhui Empire. Why did you tell me this idea? Yun Luofeng smiled faintly and a cunning light flashed in his eyes. I have long heard of Master Qing Mu's power and character. So, I now solemnly request that you become an elder of the medical tower. Chapter 983. Qing Mu blankly blinked his eyes. This little girl was trying to poach someone from the heavenly Hui Empire's territory. However, ha ha ha. Master Qing Mu laughed twice. After this competition, I will submit my resignation to His Majesty and return home. At that time, when your medical tower is completed, I will immediately go there. Nothing was easier to win people's hearts than to acknowledge his strength and character. All right. Yun Luofeng extended his hand to Qing Mu. I will wait for you in the medical tower. Qing Mu's face was full of smiles as he held Yun Luofeng's hand. At that time, I might bring a few old men with me to join your medical tower. I wonder if you can accept them? Yun Luofeng smiled slightly. As long as they are willing to join my medical tower, I will welcome them. Furthermore, I will also give them the position of elder. I have no other requests for you, only one thing, never betray. I have no other interests in this life. My only hobby is to study medicine. The few old men I am going to bring are the same as me, not seeking fame or fortune. So, no matter how high the price other powers offer, I will not abandon the medical tower. Qing Mu laughed twice, his old face full of smiles. Indeed, fame and money were more important to him than medical skills. Even if it was for the sake of the few medical skills and prescriptions that Yun Luofeng had proposed, he would still stay in the medical tower for the rest of his life. Never abandon. After Qing Mu left with a face full of smiles, Fire walked out from the divine grimoire space. She sat on the beam and looked at Yun Luofeng with a smile. Master, you are really sinister. This Qing Mu obviously has quite a bit of influence in the Imperial Hospital. If he were to open his mouth, perhaps a lot of people would follow him and run away. At that time, when the Emperor of the Heavenly Hui Empire sees his empty Imperial Hospital, he would probably have the heart to cry. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips and said, after the medical tower is established, the medicinal herbs that the small tree and the rat clan need will finally be settled. As she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to the gold-seeking rat clan. In the future, when I establish the medical tower, you will follow the people in the medical tower and supervise their every word and action. Also, you will come and find me every half a month. I will give you the elixirs to consume. Gigi. All the rats cried out excitedly. To them, as long as there were elixirs, they would definitely do their best to complete the task given by Yun Luofeng. Meng Meng, You don't need to go. Yun Luo Feng turned towards Meng Meng, raising the corner of his lips. You and your mother will stay by my side. The Rat Empress was already a venerable spirit, so she couldn't let her leave. As for Meng Meng, Milk Tea was infatuated with her, so she couldn't bear to part with her. How could she do something like separating them? Meng Meng nodded and squeaked twice. Meng Meng, you've already reached the advanced celestial spirit realm. I'll ask Little Mo to leave the spiritual herbs in the medicine field to you later. You should break through to the venerable spirit realm as soon as possible. Meng Meng's eyes were filled with excitement. She looked at Yun Luo Feng with gratitude. If it wasn't for her, perhaps the Rat Clan would still be the clan that was being bullied in the Forest of No Return, and she wouldn't have such power. You don't need to thank me. Yun Luo Feng curled his lips. You should thank Milk Tea. Back then, he was the one who asked me to accept you. In fact, when Yun Luo Feng first saw the Rat Clan, she had wanted to take them for her own use. However, in front of Meng Meng, she had to return the credit to Milk Tea. And she could only help him this much. Chapter 984. In the afternoon. Many people had heard about what happened in the morning, so the venue was even livelier than before. Liu Chenyi stood in the middle of the circle of women with a gentle smile on his face. He waved his folding fan and patiently answered the women's questions. However, when he saw the girl who walked in from outside the venue, his gentle eyes darkened, but he quickly returned to his sunny smile. Miss Yun, I hope that you will be lucky enough to defeat me in the next battle. In other words, Yun Luofeng's victory had nothing to do with her strength. Idiot. Yi Shimor snorted coldly. He raised his eyebrows with a touch of arrogance. The winner takes all. Since you lost, it means that you are not as good as me. A person who can't even afford to lose is destined to be a failure. Liu Chenyi's eyes darkened again, and his lips curved into a smile. His smile was no longer as gentle as before. Instead, it was filled with a sense of danger. What if I defeat Yun Luo Feng? Yi Shimor smiled sarcastically. Defeat my sister-in-law? Are you out of your mind? You have already lost once, and you still dare to talk nonsense. If they were in Tianyun Nation, Yi Shimor would have already attacked him. Unfortunately, they were in Tianyun Nation now. If he was not careful, the entire Yi family would be implicated. Liu Chenyi gently waved his feather fan and looked at Yun Luo Feng. If I defeat you, I want you to be my woman. Do you dare to accept? This woman was too arrogant, and he wanted to ruthlessly trample on her dignity and tear off her arrogant face. Yun Luo Feng stopped in her tracks and finally turned around. Her words were so arrogant that everyone in the venue instantly turned to look at her. Do you think you are qualified to compete with me? Do you think you are qualified to compete with me? This woman was as arrogant as ever. Didn't you, Liu Chenyi, say that you want to compete with me? What right do you have to compete with me? After saying this, Yun Luo Feng slowly turned around under Liu Chenyi's gloomy gaze and slowly walked towards the venue. Liu Chenyi's face darkened, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Yun Luo Feng, are you afraid? Do you not dare to accept my challenge? It turns out that the people of Heavenly Cloud Nation are a bunch of cowards. Master. Lin Ruobai and the rest of the army knew that this was Liu Chenyi's way of provoking them, but they couldn't help but look at Yun Luo Feng anxiously. Yun Luo Feng stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around. Her dark eyes gradually landed on Liu Chenyi. Liu Chenyi's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew that everyone would be affected by his provocation, even Yun Luo Feng was no exception. Miss Yun. Liu Chenyi softened his tone and smiled at Yun Luo Feng. Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the young girl's voice. I don't accept your challenge, not because I'm afraid of you, but because, what you said made me feel disgusted. My man, there is only one. I also won't allow anyone to bet on this matter. Yun Luo Feng paused for a moment before continuing. If you really want to make a bet with me, that's fine. If I lose, I'll cut off one of my arms. If you lose, it'll be the same. Are you willing to accept? Liu Chenyi's face was a little pale. Cut off one of my arms? That's too cruel. How can I bear to let a beauty like you destroy her own arm? How about this, if you lose, you become my servant. If I lose, I will also become your servant. What do you think? Chapter 985. To be honest, Liu Chenyi didn't have much confidence in himself, so he didn't dare to accept Yun Luofeng's proposal. The arm was too important for a cultivator. Cutting off one's arm was equivalent to destroying one's future. What, you don't dare to accept? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. Or, are you afraid? Afraid? Liu Chenyi sneered. Why would I be afraid? Yun Luofeng, your right arm is already problematic. If you lose, you will choose to give up your right arm. Isn't that too unfair? Yun Luofeng glanced at Liu Chenyi. If I lose, I will cripple my left arm. Do you dare to accept? Liu Chenyi's eyes darkened, and his gentle face turned pale. He thought for a while and gritted his teeth. Fine, I accept. So what if he lost in the end? With Imperial concubine Ling's support, Yun Luofeng couldn't cripple his arm. Let's go. Yun Luofeng smiled and slowly walked towards the heavenly cloud nation. After a while, surrounded by a group of eunuchs and palace maids, Long Yuan and Imperial concubine Ling walked over and took their seats. They glanced coldly at the geniuses from the various nations. The second round of competition will be held in the Medicine Tower. This Medicine Tower was passed down by an ancestor thousands of years ago. Its purpose is to test the medical skills of the world. There are illusions in the Medicine Tower, and everyone will encounter different illusions. The only similarity is that a patient will appear in front of you. If you cure the patient, you can go to the next floor of the Medicine Tower. Whoever reaches the 8th floor first will be the champion of this competition. In addition, there are all kinds of medicinal herbs in the illusion, and there are also stoves for decocting medicine. You will use this environment to cure the patient. If you fail, you will be immediately eliminated from the tower. Your Majesty. A green-robed woman walked out from the crowd. This woman was incomparably beautiful, and her eyes were lively. She looked at Long Yuan and asked, "What if no one can reach the 8th floor? If no one can reach the 8th floor, then the ranking will be based on who reaches the 7th floor first, and so on. The first person to be eliminated will be at the bottom." Long Yuan's tone was very courteous towards the green-robed woman. He had a smile on his face as he said, "By the way, let me remind you that there is a time limit to the treatment. If you are unable to successfully ascend to the next level within half an incense stick's time, you will still be eliminated." Yi Shimor glanced at the lady in green and whispered into Yun Luofeng's ear, "Sister-in-law, this lady is Princess Feng Qing from the Flowing Moon Empire, which is ranked second among the 3 empires." People from the Flowing Moon Empire? Could it be that Long Yuan would be so polite to her? In the end, this Tianhui Empire only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Yun Luofeng's fingers stroked his chin as his eyes flickered a few times. However, the setting of the medicine pagoda was similar to the medical pagoda she had envisioned. If he could obtain the illusion of the medicine tower, he might be able to use it for the test. After Long Yuan finished speaking, he ordered a eunuch to lead the geniuses of the various countries to the medicine tower. Fortunately, this medicine tower wasn't very far from the venue, and it didn't take long for Yun Luofeng and the others to arrive at the foot of a tall tower. A strange look flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes. Logically speaking, this medicine tower was so tall that under normal circumstances, it would be easy to see it from outside the palace. However, if they hadn't entered this place, they wouldn't have known that there was a medicine tower here. Chapter 986. Everyone, please come in. The eunuch used the key to open the door of the medicine tower and spoke in a sharp voice. The geniuses hurriedly rushed into the medicine tower and disappeared into the white fog. At this moment, 10 paralyzed patients appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. They were all holding their chests and wailing, their pale faces filled with pain. Yun Luofeng was startled. Did Long Yuan say that there were 10 patients in the first stage? I don't think so. Fire had appeared beside Yun Luofeng. She leaped and landed on a tree at the side, swinging her legs as she looked down at the young girl. "Master, with your strength, saving these 10 patients shouldn't be a problem." Yun Luofeng shook his head. "I'm worried about Zhonglinga. After all, she hasn't been in contact with medicine for long. It's impossible for her to save 10 patients in half an incense stick's time. With Zhonglinger's strength, saving 10 patients in half an incense stick's time was impossible. How could she not be worried about her? Forget it, I'll go to the next level first. I must win this time. On a high platform outside the medicine tower, Long Yuan sat upright, his cold eyes filled with a sinister look and a sneer on his face. Imperial concubine Ling smiled as she nestled in her arms, the smile on her lips revealing a hint of excitement. Yun Luofeng, didn't you make a bet with Liu Chenyi? Then this time, I'll let you lose completely, there's no chance for you to make a comeback. This is bad, something big has happened. At this moment, a figure rushed over in a hurry, gasping for breath. That person was dressed in the Imperial physician's attire and was obviously from the Imperial hospital. He quickly walked in front of Qingmu and the others, his face filled with anxiety. Lord Qingmu, Lord Ji Yang, something big has happened. I just went to investigate the medicine tower and found that someone had secretly released the toughest formation in the medicine tower. There were 2 types of formations in the medicine tower. One was an ordinary formation used to test the strength of the young geniuses, and the other was used as a standard to enter the Imperial hospital. 10 patients would appear in the formation at the same time, and each patient's condition was extremely serious. If the person facing this formation could reach the 4th level, he would have the right to enter the Imperial hospital. Greenwood had experienced the harshness of this formation before, and he quickly stood up as he asked anxiously, who took out this formation? It's utterly impossible for those young geniuses to deal with it. Right, have you found out who's facing that formation? The person from the Imperial hospital cautiously glanced at Qingmu. It's Yun Luofeng. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Greenwood staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Long Yuan and Imperial concubine Ling on the high platform and questioned, Your Majesty, apart from the people of the Imperial hospital, only you are qualified to enter this medicine tower. Therefore, if I may be so bold as to ask, is this matter done by Your Majesty? Greenwood gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. He knew that the Emperor did not like Yun Luofeng, but he never thought that he would use such a method to make things difficult for her. This duel was unfair. Long Yuan furrowed his brows and his expression turned cold and stern. Greenwood, how dare you? This matter is clearly the responsibility of the Imperial hospital, yet you still dare to question me? You! Greenwood trembled with anger. Chapter 987. He had always been disappointed with Long Yuan, but he had never been as desperate as he was today. When the late emperor died, his brothers fought for the throne. If it were not for his protection, Long Yuan, the crown prince, would not have been able to ascend the throne so smoothly. Now, the person he had supported had become a fatuous emperor who was obsessed with beauty. Qingmu, Ji Yang was afraid that he would say something rebellious again and quickly pulled him back. He frowned and looked at Long Yuan. Your Majesty, I plead with Your Majesty to allow the geniuses from all the countries to start the competition again. Long Yuan sneered, the competition has already begun. How can it be stopped just because you say so? I cannot let Yun Luofeng delay the other geniuses. This time, even Ji Yang and the others were completely disappointed. Were they really going to continue to be loyal to a fatuous and tyrannical emperor? Now that Long Yuan was following Imperial concubine Ling's orders, it would not be long before he would listen to her and cripple them. Qingmu must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to dare to talk to me. Long Yuan's face darkened and he snorted coldly. Imperial concubine Ling's eyes flickered a few times. She smiled lightly and leaned on Long Yuan's chest. Your Majesty, our Tianhui Empire does not lack powerful doctors. I don't think Qingmu is of any use. Just dismiss him. Long Yuan held his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Qingmu has always been against me. Do you think I don't want to cripple him? It's just that Qingmu once saved my father's life. If I kick him out, I'm afraid that the officials will be disappointed. Imperial concubine Ling raised her eyebrows and did not continue to persuade Long Yuan. Her beautiful eyes swept over Qingmu with a sneer on her face. Qingmu must not stay. Otherwise, this old man might complain about her to His Majesty at some point in time. If His Majesty really did not want to kick him out, she did not mind using some means to ruin his reputation. When everyone in the army heard Qingmu and Long Yuan's words, They were all furious. If Imperial concubine Ling had not stopped them, they would have rushed forward and fought with their lives. This is the Wuhui Empire. Master has not come out yet. Let's not make trouble for her. I believe in Master's strength. This difficulty will not be a problem for her. These were Imperial concubine Ling's words. It was also because of these words that the army's restlessness calmed down. Yes. In their hearts, Yun Luofeng was a godlike existence. No hardships or tribulations could defeat her. Now, all they had to do was wait here quietly. That would be enough. Half an incense stick's time has passed. Someone has been eliminated. In that instant, everyone turned in the direction of the medicine tower. The door of the medicine tower was pushed open, and several young men walked out with their heads hung low. They couldn't even pass the first floor, so it was easy to imagine what kind of punishment they would face when they returned. Your Majesty, Yun Luofeng's speed is really slow. Imperial concubine Ling smiled mockingly. She's walking so slowly even when leaving the medicine tower. I'm guessing that she's not satisfied, so she doesn't want to leave the medicine tower. If they failed, the medicine tower would teleport them to the entrance and let them leave on their own. Even if they failed in the upper floors, they would still be teleported to the entrance of the first floor. Therefore, Imperial concubine Ling guessed that Yun Luofeng must be hiding in the back and refusing to come out, afraid of embarrassing himself. Long Yuan said coldly, even if she doesn't want to leave, the medicine tower will throw her out to prevent her from affecting the other matches. Chapter 988. Saving 10 patients in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn? Only the old men from the Imperial Hospital could do this. Yun Luofeng was such a young genius. Where did she get this kind of ability? Therefore, everyone believed that she would be eliminated on the first level. My beloved, just wait and see. If Yun Luofeng refuses to leave, the medicine tower will lose its temper. Long Yuan laughed as he turned his gaze towards the medicine tower and spoke slowly. However, when he looked, his entire expression changed. The medicine tower did not toss Yun Luofeng out as he had expected. Instead, it slowly closed up. Once the medicine tower closes, it means that those who have been eliminated have left the medicine tower. Is there something wrong with the medicine tower? Imperial concubine Ling asked as she bit her lip. In an instant, Long Yuan's sharp gaze turned towards the young men who had been eliminated. Have those who have been eliminated left the medicine tower? Is there anyone hiding inside and unwilling to come out? The young men were stunned and shook their heads. No, we are the only ones who have been eliminated. Long Yuan's expression became even uglier. You didn't see Yun Luofeng? Reporting to your Imperial Majesty, only a few of us have been eliminated. We didn't see anyone else. No Yun Luofeng? How is that possible? Long Yuan clenched his fists tightly as his expression became even more ashen. Half an hour has passed. Why hasn't Yun Luofeng been eliminated yet? Similarly, the others were dumbfounded because of this. Yun Luofeng hasn't been eliminated? Does this mean that she has successfully entered the next level? Qing Mu and Ji Yang looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If Yun Luofeng has really succeeded, then this woman's talent is unparalleled. Qing Mu, what level do you think Miss Yun will reach? Ji Yang slowly regained his composure and asked with a smile. Qing Mu curled his lips. The difficulty of the 4th level has already surpassed the difficulty of the 8th level. Therefore, I'm guessing that she will reach the 3rd or 4th level. Gasp. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The difficulty of the 4th level has already surpassed the difficulty of the 8th level. Furthermore, Master Qing Mu said that she will reach the 4th level. A mocking laugh rang out from the crowd. She was only lucky to be able to break through the 1st level. It doesn't mean that she will have the same luck again. So, this time, she will definitely be eliminated. Time ticked by, and before long, half an incense stick's time had passed. The door of the medicine tower opened once again, and a few young men and women appeared at the door dejectedly. However, there was still no sign of Yun Luofeng among them. This is impossible. Long Yuan abruptly rose to his feet and stared fixedly at the medicine tower's door. The time limit for the 2nd level has passed. Those who have not been able to save the patients during this period will be chased out of the medicine tower. Why is there still no Yun Luofeng? Your Majesty. Imperial concubine Ling hesitated for a while and asked, "Is there something wrong with the medicine tower? So much so that you closed the door before you could eliminate all the people?" When Long Yuan heard this, his gaze turned towards the few dejected people and he said sternly, "Have you seen Yun Luofeng?" Those people were stunned for a moment, then they hurriedly shook their heads. "It seems like she hasn't come out yet." If there was a problem with the medicine tower and not everyone was eliminated, then why did these people claim that they had not seen Yun Luofeng? Especially since there were people from Lanxiang country among those who had been eliminated. It was even more impossible for them to have helped Yun Luofeng cheat. Chapter 989. Long Yuan's body went limp and he slumped into his chair. His dignified features were now completely pale and his expression was extremely ugly. Those who were eliminated still didn't know what happened. They looked at each other and then someone explained the situation to them. When they heard that the array Yun Luofeng faced was used for the Imperial Hospital's assessment, they were dumbfounded. In this subtle atmosphere, half an incense stick of time passed. At the same time, the door of the medicine tower was pushed open. Another group of young people who didn't pass the test stood at the door dejectedly. However, among those people, Yun Luofeng was still not there. The third floor's test is over. Since Yun Luofeng wasn't eliminated, it means that she has entered the fourth floor. The fourth floor was only accessible to the doctors of the Imperial Hospital. And now, Yun Luofeng had already entered the fourth floor? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at the closed door of the medicine tower. Ji Yang, do you think this girl can successfully enter the fifth floor? Qing Mu's face was full of excitement and his voice was trembling. No one knew better than the people of the Imperial Hospital how difficult this test was. If Yun Luofeng could successfully break through to the fifth floor, it meant that her strength wasn't much different from the doctors of the Imperial Hospital. But the doctors of the Imperial Hospital were already over 50 years old. How old was this girl? To have such achievements at such a young age, the Tianyun nation had really picked up a treasure this time. The time for the fifth floor was also up. Yun Luofeng was still not among the young people who stepped out. The crowd had already become numb from the initial shock. They seemed to have accepted the shock that Yun Luofeng had brought to them. Qing Mu and Ji Yang looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They could imagine that if Yun Luofeng's actions today were to spread, even the two empires would do their best to win her over. How many floors do you think Yun Luofeng can reach? It's hard to say, but I think she's almost at her limit. The sixth floor will definitely eliminate her. The crowd began to talk. Their eyes were no longer filled with mockery. Instead, they were guessing how far Yun Luofeng could go. The door of the medicine tower opened again. Liu Chenyi placed his hands behind his back and walked out with a smile on his face. He looked around and asked, "Where's Yun Luofeng? Are you hiding now that you've lost? You guys should let her out." "Don't worry, I, Liu Chenyi, always have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. I won't really break her arm." In the medicine pagoda, those who were able to enter the sixth level were already considered geniuses. Therefore, Liu Chenyi was certain that Yun Luofeng would not be able to reach this step. What puzzled Liu Chenyi was that if it was a normal day, those love-struck fools would definitely surround him and ask about his well-being. But now, not a single one of them came forward. Everyone was looking at him with a strange expression. Liu Chenyi finally sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" At this time, Imperial concubine Ling, who was on the high platform, looked a little embarrassed. She said in a stern tone, "Liu Chenyi, you've really embarrassed our Lanxiang country. He only reached the sixth floor and came out. Even Yun Luofeng hasn't left the medicine tower." Liu Chenyi's face darkened when he heard Imperial concubine Ling's scolding. However, what she said next stunned him. Chapter 990. Yun Luofeng hadn't left the medicine tower? He turned his head in shock and looked at the tightly shut door. His face turned pale in an instant. His pair of gentle eyes were also filled with shock. Imperial concubine Ling simply ignored her. She snorted coldly and looked at the medicine tower with gloomy eyes. Yun Luofeng must not be allowed to live. Among all the countries on the mainland, Only a few people could break through to the 7th floor. Once they broke through, they would not be far from the 8th floor. The rule of this competition was that whoever broke through to the 8th floor and completed the task within the 8th floor would receive a jade token from the Heavenly Hui Empire. Obtaining this token would prove that one had passed the entire medicine tower. After all, although the medicine tower had a time limit, one had to enter the next floor within half an hour. It wasn't impossible to complete the task ahead of time. For example, if a loser was eliminated from the 5th floor, there might be a genius who had successfully entered the 7th floor. That was why the jade token was used as proof. Whoever obtained the jade token would be first. Time passed. It was already dusk. The door of the medicine tower opened to everyone's anticipation. The dusky sunlight poured down and fell on the girl standing at the entrance of the medicine tower. The girl's clothes were as white as snow, her eyebrows were like a painting, and the corners of her lips were raised in an evil smile. Her beauty was unparalleled. Liu Chunyi forgot that he had lost the competition. He stared blankly at the peerless beauty in front of him. His gentle eyes were filled with amazement. For more than 20 years, there had been countless women by his side, but none of them had been so breathtakingly beautiful. "Miss Yun, you came out?" Qingmu laughed. "It's okay. It's good enough that you were able to enter the 7th floor. Moreover, your array was difficult. Even if you only reached the 4th floor, you would still be able to surpass those who entered the 8th floor." Qingmu's words made the girl frown. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Just then, Long Yuan's cold voice came from above. "A failure is a failure." She was kicked out of the 7th floor, which proves that she is not first in this competition. But Miss Yun's test was many times more difficult than the others. Qingmu still wanted to argue for Yun Luofeng. In his opinion, Yun Luofeng deserved the title of champion. Unexpectedly, Long Yuan ignored Qingmu's words. "I don't care what kind of test she has received. Since she is not the first person to break through the 8th level, it means that she has also lost." He raised his chin slightly and looked down at Yun Luofeng. "Yun Luofeng, do you have any objections to my judgment?" Yun Luofeng acted as if he did not see the dragon essence and turned to Greenwood as he said, "I just picked up something in the medicine tower, but I don't know what it is, so I took it out. Grandmaster Greenwood, please appraise it." After speaking, Yun Luofeng reached into his clothes and took out a jade pendant, handing it to Qingmu. When he saw the jade pendant in Qingmu's hand, Long Yuan's cold and stern expression changed drastically. His voice trembled as he asked, "Where did you get this jade pendant from?" "I have already made myself very clear. I picked it up in the medicine tower." Yun Luofeng glanced at Long Yuan evilly and said indifferently, "It was also this jade pendant that sent me to the exit." Chapter 991. Qingmu was stunned. He stared at the words Tianhui Empire on the jade pendant and stared blankly at Yun Luofeng. "Miss Yun, what level did you get to?" Yun Luofeng frowned and thought for a while, then said, "I think I was on the 8th level. After I cured the patients on the 8th level, this jade pendant appeared. I wanted to pick it up and take a look, but as soon as I touched it, I was already at the exit." Boom! Like a bolt out of the blue, the entire square became silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise, shock, and even fanaticism as they stared at Yun Luofeng. Not to mention Liu Chunyi, who didn't understand what was going on. Even Yun Luofeng himself was stunned. He didn't understand the situation before him. "You really cured the patients on the 8th level?" Qingmu's breathing quickened as he stared at Yun Luofeng. Under the old man's excited gaze, Yun Luofeng nodded. In actuality, Qingmu's words were unnecessary. Just the jade pendant that Yun Luofeng had given him was enough to prove this girl's strength. He just couldn't believe it, so he wanted to confirm it again. After getting Yun Luofeng's confirmation, Qingmu suddenly laughed out loud. "Genius, this is definitely an unprecedented genius. The first person to ever do this." Liu Chunyi was stunned. The first person to ever do this? Wasn't Master Qingmu a bit too exaggerated? Master Qingmu, the geniuses from the 3 empires also have the strength to complete the 8th level. It's just that they weren't as fast as Yun Luofeng. Doesn't that mean that the geniuses from the 3 empires are unprecedented? Qing Mu snorted. How can those people compare to Miss Yun? Just now, in the illusion, wasn't it very difficult for you to save one person? But did you know that Miss Yun saved 10 patients with different illnesses on each level? And even in such a situation, she was still able to obtain the jade pendant before the others. How dare you say that those people can compare to her? What? Liu Chenyi's face was filled with shock. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back as he stared at Yun Luofeng. No wonder the others looked at him strangely when he said those words. It was no wonder that when Yun Luofeng came out, even the flower addicts who used to surround him also looked at him with fanatical gazes. It turned out that the illusionary realm that Yun Luofeng fell into was not on the same level as his. How could they compare? As far as he knew, Master Greenwood and Master Ji Yang had failed to reach the 5th level. Even if the strength of these 2 old men had increased, they still wouldn't be able to reach the 8th level. But not only had Yun Luofeng arrived, but he had also successfully cleared the stage in such a short amount of time. Since ancient times, who could do it? When he thought of this, Liu Chenyi's face turned deathly pale. For the first time, he regretted becoming enemies with Yun Luofeng. Don't forget the bet between us. Yun Luofeng's gaze gradually fell on Liu Chenyi. His lips curved into a smile. Now, do you want to cripple your own arm, or do you want me to help you? Liu Chenyi's face turned pale and he took 2 steps back. Miss Yun, are you really going to push me too far? Force you? No, I'm not forcing you. I'm just fulfilling your wish. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly at Liu Chenyi and took a few steps closer to him. After all, you were the one who proposed this bet. I was forced to accept it. Chapter 992. Yun Luofeng had already walked up to Liu Chenyi and was looking down at him with a slight smile. Liu Chenyi's face turned even paler as if he was being oppressed by the girl's gaze. He looked pleadingly at Imperial Concubine Ling and pleaded, Imperial Concubine, save me. He had not seen all the beauties in the world yet. How could he lose his life here? Imperial Concubine Ling's beautiful face darkened and she glared at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, the rules of the competition state that members are not allowed to make private bets. All bets are invalid. Yun Luofeng raised his brows. Why haven't I heard of this rule before? Imperial Concubine Ling snorted. I made this rule in private. You're just ignorant if you haven't heard of it. I'm ordering you not to touch a single hair on Liu Chenyi's head. She slammed her fair, jade-like hand heavily on the table, her willowy eyebrows furrowed and her voice was stern. Liu Chenyi heaved a sigh of relief. With Imperial Concubine Ling's protection, his arm was safe. However, at that moment, a sharp sword light flashed and instantly severed the tendon in Liu Chenyi's arm. Blood spurted out, accompanied by a shrill cry that resounded throughout the world. Everyone was dumbfounded and turned to look at the girl in white who was standing under the gentle breeze. The girl had a faint smile on her face. Her picturesque features were stunning. She smiled at the shocked and angry gazes as her snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. Yun Luofeng. Long Yuan's rage surged into the sky, and he suddenly stood up and berated in a stern voice. How audacious of you! You actually dare to commit murder in court. Guards, seize her. Qing Mu and the others were also shocked by Yun Luofeng's behavior and smiled bitterly. This girl really didn't want to suffer any losses. Since Liu Chenyi had agreed to make a bet with her, she must make it come true. Your Imperial Majesty, Qing Mu sighed and stepped forward. He cupped his fists and said, Miss Yun is not to be blamed for this. Liu Chenyi provoked her first. Besides, if Miss Yun is the one who fails this time, he will not let her off so easily either. Your Majesty, your Ladyship, will you protect her when the time comes? Imperial Concubine Ling's eyes darkened. She said coldly, I've always been fair. If Yun Luofeng had lost, I wouldn't have let Liu Chenyi cripple her arm, but she dared to disobey this consort's orders. This kind of woman must be planted. Greenwood was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted to plead for Yun Luofeng, but the girl's lazy voice drifted into his ears. Master Qing Mu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. Greenwood was startled and raised his head to look at Yun Luofeng's back. A bitter smile appeared on his face. How could he not know that this lass was afraid that Her Majesty would vent his anger on him, so she did not want him to get involved? Did you just say that I broke Liu Chenyi's arm? Yun Luofeng smiled and looked at Long Yuan and Imperial concubine Ling. Then I'd like to ask you, which eye did you see it with? Long Yuan was stunned. Indeed, they had only seen a flash of light and Liu Chenyi's arm had been broken. As for who had done it, it had not been revealed. Who else could it be but you? Imperial concubine Ling said coldly, Liu Chenyi made a bet with you. Moreover, you said that you would break his arm. Now that his tendons have been cut, no one would do it except for you. Chapter 993. Yun Luofeng shrugged helplessly. If you want to frame me, I have no other choice. Maybe Liu Chenyi is too arrogant and has made a lot of enemies. Maybe someone saw the fight between me and Liu Chenyi, and that's why he crippled his hand. Arrogant. Everyone's mouths twitched when they heard this. Liu Chenyi wasn't as arrogant as you, was he? But what Yun Luofeng said was true. No one saw her make a move just now, but Liu Chenyi was already crippled. Perhaps someone really did it in secret, trying to frame her. You, Imperial concubine Ling pointed angrily at Yun Luofeng. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, and her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. Beloved concubine, Venerable Dragon Source grasped Imperial concubine Ling's hand and turned his gaze to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. We will send people to investigate this matter thoroughly. If they find out that you were the one who did it, you can forget about leaving the Qiani Empire. He snorted, stood up, and walked down the platform with the help of a palace maid. If Yun Luofeng really injured Liu Chenyi, then he could take her down. However, no one saw Yun Luofeng attack. If he cheated, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the nations. This was something that Long Yuan was very clear about. On the platform, Imperial concubine Ling slowly stood up. She clenched her fists and glared at Yun Luofeng. She would let this girl have her way now. When the martial arts competition came, she would die a horrible death. Master, sister-in-law. Yi Shimo and the others quickly walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Their eyes were full of joy. Sister-in-law, this time, you won the championship for our heavenly cloud nation. You will always be our pride. Over the years, even if Yi Shimo was not in Kargalik, he would be summoned back before the National League tournament. Unfortunately, the people of Heavenly Cloud Nation were always at the bottom of the list, whether it was the medical competition or the martial arts competition. They had never been shaken. But now, with the appearance of Yun Luofeng, not only did the Heavenly Cloud Nation break away from its position of being the laggard for thousands of years, but also rushed to the forefront in an instant. How could he not be excited? The surrounding people also looked at each other. In the end, a genius from a certain country mustered up his courage and walked in front of Yun Luofeng. His face was full of shame. I'm sorry. I even talked about you like that before. I'm really sorry. The genius girl lowered her head to Yun Luofeng and bowed deeply. In the mainland, if one wanted to gain the respect of others, then one must possess enough strength to shock the world. Otherwise, one could only face the mockery and ridicule of others forever. However, once you display super strength, even those who used to look down on you will look at you in a different light. Yun Luofeng glanced at the woman in front of him and his lips curled into a smile. The curve of her lips was very beautiful, but it was also very evil. If Yun Luofeng was a man, his smile would definitely enchant the hearts of many young girls. As long as you don't rely on subjective assumptions to rely on one person in the future. Also, if you want to find a man, you need to keep your eyes open. A person like Liu Chenyi is destined to be fickle. The genius girl's face turned red. She lowered her head and said, I won't worship him anymore. Chapter 994. As a physician, she admired Liu Chenyi not only because of his handsome appearance, but also because of his talent as a physician. Apart from the geniuses of the three empires, Liu Chenyi was perhaps the most talented physician. However, Yun Luofeng's appearance shattered all of this. The woman stole a glance at Yun Luofeng from the corner of her eyes shining with longing. A genius like this was worthy of her lifetime's admiration, even if the other party was also a woman. Is there anything else? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows as he looked at the woman who had yet to leave. The woman's face turned even redder, and she replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No. Nothing." With that, she hurriedly left. However, before she left, she turned to look at Yun Luofeng again. "TSK. Yi Shimo laughed heartily. He put his arm around Yun Luofeng's shoulder and moved his head closer. "Sister-in-law, it seems like you like both men and women." Yun Luofeng's face darkened, and he pushed Yi Shimo's hand away from his shoulder. "If Yun Xiao sees what you're doing, he'll definitely throw you 1,000,000 miles away." The corner of Yi Shimo's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly lowered his arm. "That second brother of mine is not only a vinegar jar, but I also don't know who he inherited his cold personality from. His adoptive mother was such a domineering person, but she gave birth to a son with facial paralysis. However, the only person who can cure his facial paralysis is you, sister-in-law." Yi Shimo winked at Yun Luofeng as he spoke with a smile. Yun Luofeng's eyes warmed as he thought of Yun Xiao. His black eyes were like the stars in the night sky, bright and piercingly bright. Not far away, Xiao Yuqing's cold eyes lingered on the young girl. There was a hint of infatuation in her eyes. However, the light in the young girl's eyes was like a thorn that pierced his heart, causing him to clench his fists. While he was staring at Yun Luofeng, he did not know that there was also an infatuated gaze staring at him from behind. After the competition ended, Yun Luofeng returned to the courtyard. Before she had time to rest, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. There were even sounds of fighting. "Fire, let's go. Let's go and see what's going on." After Yun Luofeng said this, he slammed the door and left. The quarreling people in the courtyard heard the movement behind them. They all stopped and turned to look at her. "Sister-in-law?" Yi Shimo was stunned. "Did we disturb your rest?" Yun Luofeng did not say anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the uninvited guest opposite Yi Shimo. A dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. "Who can tell me what happened?" "Hee." A sneer suddenly sounded out, and then the group of people moved aside. It wasn't long before a tall figure appeared within her field of vision. Qiu Feihua. She already knew that since she injured Liu Chunyi, the people from Lanxiang Nation wouldn't let her off. "Yun Luofeng." Qiu Feihua slightly raised his chin and arrogantly said, "You touched the people of my Lanxiang Nation. How should I settle this debt with you?" Yun Luofeng curled his lips. "Which eye of yours saw that I injured him? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, as long as I believe that you injured him." Qiu Feihua's eyes were filled with viciousness. "Your Tianyun nation will always be at the bottom. How dare you injure my people? Honestly speaking, in this physician tournament, are you all going to be in last place once again?" Chapter 995. Qiu Feihua's words startled the people around him, and a trace of awkwardness flashed across their faces. Qiu Feihua didn't go to the competition today. Instead, he went to the brothel to have fun. When he heard that Yun Luofeng injured Liu Chunyi, he immediately rushed over in anger. As a result, he still didn't know what happened in the competition. "Your Highness, Tianyun Nation." A guard was afraid that Qiu Feihua would continue to embarrass himself, so he wanted to tell him about the competition. However, he was interrupted by Qiu Feihua's impatient voice. "What's wrong with Tianyun Nation? There's no way to survive after offending my Lanxiang Nation. I'm guessing that Liu Chunyi must have defeated Yun Luofeng in the competition, which made her so angry that she wanted to kill him. If you really can't afford to lose, then don't come to the competition to embarrass yourself." The guards who were originally aggressive were so ashamed when they heard Qiu Feihua's words that they couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Only those who followed Qiu Feihua to the brothel didn't know what was going on. They still stood proudly next to Qiu Feihua. Yi Shimo was dumbfounded. He blinked his eyes, and his face was full of confusion. Is this Qiu Feihua stupid? How could he say that his sister-in-law lost to Liu Chunyi and hurt him because she was angry? Liu Chunyi asked you to come and avenge him. Didn't he tell you about the competition? He couldn't help but ask the question that was in his mind. What situation? Qiu Feihua snorted. I don't need him to tell me. Yun Luofeng, if you really can't afford to lose, go back to your mother and drink milk. Don't embarrass yourself here, haha. Qiu Feihua laughed wildly. However, only a few people in the Lanxiang Nation's team laughed with him. The others were so embarrassed that they wanted to kill themselves. How could they laugh? Embarrass themselves? You're the one who's embarrassing yourself. However, Qiu Feihua was their master, so they didn't dare to show their displeasure. Gradually, Yun Luofeng's courtyard was surrounded by a lot of people. Some of them had participated in the competition, so when they heard Qiu Feihua's words, they couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Qiu Feihua frowned and looked coldly at the person who had laughed. He said fiercely, "Is this prince wrong?" This Yun Luofeng was someone who didn't even dare to admit defeat. The Heavenly Cloud Nation is also the weakest nation in the past 10,000 years. Suddenly, a swift and fierce gust of wind assaulted him. When Qiu Feihua came back to his senses, he saw a foot right in front of him. His pupils suddenly widened, and just as he was about to curse out in anger, the kick sent him flying. With a bang, his body fell to the ground in a sorry state, right in front of a pair of toes. TSK, youngsters nowadays are really violent. Qiu Feihua, who originally had a belly full of anger, immediately flew into a rage when he heard this aged voice. He cursed loudly, "Where did this old man come from? Hurry up and scram for this prince. Otherwise, be careful of this prince." He quickly climbed to his feet and turned around, wanting to continue cursing at the old man in front of him. Unexpectedly, a familiar face entered his line of sight, causing his eyes to widen and his face to fill with terror. "Otherwise what?" Ji Yang smiled and asked kindly. The old man's kind smile made Qiu Feihua's heart tremble, and he almost cried out in fear. "Ji, Master Ji Yang, why are you here?" Chapter 996. Ji Yang smiled faintly. "I am the referee of this competition. Now that the competition is over, I am here to give out the prize." "Oh, I see." Qiu Feihua stroked his wildly beating heart and chuckled as he tried to get close to her. "Master Ji Yang, who is the champion of this competition? Which genius from the three empires is it?" Ji Yang looked at Qiu Feihua strangely. "I said I am here to give out the prize. Why are you asking me who is the champion?" Qiu Feihua was stunned for a moment, like a monk scratching his head in confusion. He asked doubtfully, "Master Ji Yang, are you in the wrong place? This is the courtyard of the Heavenly Cloud Nation. The people from the other two empires do not live here." "This old man is not in the wrong place." Ji Yang's face sank and said impatiently, "The champion of this competition is Yun Luofeng from the Heavenly Cloud Nation." Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Qiu Feihua's head, causing the smiling Qiu Feihua to be petrified. "Champion of the competition? Yun Luofeng? Impossible, the Heavenly Cloud Nation is at the bottom of the world. How could they be the champion of the competition?" "Master Ji Yang, you must be mistaken. It is impossible for the Heavenly Cloud Nation to be the champion. Only the geniuses from the three empires have this kind of strength." Qiu Feihua swallowed hard, his back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his teeth were trembling. He really can't associate Yun Luofeng with the champion? Ji Yang glanced at Qiu Feihua coldly. "I am afraid that Liu Chenyi from your Lanxiang Nation knows this better. He made a bet with Miss Yun, and if he lost, he would have to break one of his arms. Before you question this old man, go back and see Liu Chenyi first." Qiu Feihua staggered and almost fell to the ground. Liu Chenyi was injured not because Yun Luofeng lost the competition, but because of the bet between the two? But because of the bet between the two of them? Suddenly, he turned to the guards behind him and said angrily, "Do you know the truth? Why didn't you tell this prince the truth?" Thinking of his behavior just now, Qiu Feihua really wanted to find a hole to hide in. At least it was better than being embarrassed here. The guards were suffering in silence. They had wanted to remind His Highness, but His Highness had interrupted them. They were afraid of angering His Highness, so they didn't dare to say another word. Who knew that His Highness would push the blame onto them? "I'll deal with you when we get back," Qiu Feihua said fiercely. He then turned to Yun Luofeng and snorted, "Don't think that just because you won the Doctors' Convention, it proves that your Heavenly Cloud Nation is strong. If you lose the next 2 matches, you will still be at the bottom. Let's go." He flung his sleeves forcefully and led a group of guards away like stray dogs. He no longer had the arrogance of charging over. When Qiu Feihua returned to Lanxiang Nation's territory, the first thing he did was to find Liu Chunyi to settle the debt. If it wasn't for Liu Chunyi, he wouldn't have lost his face in front of everyone. Poor Liu Chunyi. He had already lost an arm. Now, he had to face Qiu Feihua's anger. It was only at this moment that he felt regret in his heart. More than that, he felt endless despair. On the contrary, Yun Luofeng returned to her room under the gaze of everyone. She immediately closed the door and declined everyone's visit. She was preparing for tomorrow's competition. Chapter 997. Ji Yang smiled faintly. I am the referee of this competition. Now that the competition is over, I am here to give out the prize. Oh, I see. Qiu Feihua stroked his wildly beating heart and chuckled as he tried to get close to her. Master Ji Yang, who is the champion of this competition? Which genius from the three empires is it? Ji Yang looked at Qiu Feihua strangely. I said I am here to give out the prize. Why are you still asking me who is the champion? Qiu Feihua was stunned for a moment. Like a monk scratching his head, he asked doubtfully, Master Ji Yang, are you in the wrong place? This is the courtyard of Heavenly Cloud Nation. The people from the two empires do not live here. This old man is not in the wrong place. Ji Yang's face sank and said impatiently, the champion of this competition is Yun Luofeng from Heavenly Cloud Nation. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Qiu Feihua, causing the smiling Qiu Feihua to be petrified. Champion of the competition? Yun Luofeng? Impossible. Heavenly Cloud Nation has been at the bottom for thousands of years. How could they be the champion of the competition? Master Ji Yang, you must be mistaken. It is impossible for Heavenly Cloud Nation to be the champion. Only the geniuses from the three empires have this kind of strength. Qiu Feihua swallowed hard, his back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his teeth were trembling. He really couldn't associate Yun Luofeng with the champion? Ji Yang glanced at Qiu Feihua coldly. I am afraid that Liu Chunyi from your Lanxiang Nation knows more about this matter. He made a bet with Miss Yun, and if he lost, he would have to cut off one of his arms. Before you question this old man, go back and see Liu Chunyi first. Qiu Feihua staggered and almost fell to the ground. Wasn't Liu Chunyi injured because Yun Luofeng lost the duel and flew into a rage? But because of the bet between the two of them? Suddenly, he turned to the guards behind him and said angrily, do you know the truth? Why didn't you tell this prince the truth? Thinking of his behavior just now, Qiu Feihua really wanted to find a hole to hide in. At least it was better than embarrassing himself here. The guards were suffering in silence. They had wanted to remind His Highness, but His Highness had interrupted them. They were afraid of angering His Highness, so they didn't dare to say another word. Who knew that His Highness would push the blame onto them? I'll deal with you when we get back, Qiu Feihua said fiercely. He then turned to Yun Luofeng and snorted, don't think that just because you won the doctors' convention, it proves that your Heavenly Cloud Nation is strong. If you lose the next 2 matches, you will still be at the bottom. Let's go. He flung his sleeves forcefully and led a group of guards away like stray dogs. He no longer had the arrogance of charging over. When Qiu Feihua returned to Lanxiang Nation's territory, the first thing he did was to find Liu Chunyi to settle the debt. If it wasn't for Liu Chunyi, he wouldn't have lost his face in front of everyone. Poor Liu Chunyi. He had already lost an arm. Now, he had to face Qiu Feihua's anger. It was only at this moment that he felt regret in his heart. More than that, there was endless despair. On the contrary, Yun Luofeng returned to her room under the gaze of everyone. Immediately, she closed the door and declined everyone's visit. She was preparing for tomorrow's competition. Chapter 998. Xiao Yuqing was startled and shook his head. This is not your fault, I have never blamed you. Perhaps Xiao Yuqing's mother would never have guessed that she had painstakingly sent Xiao Yuqing away so that he could avenge her. Who would have thought that Xiao Yuqing would fall so deeply into it that he would even forget about revenge? I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Xiao Yuqing slowly turned around and left in a hurry. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, his yearning for her for so many years would be uncontrollably vented out. He was even more afraid of seeing her disgusted eyes. Master, Fire looked in the direction Xiao Yuqing left and blinked. Does this guy like you? Yun Luofeng shook his head. I do not have a deep relationship with him, and even if he does not seek revenge for his parents, he will not have any feelings for me. Because she was the enemy who killed his mother. Fire curled his lips. It seemed that his master only had Yun Xiao in his heart. This Xiao Yuqing had obviously shown it so clearly, but his master could not feel it. Master, I think this Xiao Yuqing looks pretty good, but unfortunately, he is not even half as good as Yun Xiao. Since you have Yun Xiao, of course you won't care about other men. Yun Luofeng laughed. What? Are you interested in Xiao Yuqing? Fire's small face darkened. This guy's personality is not what I like. I am not interested in him. Then do you have anyone who is interested? Yun Luofeng looked at Fire with a smile that was not a smile. Fire was startled. A gentle and refined figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Perhaps afraid that Yun Luofeng would see through her heart, she quickly turned her head and said with a red face, I don't have. Because the person she liked no longer existed in this world. Fire's eyes dimmed, and a bitter expression hung on his small face. That person. He had probably reincarnated many times, and had even removed himself from his memories. Yun Luofeng did not ask any more questions. She stretched and walked towards the bed. It's getting late, I'll rest first. I still have to continue the competition tomorrow. The next day, early morning. A stage was set up in the venue. There was a sea of people, and at a glance, it was densely packed with human heads. The originally noisy crowd became even livelier after seeing the arrival of the Heavenly Cloud Nation's people. It's Yun Luofeng. I've already heard that she obtained first place in the physician conference. TSK, so what? Her medical skills are good, but that doesn't mean she's strong. You don't know, do you? A few days ago, the envoy from the Lanxiang nation went to challenge the Heavenly Cloud Nation, but he was kicked out by Yun Luofeng. Yesterday, when Prince Qiu Feihua of Azure Flight Nation went to find trouble with her, he was also sent flying with a single kick from her. I think this Yun Luofeng is also very strong. So what if she's strong? Only a few of the people under her command have broken through to the celestial spirit realm. This time, the competition is not an individual competition, but an entire team. If one person in the team falls back, the entire team will lose without a doubt. Some people believed that Yun Luofeng would continue to create miracles, but more people were not optimistic about Heavenly Cloud Nation. Although Yun Luofeng was strong, he had dragged down too many people. Even if the Heavenly Cloud Nation was no longer at the bottom of the rankings this time, they would never be at the top. As if they did not hear those discussions, the members of the Steel Flame Legion followed behind Yun Luofeng expressionlessly. Drag them down? Before they came to the limitless continent, they swore that they would never drag their master down. Chapter 999. His Majesty and Imperial Concubine Ling have arrived. Following the eunuch's sharp voice, Long Yuan and Imperial Concubine Ling appeared in front of the crowd. Long Yuan was still wearing a dragon robe, looking majestic. Imperial Concubine Ling's face was full of smiles. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling and beautiful. Everyone, today is the second competition held by the Tianhui Empire, the martial artist competition. Long Yuan flicked his sleeves and sat down, his sharp eyes looking around. General Li will explain the rules of the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, a well-built middle-aged man quickly walked out. His eyes were stern and his voice was cold. The martial artist competition is divided into the preliminary round, semi-finals, and finals. General Li cleared his throat and continued, the preliminary round is very simple. Later, I will send you into the illusion. There are countless spiritual beasts in the illusion. Your task is to kill those spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts below the level of Earth Spirit will get 1 point, Earth Spirit beasts will get 2 points, Celestial Spirit beasts will get 3 points. So on and so forth. Teams that kill more than 500 points will successfully advance to the semifinals. If they do not have 500 points, they will be eliminated. In addition, if you die in this illusion, you will be sent out. Therefore, there is no need to worry about your safety. In other words, if one died in the illusion, it would not be a real death, but a failure of the task and they would be sent out of the illusion. But, General Li paused and continued, if one person dies in a team, It means that the whole team has failed. I hope that some people do not fall behind the team. Everyone in the venue turned to look at the members of the Steel Flame Legion in unison. In their eyes, these people were the ones who would drag them down. General Lee's sharp eyes swept across the crowd and he said in a deep voice, "The time limit of the competition is 7 days. After 7 days, you will be forced to leave the illusion. I wish you good luck." After saying this, he turned around and bowed to Long Yuan. "Your Majesty, I have finished explaining the rules. Next, I will open the illusion. Let's begin." Long Yuan waved his hand and said coldly. His dignified gaze inadvertently landed on Yun Luofeng in the crowd, and a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. Yun Luofeng had already become the champion of the physician tournament, so no matter what, they mustn't allow her to continue winning. When the array was activated, all the participating disciples fell into an illusion. At the same time, a few lines of numbers appeared in the sky outside the formation. The numbers corresponded to the names of the various countries. Master. Within the illusion, Little Mo sensed Yun Luofeng's unease and couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Yun Luofeng collected his thoughts and said faintly, "There are too many formations in this Tianhui Empire. Moreover, I feel that these formations are similar to the ones I inherited from Zhu Qian. So, you think that Zhu Qian might be related to the Heavenly Hui Empire?" Little Mo frowned and asked. Yun Luofeng shook his head. "It might not be Zhu Qian. Have you forgotten? Zhu Qian once had a rebellious disciple. On that day, that disciple had threatened their lives, but a trace of Zhu Qian's remnant soul had appeared and saved them." Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed. No matter what relationship the Tianhui Empire had with Zhu Qian, they were destined to be enemies. Chapter 1000. Yi Ling, Qing Yang. Yun Luofeng turned to look at the army and said in a deep voice, "In the next few days, you will kill the spirit beasts. I will not interfere. Let me see your current strength." "Yes, Master." Everyone in the army was full of fighting spirit, each of their eyebrows glowing brightly. They had followed Yun Luofeng for many years, but this was the first time they showed their strength in front of her. Therefore, they would not let her down and would definitely use all their strength to deal with this assessment. "Very, very good." Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. "Big brother, Xiao Bai, these few days, you don't need to intervene, just let the army fight to their heart's content. Strength could not be improved by cultivation. What could really make one stronger was also indispensable in battle." Although the members of the Steel Flame Legion were all extremely powerful, they still lacked tempering. Perhaps this would be an excellent opportunity for them to do so. Outside the illusion, the numbers had begun to rise by leaps and bounds, especially the Peerless Empire, whose number had already soared to 30 points. The Flowing Moon Empire and the Tianhui Empire followed closely behind, followed by the Wind Cloud Empire and the Lanxiang Empire. These two countries were like a dark horse, instantly breaking through to the front of the crowd. "I wonder who is at the bottom of the competition this time?" As soon as these words fell, everyone unconsciously turned to look at the last place. In the last place, the 3 words Heavenly Cloud Nation were reflected in everyone's eyes, corresponding to the unexpected number, 0. The number of the Heavenly Cloud Nation was actually 0. In other words, in the past half a quarter of an hour, the Heavenly Cloud Nation had not been able to kill a single spirit beast. Just how weak were they to make their numbers appear as 0? TSK, it seems that we really overestimated the Heavenly Cloud Nation. I originally thought that with the existence of Yun Luofeng, no matter how weak they were, they would not be at the bottom. Now it seems that I thought too much. I remember that when they first registered, their strength was not bad. How could they not even be able to kill a single spirit beast? Haha, perhaps the people of the Heavenly Cloud Nation are timid and found a place to hide. In the venue, the sounds of discussion mixed with ridicule spread throughout the entire venue. At the same time, in the depths of the illusion, Yun Luofeng was lying lazily under a tree. She held the back of her head with her left hand and leaned against the tree trunk in a devilish manner. There was a smile on her face as she looked deeply at the army fighting the spiritual beasts. It must be said that she was very unlucky this time because the first spirit beast she encountered was a celestial spiritualist. In particular, the one in the lead had become an advanced celestial spiritualist long ago, which was only a step away from becoming a venerable spiritualist. It was very difficult for everyone in the army to deal with it. Even so, they did not think of giving up, nor did they consider asking Yun Luofeng for help. They were only using all their strength to fight against these spirit beasts. Finally, a spirit beast fell into a pool of blood under everyone's concerted efforts. With the death of one spirit beast, the other spirit beasts also couldn't withstand the crazy killing methods of this group of lunatics. One by one, they lost the ability to fight and were then killed by the army. It's moving. The number of the heavenly cloud nation has moved. In the venue, those who stared at the data without blinking suddenly noticed that the number of the heavenly cloud nation had changed, and suddenly their eyes widened. 3 points, 15 points, 24 points. Looking at the constantly rising number, everyone was a little dazzled. Chapter 1001. Not long after, Heavenly Cloud Nation rushed to the front and was only a few places away from Lanxiang Nation. Everyone gasped. They didn't understand what happened. Why did Heavenly Cloud Nation's data increase so quickly? 11th place. Heavenly Cloud Nation has reached 11th place. Do you think Heavenly Cloud Nation can enter the top 10? I think it's very dangerous. The top 10 are all famous forces. According to Heavenly Cloud Nation's strength, they may not be able to enter the top 10, just as this person said, in the next few days, even though Heavenly Cloud Nation's data kept increasing, it still didn't reach the top 10. Instead, it stayed firmly at the 11th place. Even so, Heavenly Cloud Nation's position in the hearts of the people changed. 6 days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, there was only 1 day left. In these 6 days, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, the crowd spent the rest of their time in the venue, staring at the soaring numbers. Perhaps it was because the rankings had already been determined on the first day. Hence, in the past few days, the rankings had not changed at all. The Peerless Empire still maintained its unshakable position, while the Heavenly Cloud Nation was still ranked 11th. I think Heavenly Cloud Nation has no hope of entering the top 10. Among the crowd, a young man shook his head and said regretfully, Lanxiang Nation lost to Heavenly Cloud Nation in medical skills, but they won in the competition. It's not a loss. That's not necessarily true. This is just an elimination round. As long as they can enter the top 15, they can enter the semifinals. So, an elimination round doesn't mean anything. For Heavenly Cloud Nation, some people still held hope in their hearts. After all, every year, it was the same few forces that won, and it was too boring. If Yun Luofeng was a dark horse and entered the semifinals, it would definitely cause a climax. In the illusion, Yun Luofeng's body slowly left the tree trunk and stood up from the ground. She was wearing a spotless white dress, and her beautiful face raised a wicked smile. The competition has passed for 6 days, and now there is only 1 day left. In that case, it's time for me to make my move. In the noisy venue, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 countries in front, unable to take their eyes off of them. From their point of view, the rankings at the back were basically set, and there would not be any changes. However, the top 3 empires might be able to break through the previous rankings. This was especially so for the Flowing Moon Empire, which was in 2nd place. They were 20 points behind the Peerless Empire. At this moment, a scream suddenly rang out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the venue. Heavenly Cloud Nation has reached the 10th place. What? Heavenly Cloud Nation reached the 10th place? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the data of the Heavenly Cloud Nation. When they saw the rapidly changing data, their expressions became particularly interesting. What's going on? How did Heavenly Cloud Nation's data rise so quickly? My God, Heavenly Cloud Nation suddenly rushed to the 7th place, skipping over the 9th and 8th ranks. What exactly happened? Is there something wrong with the data? Long Yuan was also shocked by the sudden change and hurriedly ordered the person next to him to investigate the situation. However, when that person went down to investigate, he found that there was indeed nothing wrong with the illusion. Chapter 1002. In other words, the data was real. Your Majesty. Imperial concubine Ling finally became nervous and held Long Yuan's hand tightly. Her eyes were full of worry. There is no problem with the illusion and the data is not wrong. Why did this happen? General Lee pondered for a while and said with a complicated expression, "This only proves one thing. Heavenly Cloud Nation was hiding their strength from the start. Now, they are showing their true strength." Hiding their strength? Imperial concubine Ling was stunned. Why did they do this? "I don't know." General Lee turned to look at Long Yuan and said, "Your Majesty, Yun Luofeng is too mysterious. Are we really going to deal with her?" Long Yuan's eyes flashed coldly and he said coldly, "No matter how talented she is still too young. I don't believe that we can't deal with a little girl like her." Hearing this, General Lee shook his head helplessly. However, he was a subject and had to obey any order from the emperor. 5th place. Heavenly Cloud Nation has replaced Lanxiang Nation in 5th place. A shocked voice came from the noisy crowd. In such a short period of time, Heavenly Cloud Nation had rushed from 11th place to 5th place. How could they not be shocked? At this moment, everyone's breathing was tense and their eyes did not dare to look away from Heavenly Cloud Nation's data, 4th place. When they saw that Heavenly Cloud Nation had pushed Fengyun Nation down, they were no longer shocked. Instead, they gradually calmed down. I wonder how far Heavenly Cloud Nation can climb. Can they break into the top 3? There is a difference of 500 points between 3rd and 4th place. No matter how strong Heavenly Cloud Nation is, it is impossible to break through in such a short period of time, right? Although they said so, their eyes were still filled with anticipation. They had already forgotten about their own nation and only hoped that Yun Luofeng could break into the top 3. Time was racing against time. The distance between Heavenly Cloud Nation and Tianhui Empire was getting closer and closer. The difference between the two had changed from the initial 500 points to 100 points. Long Yuan's legs were a little weak and he sat paralyzed on the throne. He looked at the jumping data of Heavenly Cloud Nation with a pale face. It's over. This time, he could not even keep his 3rd place, let alone surpass the 2 empires in front. Finally, the Heavenly Cloud Nation's name moved again and jumped to the Tianhui Empire's head. The Tianhui Empire had fallen from 3rd to 4th place, 2nd. Someone let out an impassioned cry, and the others followed suit. Their eyes were filled with excitement as if they were also citizens of the Heavenly Cloud Nation. The envoys of the various countries wanted to persuade the geniuses of their own countries, but unfortunately, these geniuses were too young. For young people, it was the easiest to provoke their emotions. How could they not be excited when they saw a genius appear out of nowhere? Even if he lost this competition, it was not a wasted trip. Time is almost up. General Lee, stop the competition now. Long Yuan frowned slightly as he coldly ordered. He had already been surpassed by the Heavenly Cloud Empire, and he would never allow the other 2 empires to be surpassed as well. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the 3 great empires be? Wait. When the young men heard Long Yuan's order, they became anxious. Isn't it going to stop in half an incense stick's time? Why did it have to end early? This is not fair. Chapter 1003. Fair. Long Yuan sneered and glanced at General Lee with a warning look. General Lee stood up helplessly and said, "Everyone, I only said that the competition would end in 7 days, but I didn't specify the exact time. Therefore, I order the competition to stop now." The geniuses of the various countries became more and more excited. No one thought that the Heavenly Hui Empire would be so shameless. Seeing that the Heavenly Cloud Nation was about to reach 2nd place and maybe even 1st place, they ordered the competition to stop. Of course, compared to these small countries, the people from the other 2 empires agreed with the Heavenly Hui Empire. After all, they didn't want to be surpassed by the Heavenly Cloud Nation, so stopping the competition now was the best choice. Guards, turn off the illusion. General Lee's voice was cold and stern as he ordered. Immediately, someone stepped forward to turn off the illusion. Just as the illusion was turned off, the name of the Heavenly Cloud Nation continued to jump. Perhaps it was because the illusion was turned off, but the names of the various countries were blurred. Even so, the geniuses of the various countries still saw the last jump of the name of the Heavenly Cloud Nation, 2nd place. It must be the 2nd place. If the Heavenly Cloud Nation was given a little more time, the 1st place would have been theirs. The geniuses of the various countries were either excited or regretful, but most of them were angry at the Heavenly Hui Empire for cheating. This was the most unfair competition they had ever experienced. Fortunately, the Heavenly Cloud Nation didn't get the first place. Long Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and continued, otherwise, the three empires would have lost all their face. If he had given the order earlier, she wouldn't have gotten the second place. Thinking of the last jump of the name of the Heavenly Cloud Nation, Long Yuan felt very unhappy. At this time, the illusion was completely turned off, and the blurred words gradually returned to their original appearance. Needless to say, the first place belongs to the Peerless Empire. As for the second place, the geniuses of the various countries looked up at the data. However, when they saw the ranking, they were all stunned. The first place was written in the largest and most conspicuous font, but in this conspicuous position were the words Heavenly Cloud Nation. Those three words were like three faces that were looking at Long Yuan with mockery. First place? This is impossible. Long Yuan's face suddenly turned livid. There is a gap of nearly 20 points between the second and first place. How could Heavenly Cloud Nation suddenly jump to first place? No one could have imagined that the Heavenly Cloud Nation's last jump was not to the second place, but to the first place, in the illusion. Under the azure sky, Yun Luofeng looked at the figure lying in a pool of blood and said indifferently, I didn't think that there would be so many venerable spirit beasts appearing at the same time in this illusion. However, I still thank them for giving me points. Yi Shimor was stunned by Yun Luofeng's behavior. Just now, a total of 5 venerable spirit beasts had rushed over, and Yun Luofeng had used some unknown attack, causing the 5 venerable spirit beasts to fall at the same time. I wonder what rank we can get based on our current data. No matter how bad we are, we should not be eliminated. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and said, out of the 7 days in the illusion, there were 6 days where she did not make a move. Therefore, she did not dare to think too highly of her ranking. This was only the preliminary round. As long as she didn't get eliminated, it was fine. She wouldn't chase after a ranking in the preliminary round. Chapter 1004. Huh! Suddenly, Yun Luofeng felt the illusion twitch. She frowned and said, I remember that there is still half an hour before the end of the competition. Why do I feel like the illusion is about to close? As soon as she said this, she felt a suction pulling her out. When she recovered, she had already left the illusion and was standing in the middle of the venue. At this moment, the geniuses of other countries also appeared beside her. Everyone's eyes were still filled with confusion. They didn't seem to understand why the competition ended early. When Yun Luofeng and the others appeared, the data caused by the illusion also disappeared. Therefore, no one knew the ranking of the countries. Miss Yun. Qingmu laughed and walked towards Yun Luofeng. How do you feel these past 7 days? Yun Luofeng smiled modestly. Not bad, I hope my ranking is not too bad. As soon as he said this, the people who were chatting with the geniuses of their own countries instantly turned their eyes to Yun Luofeng. Their eyes were filled with a strange look. Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat. Was her ranking too bad? Even if she was late by 6 days, it shouldn't be this bad. What's more, the rules of the competition stated that as long as one's score exceeded 500 points, they could enter the semi-final. And the spirit beasts she killed had already exceeded this condition, so it was impossible for her to be eliminated. The corner of Qingmu's mouth twitched. Not too bad. Does that mean that she thinks her ranking is very average? If the result of the Heavenly Cloud Empire was considered average, how could the geniuses of other countries live? Those who had just left the illusion still didn't understand what was going on and wanted to ask the geniuses of their own countries for advice. However, these people uniformly closed their mouths and waited for the announcement of the Heavenly Hui Empire. So much so that those people didn't know what was going on. And Lan, this competition will definitely be your Peerless Empire's first place again. Congratulations. The young man didn't pay attention to the noisy venue. He walked to the side of the handsome Lan and said with a smile. Lan's delicate face raised a smile. Likewise, no one can shake the position of your Liu Yu Empire. Haha, that's true. This time, the top 3 places are probably ours again. However, your Peerless Empire is my goal. One day, I will surpass you. Alright, I'll wait for you to surpass me. When the youths of the 2 empires met, They didn't fight against each other as everyone had imagined. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit. However, when those who knew about the rankings heard the discussion between the two empires, they no longer fawned over them like before. Instead, they looked at them strangely. This gaze caused the people of the two great empires to stare blankly for a moment, not understanding what it meant. Cough cough. General Li cleared his throat and looked at the crowd with a complicated expression. Since you've all come out, I'll announce the names of the top few. The geniuses from the three empires had a complacent smile on their faces. In their opinion, the top 3 positions were already in their hands. Third place. Flowing Moon Empire. The young man from the Flowing Moon Empire had a smug smile on his face. He looked at General Li in astonishment. Third place. Our Flowing Moon Empire is ranked third. Who was in second place? Tianhui Empire. Damn, I didn't expect the Tianhui Empire to surpass our Liuyu Empire this time. We really underestimated them. Chapter 1005. General Li didn't seem to hear the shouts of those people and continued, second place, Peerless Empire. Second place is Peerless Empire. And Lan slightly squinted his eyes and turned to the geniuses of the Tianhui Empire. He cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations to all of you. This time, the first place has been taken away by you. Wait for next year, I will take it back. Haha, thank you." The geniuses of the Tianhui Empire didn't see Long Yuan's gloomy face at all. Since the Liuyu Empire was third and the Peerless Empire was second, the first place must belong to the Tianhui Empire. Some geniuses couldn't help whistling proudly to celebrate the victory of the Tianhui Empire. General Li's face became more and more ugly. He took a deep breath and said, "First place. Heavenly Cloud Nation." Heavenly Cloud Nation? Those who didn't know what was going on froze when they heard those 3 words. The first place is Heavenly Cloud Nation? Did they hear it wrong? Heavenly Cloud Nation actually won the first place in the preliminary round? The people of the 2 empires were even more shocked. Pairs of eyes quickly swept over the people of Heavenly Cloud Nation. Compared to these people, the faces of the Tianhui Empire's people became extremely ugly. They stared at the people of Heavenly Cloud Nation with anger in their eyes. Heavenly Cloud Nation won the first place? This is impossible. There must be something wrong. How could they get the first place? Qingmu frowned slightly. He didn't like the attitude of the people of the Tianhui Empire who were unwilling to admit their defeat. In fact, Heavenly Cloud Nation won the first place in this competition. So many people saw it, how could it be fake? If it wasn't to prevent Heavenly Cloud Nation from getting the first place, His Majesty wouldn't have ordered the competition to end early. Unfortunately, even if he stopped it in advance, the first place was still won by Heavenly Cloud Nation. Long Yuan's face darkened, and he looked at Qingmu fiercely. This old man, as a member of the Tianhui Empire, actually sided with an outsider. It seems that I really can't let him stay. Yi Shimor had already recovered from his initial shock. He hugged Yun Luofeng tightly, and his handsome face was filled with an excited smile. "Sister-in-law, did you hear that? We won the first place, ha ha ha." At this moment, Yi Shimor felt a sense of pride. Qingmu's face was still full of smiles. "However, Miss Yun, I have something to ask you. Why did your Heavenly Cloud Nation score in the beginning wasn't high, but later on, it improved by leaps and bounds?" This was what everyone else wanted to ask, and it was Greenwood who asked it. Yi Shimor laughed out loud and interrupted, "That's because my sister-in-law didn't fight in the past 6 days." What? Yun Luofeng didn't make a move in the past 6 days? The battle only began on the 7th day. Yi Shimor's words had obviously shocked everyone. Perhaps no one had expected such an answer. The existence that they called a hindrance could actually rank 11th in 6 days. "Ari," Qingmu smiled bitterly, "Miss Yun, I thought you were already a genius, but I didn't expect your talent to shock me. In less than a day, you made Heavenly Cloud Nation go from 11th to first place. This level of strength. I'm afraid no one can match up to him." Just then, everyone's attention had been on Yun Luofeng's subordinates. Hearing Qingmu's words, they suddenly reacted. The difference between the 11th and first place was like heaven and earth. But in this short moment, She had surpassed him. Chapter 1006. This woman's fighting talent and medical skills were on par with each other. It was shocking. Cough cough. General Lee coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, "The preliminary round has ended. There are a total of 15 teams with 500 points. These 15 teams will enter the semifinals. Next, I'll talk about the requirements for the semifinals. In the semifinals, each team will send 5 people to compete. To be fair, the 5 people who will compete this time will not be able to participate in the finals. Therefore, you have to think carefully about who to send." Everyone fell silent. Logically speaking, they would send their most powerful team members to compete in such a competition. That way, they could try their best to win. However, there was an additional rule. The team members who participated in the semi-finals would not be able to participate in the finals. Therefore, they started to worry. Who should they send to participate in the competition? They definitely could not send their most powerful team member. They had to save it for the finals. If they sent their weakest team member, they might lose their chance in the semifinals. I'll give you time to discuss. You can do so. General Lee's gaze was extremely sharp. Also, before you choose your team members, the other teams will not know your team members. In other words, no one would know who the other team members would be. This made the competition more difficult. At this moment, General Lee's stern voice was heard again. You have 15 minutes. You can choose among yourselves. After 15 minutes, submit your team members' names. Also, only 5 teams will be selected for the finals this time. Please consider carefully. When General Lee said this, the crowd started to discuss softly. They did not dare to speak too loudly as they were afraid that their opponents would hear their team members. "Sister-in-law, let me go." Yi Shimo frowned and said. Yun Luofeng shook her head. "You don't have to participate in the semifinals." Then, she looked at the rest and raised her eyebrows. Tan Shu, Cho Hongye, Jiyu Li, Yu Tongtong, and Lin Ruobai. The 5 of you will participate in this competition. Apart from Lin Ruobai, who had advanced to an advanced Earth Spiritualist, the rest were low-level and intermediate-level Earth Spiritualist. They were also the weakest in the army. Yi Shimo was stunned. He frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, they are all Earth Spiritualists. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Why don't you let me go? I'll definitely win for you. You need to face the finals. You shouldn't go on stage at this time. Besides..." She paused and smiled. "I have confidence in my people. I have faith in my people." Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, those who had been called out all puffed out their chests and raised their heads, their tones impassioned. "Master, we won't let you down." Yun Luofeng did not lower her voice like the others, and her subordinates did not conceal themselves either. Hence, the entire hall turned their attention to her. A young man from the Tianhui Empire, dressed in luxurious clothes, rolled his eyes a few times. No one knew what he was thinking, but the corner of his mouth evoked a cold arc. Miss Yun. Qing Mu looked at Yun Luofeng's team, hesitated for a moment, then said, "I think that you should send someone at the Heavenly Spirit stage. Otherwise, the competition this time will be a bit dangerous." "No need." Yun Luofeng knew that Greenwood had good intentions, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1007. Based on their strength, it's enough. Qing Mu shook his head and sighed. Seeing that Yun Luofeng had made up her mind, he could not say anything else. His eyes were filled with worry. 15 minutes is up. Everyone, please hand over your name tags and allow me to explain the rules of the competition. General Lee's cold voice rang out, breaking the strange atmosphere below. The people from the various countries immediately wrote down the names of their members on a piece of paper. A eunuch then took the paper and passed it to General Lee. "In this competition, only one person will fight. The winner can stay while the loser will leave. Finally, the ranking will be based on the number of people who stay." After General Lee's words fell, Qiu Feihua walked in front of Yun Luofeng at some point. With a gloomy face, he said, "Yun Luofeng, your good luck ends here. This time, I will make sure you lose very badly." Obviously, in Qiu Feihua's mind, Yun Luofeng had obtained first place in the preliminary round because she was extremely lucky. In reality, she did not have much ability. Furthermore, she had been so stupid in the semifinals. She had actually only sent the Earth Spirit. Wasn't this equivalent to admitting defeat? Everyone, please take out your names. I will now announce the start of the competition. General Lee took out 2 pieces of paper and said, the first round, Wind Cloud Nation versus Peerless Empire. The geniuses from Wind Cloud Nation, who were initially full of fighting spirit, immediately became dispirited. They never thought that they would meet the people from Peerless Empire in the first round. In order not to lose their powerful fighting strength, Wind Cloud Nation chose the weakest person from their group of 5. The result was obvious. The people of Wind Cloud Country had lost. They had lost completely. They could not even withstand a single blow and were thrown out of the arena. There was no suspense in the subsequent rounds. The people from the 3 great empires were like overlords with an unshakable position. Of course, each of the 5 people from each country could only participate in one battle. The loser would leave and the winner would stay. Finally, they would be ranked according to the number of winners. Lanxiang Nation against Heavenly Cloud Nation. Whether it was intentional or not, Heavenly Cloud Nation's first opponent was the Lanxiang Nation. I'll go. Yu Tongtong raised her eyebrows and suggested. No, it's too dangerous for you to face the people from Lanxiang Nation. This matter should be handled by us. Don't worry, I won't drag Master down. Yu Tongtong stood up resolutely. She stared at the man who was walking toward the arena and said in a firm voice. Women. In the arena, the man glanced at Yu Tongtong, who was walking towards the arena. His eyes were filled with disdain. I, Li Yang, am not a person who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Don't be careful and lose your life in my hands. Li Yang arrogantly raised his head and mocked. Yu Tongtong was not affected at all. She walked firmly into the arena. Can we begin? She turned to the referee and asked. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Li Yang, as if he didn't exist. In any case, this Yu Tongtong had been by Yun Luofeng's side for so long. She might not have learned anything else, but her arrogance had already been deeply ingrained, and she considered everyone beneath her. Li Yang flew into a rage and charged at Yu Tongtong with a loud shout. Yu Tongtong turned her head and quickly pulled out her weapon to counter Li Yang's attack. Bang! Li Yang's powerful attack directly hit her body, causing her body to tremble, and she took 2 steps back. After the first move, Yu Tongtong was at a disadvantage. Chapter 1008. Everyone shook their heads. Tianyun Nation was bound to lose this time. Suddenly, Yu Tongtong waved her wrist, and countless flying blades cut through the sky and quickly slashed at Li Yang's neck. Li Yang, who wanted to continue his attack, hurriedly withdrew his momentum, turned around to avoid the flying blades, and said angrily, "You are so despicable and shameless. How dare you use hidden weapons?" Yu Tongtong sneered, "This is not a hidden weapon, it's an open weapon. There is no rule that only one weapon can be used in the competition. Humph. Only the people of your Heavenly Cloud Nation would use this kind of underhanded means. Unfortunately, it's useless against me, no matter how many tricks you use." At this moment, Li Yang remembered Qiu Feihua's instructions. If he met people of Tianyun Nation, he must kill them. A murderous look flashed across his eyes, and he rushed towards Yu Tongtong again. The disparity in strength made it very difficult for Yu Tongtong to deal with him. She could only defend against Li Yang's attack, and could not confront him head-on. Ear puff. Suddenly, Li Yang punched Yu Tongtong's body, and she quickly moved back. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was extremely pale. Yun Luofeng. Qiu Feihua looked at the expressionless girl beside him and said coldly, "As far as I know, you are a person who values friendship and righteousness. If you kneel down and beg me, I will ask Li Yang to spare her life. How about it?" As if he did not hear Qiu Feihua's words, Yun Luofeng's eyes were fixed on the battle in the ring. Qiu Feihua sneered, "If you insist, don't blame me for being rude." After that, he turned to Li Yang and said sternly, "Li Yang, kill this woman." When Li Yang heard this, his momentum became stronger, and he shot towards Yu Tongtong like a sharp sword. But just as he arrived in front of Yu Tongtong and was about to kill her with the sword in his hand, Yu Tongtong suddenly held his sword tightly with both hands, Li Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and the strength in his palm became stronger, and he pressed the sword down hard. Don't struggle pointlessly. It's better to die early. Blood flowed down the woman's palm, but she seemed to be unaware of it, and the corners of her mouth raised into a smile. I said that I will not be a burden to the team. Bang! Yu Tongtong exerted force in her palm and abruptly pinched Li Yang's long sword into two halves. She held one of the halves in her hand and threw it at Li Yang. Li Yang was greatly shocked, and hurriedly dodged to the side, while the broken sword was inserted into the pillar. I don't want to lose, and I will not lose. Yu Tongtong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and rushed toward Li Yang at an extremely fast speed. Just as Li Yang came back to his senses, he saw Yu Tongtong in front of him. He used his bare hands to block her attack. At this moment, he saw that Yu Tongtong, who was originally empty-handed, had a sharp sword in her hand. With a poochie sound, the sword pierced through his palm. Ah! A shrill cry resounded throughout the venue. Li Yang forcefully pulled out the sharp sword in his palm and covered his injured palm. His handsome face was deathly pale as he stared at Yu Tongtong. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sinister villain, you sneak-attacked me again." Yu Tongtong smiled coldly. "My master taught us that as long as we can win, we can use any despicable means. On this mainland, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. No matter what method you use to become a king, others only know that you are the king of this mainland." Chapter 1009. As long as you won, no one would care what method you used. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Damn woman, I'm going to kill you. Li Yang rushed forward angrily and kicked Yu Tongtong's stomach. Yu Tongtong reacted quickly and dodged to the side. At the same time, she quickly rushed behind Li Yang and shot countless arrows from her hands. No matter how fast Li Yang dodged, 2 arrows pierced through his palm and nailed him to the pillar. Li Yang, what's wrong with you? You can't even dodge these arrows? Now use your spiritual power to shake the arrows away. Qiu Feihua frowned and scolded angrily. At this moment, Li Yang's initial shock had turned into horror. He, who was deep in anger, only now realized that ever since his palm was pierced by the sword, he could no longer use his spiritual power. Otherwise, Yu Tongtong wouldn't have been able to dodge his kick and these arrows wouldn't have hurt him. Did you poison the sword just now? Li Yang gritted his teeth and asked. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? You lost. Yu Tongtong laughed and looked at General Li. He can't move anymore, you can announce my victory. General Li sighed with mixed feelings. He looked at Long Yuan and announced, Heavenly Cloud Nation is the winner of this competition. The crowd was in an uproar. Yu Tongtong walked down under the admiring gaze of a group of people and returned to the Tianyun Nation team. After the people from the Tianyun Empire came forward to save Li Yang, the competition resumed as usual. Unsurprisingly, the people from the 3 empires all won. No one lost the competition. The people from the Cloudy Nation and the Lanxiang Nation did not meet the 3 empires and also did not lose. Even the people from the Tianyun Nation, who were not favored by the crowd, won the next competition. However, those people knew that the people from the Tianyun Nation were sneaky, so they were extra careful during the competition, for fear of being plotted against. However, no matter how careful they still lost. The originally invincible Liuyu Empire unfortunately met the people from the Peerless Empire. Although the people from the Liuyu Empire were also very strong, they were still inferior to the Peerless Empire and ended in defeat. Currently, other than the Peerless Empire, only the Sky Hui Empire and the Wind Cloud Nation had not been defeated yet. Next, the Heavenly Cloud Nation and the Heavenly Hui Empire. General Li's voice rang out again. After hearing this, the people of the various countries quietened down. The Heavenly Hui Empire and the Heavenly Cloud Nation were actually fighting here. Moreover, only one person from each of these 2 forces had yet to enter the arena. This time, one of the 2 countries that didn't lose would definitely lose. Little White. Yun Luofeng frowned and looked at Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai winked cutely. Master, don't worry. No matter what I do, I, Lin Ruobai, will not lose. Because I'm your disciple. If I lose, I'll make you lose face. She didn't care about the Heavenly Cloud Nation, nor would she fight for the efforts of the other members of the Legion. She only had one goal in this battle. He would never disgrace his master. Since she was Yun Luofeng's disciple, she had never failed in her life. Once he failed, he would be tarnishing Yun Luofeng's reputation. Lin Ruobai's gaze became determined bit by bit, and he looked at the man walking towards the arena, a mid-level heavenly spirit practitioner, Zheng Lusheng. Chapter 10:10. Zheng Lusheng looked at the determined Lin Ruobai and couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were slanted upwards, full of mockery. "What's your name?" He raised his eyebrows and asked arrogantly. Lin Ruobai bit her lip gently and stepped into the ring. "Lin Ruobai." Her voice was delicate and cute, so soft and harmless. If it was any other man, he might not be able to resist the girl in front of him, but Zheng Lusheng only felt shame. If it wasn't for Tianyun, how could the Tianhui Empire be ranked 4th in the preliminary round? "I won't go easy on you." Zheng Lusheng walked slowly towards Lin Ruobai and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "However, if you're willing to humiliate Yun Luofeng on the spot, I might spare your life." Lin Ruobai was furious and snorted, "Don't even think about it. This is your choice. Since that's the case, I won't go easy on you." Boom. Zheng Lusheng's aura surged out and pressed down on Lin Ruobai's petite body. Then, a fierce palm wind suddenly appeared and Lin Ruobai's body was suddenly sent flying. There was no way to resist. There was no suspense between an advanced earth spiritualist and an intermediate celestial spiritualist. This battle was nothing more than a one-sided situation. Lin Ruobai didn't even have a chance to resist. Staring at the battle in the ring, Yun Luofeng frowned slightly and a cold light flashed across her eyes. The rest of the army had already won their battles. Even if they lost this battle, they could still successfully advance to the finals. So, she raised her hand, wanting to stop this battle. At this moment, she saw Lin Ruobai standing up from the ground from the corner of her eye. She also saw the determination in the girl's eyes. She wanted to fight and didn't want to give up. Sensing Lin Ruobai's emotions, Yun Luofeng was startled and slowly put down her hand. "Sister-in-law," Yi Shimo was a little anxious. "Your disciple is no match for Zheng Lusheng. I think we should stop the battle." Yun Luofeng shook her head. "Let's wait a little longer and observe the situation. We'll make a move when we have no other choice." If Lin Ruobai wanted to fight, then she would agree. So what if she did this time? In any case, with her strength, it was still not too late for her to make a move at the critical moment. Poochie. Lin Ruobai's body flew out once again and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this time, she forced herself to stand up from the ground. Her bright eyes were filled with determination. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Otherwise, how can I take revenge on your heavenly cloud nation?" Zheng Lusheng sneered. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Ruobai and sent a flying kick towards Lin Ruobai's stomach. Lin Ruobai fell heavily to the ground. She felt as if all the bones in her body had fallen apart, and the pain was unbearable. Cough cough. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and stood up again with determination. However, her palm was still covering her lower abdomen, and her delicate and cute little face was pale. This was a one-sided trampling. In the face of Zheng Lusheng's attacks, Lin Ruobai was completely powerless. In just a short while, he was riddled with wounds, a tragic sight to behold. Even the speed at which he stood up was not as fast as before. It was as if he had reached his limit. Enough, just admit defeat. Someone in the audience could not stand it anymore and hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Xiaobai, you are already very strong. However, the opponent is much stronger than you. Don't hold on any longer." Everyone in the army was also anxious. After spending so much time together, they had long developed a good impression of this lively and cute girl. Naturally, they did not want her to suffer so much pain. Chapter 10:11. Strong. Lin Ruobai smiled. Her smile was sad. "No, I'm not strong at all. If I was really strong, why couldn't I defeat the enemy? Why would I be a burden to you? But, I don't want to admit defeat." Lin Ruobai raised her bruised face slightly. "I don't want others to say that such a powerful master accepted such an incompetent disciple. For master, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I must win." The whole venue was quiet, and the geniuses from all the countries looked at Lin Ruobai with complicated eyes. This girl, she was only about 14 years old, but she had such a strong spirit. Even if she lost this battle, her spirit alone was enough to shock everyone. Hope! Zheng Lushing slowly walked to Lin Ruobai's side, slightly lowered his eyes, deliberately lowered his voice, and said, "You have no hope. Also, by the way, let me tell you, this time, no one from the Heavenly Cloud Nation will be able to leave. Especially that girl named Yun Luofeng, she is very good-looking. If she is taken to the military camp as a prostitute, the border soldiers will be able to enjoy the blessings of women, haha." Of course, these words were deliberately said by Zheng Lushing to provoke Lin Ruobai. After all, no matter how strong the Tianhui Empire was, they couldn't forcibly detain the geniuses of other countries. Otherwise, it would definitely cause the anger of other countries. Even the two empires in front of them would not allow such a thing to happen. Unfortunately, Lin Ruobai was innocent and always believed in others' words. Therefore, when she heard these words, she was completely angry and punched Zheng Lushing's chest. Zheng Lushing easily grabbed Lin Ruobai's arm and sneered, "Angry? No, I'm not just this. Your companions, the Tianhui Empire, will not leave a single one alive." Lin Ruobai trembled with anger, spat on Zheng Lushing's face, and said angrily, "You are despicable and shameless." Zheng Lushing's eyes darkened, wiped the spit on his face, and shot a gloomy look at Lin Ruobai's body like a knife. Such an uneducated wild girl, I think she was born without a mother. Lin Ruobai's body suddenly froze, and her little face was pale and colorless. Her pupils gradually shrank, and her hands and feet became cold. Mother! She really didn't have a mother. Because her mother was taken away by those bad people. However, anyone who called her a bastard should die. In the arena, a strong wind suddenly blew. The girl who was originally standing in the center of the arena raised her head slightly. Her eyes turned blood-red and shot out a demonic red light. At the same time, her power also improved by leaps and bounds. She broke through from a high-rank earth spirit to a sky spirit, then from a low-rank sky spirit to a mid-rank sky spirit, before finally stopping at a high-rank sky spirit. In a short period of time, her strength rose to the third order, causing the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Zheng Lushing was stunned as he looked at Lin Ruobai in front of him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Ruobai, don't think that you can defeat me just because you used some secret technique to forcefully raise your strength. Generally speaking, an opportunistic person like you wouldn't be able to defeat a down-to-earth cultivator like me." Lin Ruobai didn't seem to hear Zheng Lushing's words, his red eyes staring at him coldly. "You should die." Blood flowed down from the girl's body. Her clothes had long since been soaked in blood, just like the color of her eyes. Chapter 10-12. At this moment, Lin Ruobai finally made her move. Her expression was no longer adorable like before. She was as cold and indifferent as a god of death. A murderous aura spread from her body and she quickly charged towards Zheng Lushing. Long Yuan stood up abruptly and ordered sternly, "Quick, stop her." Unfortunately, it was too late. A sword suddenly appeared in Lin Ruobai's hand, and she pierced Zheng Lushing's throat with it. It was as if the blood spurting out of Zheng Lushing's mouth had stimulated her, causing her blood-red eyes to flash with greed. Kill. She wanted to kill even more people. Only this fresh blood could wash away the pain in her heart. "Sister-in-law, what's going on with Xiao Bai?" Yi Shimo was stunned. He looked at Lin Ruobai in the arena and felt that she was a complete stranger. Yun Luofeng frowned. "I don't know the specifics." When she had accepted Xiao Bai back then, Little Mo had told her that Lin Ruobai's bloodline was very special and contained great power. If her guess was right, she had activated the power of her bloodline. "Master, Xiao Bai has gone crazy. Hurry up and stop her. Otherwise, she might not even recognize her own family." Little Mo's anxious voice rang out from Yun Luofeng's soul. At this moment, a few guards of the Empire had already made their move and charged towards Lin Ruobai in the arena. Their attacks were filled with murderous intent and it was clear that they wanted to kill Lin Ruobai. Suddenly, a white robe flashed and landed in front of Lin Ruobai. She raised her hand to block the guards' attacks. With a loud bang, the guards were sent flying out of the arena and landed pathetically on the ground. "Xiao Bai, Yun Luofeng wrapped her arms around Lin Ruobai's body and pressed her head onto her shoulder domineeringly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have allowed you to participate in the competition. Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you with me around. Clang. Lin Ruobai's fingers loosened and the blood-dripping sword in her hand slowly fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Yun Luofeng felt her shoulder soaked in liquid. She let go of the young girl in her arms and lowered her head to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice was full of tenderness. From the moment I accepted you as my disciple, I will be responsible for your future. It doesn't matter if your mother is not by your side, I will accompany you to find her. With Yun Luofeng's ears, how could he not hear what Zheng Lusheng said to Lin Ruobai? But now that Zheng Lusheng was dead, she could not make him suffer a fate worse than death. Master, Lin Ruobai's eyes were still glistening with tears, but he smiled silently. I won. I didn't lose face for you. At this moment, the red light in Lin Ruobai's eyes had already receded, and his black eyes, which were as bright as the stars, were restored. Her smile was very bright and beautiful, so bright and beautiful that it made Yun Luofeng's heart clench. Fortunately, Lin Ruobai woke up quickly. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Lin Ruobai didn't wake up. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed unconsciously. She walked over to Zheng Lusheng's body and fiddled with it for a while, then walked over to Lin Ruobai. Long Yuan had finally recovered from his initial shock. Now that he saw Zheng Lusheng's body, he immediately flew into a rage. Lin Ruobai, your heavenly cloud nation is really bold. How dare you commit murder in front of me? General Li, arrest these people. This. General Li hesitated for a moment, then carefully replied, Your Majesty, swords have no eyes. The rules of our competition did not state that we cannot kill others by mistake. Chapter 10:13. Even though the one who died was a member of the Tianhui Empire, General Li still had to state the rules. Otherwise, the Tianhui Empire would be ridiculed by the world. Long Yuan snorted coldly. It is also not stated that killing is allowed. They dared to hurt the geniuses of the Tianhui Empire. This is an unforgivable crime. The geniuses from the other empires were disdainful. Zheng Lusheng also wanted to kill Lin Ruobai, but Long Yuan did not stop him. Now that the one who died was a member of the Tianhui Empire, he wanted to avenge himself. Even the people from the Peerless Empire and the Liu Yu Empire frowned. They were obviously dissatisfied with Long Yuan's actions. However, now that the three empires were on the same side, no one stood up to say a word. General Li, what are you waiting for? Take these people down. Long Yuan roared angrily as he coldly ordered. Yes. General Li cupped his fists and ordered the guards to surround the people from the Tianyun Empire. Your Majesty. Qing Mu's expression changed. Your behavior is very inappropriate. How will the world view our Tianhui Empire? Qing Mu, do you want to commit treason? Long Yuan glanced at Qing Mu and said coldly. Qing Mu could not stand it anymore, so he stood up and said a few words. Long Yuan immediately accused him of treason. If he continued to speak, he might also be implicated. After thinking about this, Yun Luofeng raised his hand to stop Qing Mu, who was about to continue speaking. I can handle this. Qing Mu was startled and nodded helplessly. Miss Yun, you are the pride of the medical community. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect you until the end. It was useless to add flowers to a brocade, but it was rare to find help in a time of need. Under such circumstances, Qing Mu still stood up to protect her. Yun Luofeng would never forget this friendship. Everyone, Yun Luofeng did not look at Long Yuan, but at the geniuses from the other empires. Do you really think that Xiao Bai is at fault? You all saw the situation just now. Zheng Lusheng wanted to kill her first and she only fought back. If Zheng Lusheng did not die, the one who died would be my disciple. If it were any of you, what would you do? Everyone was silent. If the enemy they faced wanted to kill them, and they had the ability to fight back, they would definitely kill the enemy first. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and a devilish smile appeared on her beautiful face. However, this Tianhui Empire intends to avenge a personal grudge. How dare you attack my disciple in the name of a referee? But since he did this to my disciple today, he will use the same method to deal with you in the future. If a referee is not fair and just, how can he convince the public? How could he convince the masses? These 4 words reverberated throughout the entire venue, causing the hearts of the geniuses from the various countries to turn cold. Indeed, without fairness, how could the masses be convinced? This matter obviously has nothing to do with the heavenly cloud nation. The Tianhui Empire is using the name of the referee to avenge their personal grievances. If we sit back and do nothing today, will we be the next heavenly cloud nation? Although after the last few matches, all the countries have been impressed by the heavenly cloud nation. But even so, don't expect them to stand up and say anything. Not many people were as selfless as Greenwood. Therefore, Yun Luofeng had placed the Tianhui Empire on the opposite side of the other countries. He also told them that the fate of the heavenly cloud nation was likely to be their future. Chapter 10:14. Long Yuan's expression changed. He glared angrily at Yun Luofeng and shouted, "Yun Luofeng, don't try to mislead us. I believe that the geniuses of the various countries will not be fooled by your words." The people from the various countries did not respond to Long Yuan's words. Instead, they continued to whisper amongst themselves as they looked at Long Yuan with vigilance in their eyes. Yun Luofeng's words had already taken root in their heart. It played a significant role. "Your Majesty," General Li lowered his head and advised, "if you want to deal with Yun Luofeng, there are other ways. If you make a move on him now, I'm afraid the other countries will be displeased. After all, Yun Luofeng is representing Heavenly Cloud Nation in this competition." Long Yuan took a deep breath. He suppressed the ball of fury in his heart and coldly said, "Yun Luofeng, I will let you go this time. However, you won't be so lucky next time." Long Yuan snorted coldly. His slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He gave General Li a look. Nothing needed to be said. General Li coughed twice. His dignified voice spread throughout the entire venue and silenced everyone. The semi-finals have ended. The countries that have successfully advanced to the finals are Heavenly Cloud Nation, Peerless Empire, Flowing Moon Empire, Tianhui Empire, and Qiu Feihua clenched her fists tightly. If it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, she wouldn't have failed to enter the top 5. All of this was her fault. General Li glanced at Imperial concubine Ling. After receiving her gaze, he continued, Fengyun Nation and Lanxiang Nation. This time, even Qiu Feihua was stunned, let alone the others. The competition had already stipulated that only 5 teams could enter the finals. Based on Lanxiang Nation's ranking, it was impossible for them to enter the top 5. How could they enter the finals? I know that everyone has doubts. In the past competitions, if 2 teams had similar rankings, they would be decided according to their ranking in the preliminary round. In the preliminary round, Fengyun Nation was ranked ahead of Lanxiang Nation. Now that these 2 nations have won 3 matches in the semifinals, it stands to reason that Fengyun Nation is ranked 5th and Lanxiang Nation is ranked 6th. However, for today's competition, we have decided to allow Lanxiang Nation to advance to the finals. General Li's expression was solemn and his eyes were cold. As for the Peerless Empire and Heavenly Cloud Nation who are also in first place, I will allow Heavenly Cloud Nation to be first based on the results of the preliminary round. The whole venue was quiet, as if they didn't understand what the Tianhui Empire was planning. Yun Luofeng had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Tianhui Empire, and now the Tianhui Empire was letting Yun Luofeng be the champion? Such behavior could not help but cause one to ponder. It was only in the next moment that everyone understood the purpose of returning to the empire. For the sake of fairness, the Tianhui Empire will provide you with weapons in the next finals, and the last ranked team will have the priority to choose their weapon. The one ranked last has the right to choose the weapon first. In other words, Lanxiang Guo could be the first to choose a weapon, and Yun Luofeng, who was the champion of the second round, could only pick up the remaining weapons of others. How could this be called fair? Many people from the various countries felt injustice for Yun Luofeng, but at the same time, they were also bitterly disappointed by the Tianhui Empire's actions. However, they were afraid of the strength of the Tianhui Empire, so they didn't dare to say anything. They could only roll their eyes in their hearts. This Tianhui Empire is really shameless. Yi Shimor sneered and said contemptuously. Chapter 10:15. How could he not feel that the purpose of the Tianhui Empire was to make things difficult for the heavenly cloud nation? Yun Luofeng raised his eyes slightly and his demonic gaze swept across Long Yuan's face. A smile then appeared on his pitilessly beautiful face. Her smile was beautiful, like a flash of youth. However, everyone could feel the anger in the girl's heart, so much so that her smile was like the devil's. Big brother, she withdrew her gaze and turned to Yi Shimor. You only need to understand one thing. For a martial artist, weapons can only play a supporting role. No matter how powerful a weapon is, in the hands of a waste, it can't play its role. When Qiu Feihua heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily, Yun Luofeng, what do you mean by this? Who are you calling a waste? Yun Luofeng glanced at him evilly. Whoever admits it is. Hearing this, Qiu Feihua's body trembled, and his eyes were burning with anger. He stared fiercely at the girl's beautiful face, and gritted his teeth. Good, very good. I hope that you can still be so arrogant in the next competition. General Li furrowed his brows and interrupted the dispute. This competition is a mixed battle. The 6 nations will be divided into a total of 3 teams, which means that 2 nations will be in the same team. As for which 2 nations will be in the same team, it is up to you to choose. This competition was aimed at Yun Luofeng. The Lanxiang nation and the Tianhui Empire were on the same side, so they would definitely attack them first. The Wushuang Empire and the Liuyu Empire would not allow a small nation to climb over their heads, so the unlucky one would be the Heavenly Cloud Nation. There are 3 teams. The first team to go down will be the last team, then the other teams will fight. When there is only 1 team left, the 2 nations in the same team will fight. In other words, there were 2 nations in the same team. When the mixed battle began, 1 team would definitely be eliminated, and then the other 2 teams would fight. After these 2 teams had determined a winner, there was only 1 team left. Next, it would be a battle between the 2 nations in the same team. It's getting late now, let the Lanxiang nation choose a weapon first, the others will go up later. Qiu Feihua coldly glanced at Yun Luofeng. He walked arrogantly towards the arena and picked out the best weapon from the pile. The other geniuses of the Azure Flight Nation also chose their most satisfactory weapons and stood on the arena with smiles on their faces. The nations that entered the finals also chose their best weapons, so when the people from Heavenly Cloud Nation arrived, there were only some wooden sticks and blunt swords left. Yun Luofeng looked around and casually picked up a wooden stick. He narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. This wooden stick is not bad. It's the best choice for exploding heads. Long Yuan snorted disdainfully at the young lady's words. The outcome of this duel was obvious. The Peerless Empire and the Flowing Moon Empire would definitely form a team, while the Sky Hui Empire and the Azure Soaring Nation would form a team, leaving only the Wind Cloud Nation and the Heavenly Cloud Nation. After entering the arena, these 4 countries would definitely attack Yun Luofeng at the same time. At that time, the one whose head would explode would definitely be her. Sure enough, as Long Yuan said, the Flowing Moon Empire did not hesitate and stood together with the Peerless Empire, forming a team. The Lanxiang nation also went to the side of the Heavenly Hui Empire. Only the people from the Wind Cloud Nation and the Heavenly Cloud Nation were left looking at each other. Chapter 10:16. Xiao Yuqing's cold eyes stared deeply at Yun Luofeng. There was a complicated look in her pitch-black eyes. I never thought that after so long, we would have the chance to fight side by side. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Yuqing, who was famous in the Cloudy Nation, was an old friend of Yun Luofeng. Could it be such a coincidence? Yun Luofeng smiled and her eyes curved. Guess, who do you think will be the champion this time? You or me? It's definitely you. Xiao Yuqing had thought that Yun Luofeng would be cold and indifferent to him. He hadn't expected that he would answer her question. Immediately, his heart relaxed, and he pursed his thin lips and said, I haven't seen you for a few years and you've grown a lot. I'm looking forward to fighting you in the finals. The young girl's voice startled Xiao Yuqing. He raised his head with a determined look in his eyes. All right, I'll see you in the finals. These 2 people's words and actions had already determined that they would be the victorious team. It seemed that everyone who knew Yun Luofeng was an arrogant and egotistical person. Ridiculous. Qiu Feihua glanced at the two of them and sneered, with just the two of you. You think you can win? You can even boast to the heavens. Xiao Yuqing frowned slightly and glanced coldly at Qiu Feihua. Before he could speak, a group of people behind him could not help but stand up and scold him. Lanxiang Nation, you've been defeated by our Cloudy Nation twice. What right do you have to humiliate Master Xiao? Master Xiao is powerful. People like you can't possibly compare to him. It was obvious that in the eyes of the people of the Cloudy Nation, Xiao Yuqing was very popular. Even the princes and princesses of the royal family followed him like a lackey. Qiu Feihua's expression changed and she scoffed, since you're so confident, let's see which team is stronger later. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. Immediately after, General Li gave an order, and everyone pulled out their weapons and charged at the enemy in front of them. Yun Luofeng and Xiao Yuqing were attacked from both sides. The two of them stood back to back and looked at the people charging towards them. Leave the people from the Peerless Empire to me. Yun Luofeng laughed softly. Her expression was relaxed and she did not seem nervous at all. You'll handle the people from the Flowing Moon Empire. Can you do that? She did not mean for Xiao Yuqing to lead the people of Windcloud Country to fight against the Drifting Moon Empire. Instead, she meant for him to face all the geniuses of the Drifting Moon Empire alone. Xiao Yuqing nodded, her voice as cold as ever. All right. Then let's compete and see who can finish the battle first. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. As for the people from the Tianhui Empire and the Lanxiang Nation, there's no need for us to take action. Let the Fengyun Nation and my subordinates deal with them. When the people from the four nations heard Yun Luofeng's arrogant words, they gritted their teeth in anger. The one in the lead was a genius from the Wuhui Empire. The killing intent on his body was especially thick, and he planned to kill Yun Luofeng in one move. When that person was right in front of him, Yun Luofeng turned his head to look at Long Yuan and asked, "Can I kill during the competition?" Long Yuan was stunned. If he said that he could not kill, he would not be able to use this opportunity to kill Yun Luofeng. Hence, he nodded slightly. Swords have no eyes. I can't do anything if someone accidentally kills me. If that's the case, then it's easy. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. He raised the long rod in his hand and smashed it fiercely towards the genius from the Tianhui Empire. Chapter 1017. Bang! The sound of his head exploding rang out in the arena. His brain instantly burst out and mixed with blood, staining the back of his head. A wooden stick is indeed more handy than a sword. Yun Luofeng curled her lips and glanced at the others with an evil look. Her words were directed at Xiao Yuqing, who was behind her. Come, let's begin the competition. Let's see who can defeat their opponent first. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed into the crowd. Yun Luofeng was a person who could distinguish between public and private matters. The people of the Tianhui Empire wanted to kill her, so she showed no mercy. However, the people of the Peerless Empire only wanted to defeat her, so she did not kill them. After all, she was not a murderer. She only killed those who wanted to kill her. Long Yuan, who was originally sneering, froze and trembled when he saw the strength of Yun Luofeng and Xiao Yuqing. Venerable spiritualist. His eyes were full of disbelief. Both of them are venerable spiritualists. Especially Yun Luofeng, he has actually reached the middle stage of the venerable spiritualist. Among the many young geniuses, only Lan from the Peerless Empire had reached the middle stage of the venerable spiritualist. However, Lan was a few years older than Yun Luofeng, but he was already known as a genius. If Yun Luofeng had this kind of strength at such a young age, who in the entire continent could compare to him? Long Yuan suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier about Yun Luofeng's strength, he would not have done this. However, there was no turning back. No matter how much he regretted it, there was no turning back. Middle stage of the venerable spiritualist. Imperial concubine Ling clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She stared at Yun Luofeng with resentment. This brat clearly said that she was an advanced celestial spiritualist when she registered. How did she suddenly become a middle stage of the venerable spiritualist? She must be deliberately hiding her strength. If this woman was allowed to continue to grow, it would be detrimental to her. The people from the other countries were also shocked by Yun Luofeng's strength. Pairs of eyes stared at her in astonishment. When they saw that An Lan was powerless in her hands, everyone looked as if they had seen an ant raping an elephant. It was incredible. Under Yun Luofeng's attacks, the many geniuses of the Wuhui Empire gradually became disorganized. Many of them had already fallen off the arena, wailing endlessly below. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng stopped his attack and frowned slightly. Compared to the Peerless Empire, I don't want the people from the Lanxiang Empire and the Tianhui Empire to get a ranking, so, the girl quickly turned around, and the wooden stick in her hand set off a fierce gust of wind. The few people from the Lanxiang Nation and the Tianhui Empire who were still on the stage were swept off the stage, and fell into the crowd with a bang. An Lan stared blankly at Yun Luofeng, a strange feeling spreading in his heart. When he saw Yun Luofeng walking towards him, he hurriedly raised his hand. "I'll go down myself. I don't need to trouble you." Admitting defeat was better than being swept off the stage. Therefore, An Lan tactfully jumped off the stage and nodded at Yun Luofeng. In the beginning, he indeed did not want Yun Luofeng to step on the heads of the three empires, but now, he felt that this girl was not someone who would stay in a small pond. One day, she would become a dragon from a carp. Before Yun Luofeng bore a grudge against the Peerless Empire, he must stop and no longer oppose her. Otherwise, based on this girl's talent, it was very likely that she would attack the Peerless Empire in the near future. When the people from the Liuyu Empire saw that the people from the Peerless Empire had retreated, they did not continue to fight. Both of them jumped off the stage and left the venue in a sorry state. Chapter 10:18. They won. The team that was least favored actually won the competition, especially since this was a battle between four nations. General Li sensed Long Yuan's rage and hurriedly cleared his throat. "Since the Heavenly Cloud Nation and the Cloudy Nation have won, then the two of you can start fighting to determine a winner." Xiao Yuqing looked at Yun Luofeng and said coldly, "I forfeit." Even Yun Luofeng frowned slightly, his gaze landing on Xiao Yuqing, let alone the others. "Don't forget, we agreed to fight in the finals. Do you want to forfeit?" Xiao Yuqing nodded. "I've already placed second for Windcloud Nation and I don't owe them anything. The championship is not important. Furthermore, I don't think I'm a match for you." General Li was stunned. He did not expect this to happen. Just as he was about to speak, Long Yuan's furious voice rang out. "You want to forfeit? I won't allow it. You two must fight. Since you two are old acquaintances, I will let you kill each other. This is the only way to quell my anger. If it was someone else, they might fear Long Yuan's authority." Unfortunately, the person he met was Xiao Yuqing. Xiao Yuqing had always been cold and indifferent. Therefore, Xiao Yuqing did not even look at Long Yuan. He led the people from Wind Cloud Country down the arena, leaving behind a gust of wind that made the hearts of some of the geniuses from the various countries skip a beat. "I've decided, Liu Chenyi is a thing of the past to me. I've already thrown myself into Xiao Yuqing's arms. Did you see what he did just now? He's so handsome and arrogant. Compared to Xiao Yuqing, I admire Yun Luofeng more. Even though we're both women, I don't mind being a lesbian with her. I think that Xiao Yuqing and Yun Luofeng are a good match. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng already has a husband. Perhaps it's a pity." The hall was extremely noisy. However, after these two matches, Yun Luofeng's name was destined to spread far and wide. "Let's go back and rest." Yun Luofeng stretched lazily. "There's still one more match tomorrow." She narrowed her eyes slightly and her lips curled into a smile. After tomorrow's competition, she would finally be able to set off for home, the next day. At the first glimmer of dawn, the streets were already bustling with noise and excitement. The people were all discussing the battles that had taken place in the past few days. When Yun Luofeng was mentioned, their gazes were filled with reverence. In the end, all the words merged into one and spread throughout the entire street. That sentence was, "Come, let's go watch Yun Luofeng tame beast." In an instant, everyone rushed to the beast taming ground. Their goal was to get a good spot early so that they could watch Yun Luofeng's match. Thus, when Yun Luofeng arrived at the beast taming ground, he was shocked by the situation before him. The entire beast taming ground was densely packed with people. Some people even occupied the walkways. If it wasn't for the fact that the dangerous beast taming ground didn't allow people to enter, perhaps this group of people would have occupied the cages for themselves. Fuck, Yi Shimor couldn't help but curse. Why are there so many people today? Be it the medical skills competition or the martial arts competition, there had never been so many people. The geniuses of all the countries, and even the nobles of the Tianhui Empire had come to visit. Their goal was to see Yun Luofeng tame beast. Chapter 1019. Miss Yun. A young man ran over excitedly when he saw Yun Luofeng. Impulsively, he reached out to shake Yun Luofeng's hand. However, at this moment, his arm was suddenly squeezed tightly by a large hand. Yi Shimor held onto his arm tightly, raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Stay away from my sister-in-law." The young man's face turned red and he hurriedly defended himself. "Young Master Yi, you've misunderstood me. I just admire Miss Yun too much. I was too excited just now, so I overstepped my boundaries." After saying this, the young man turned to Yun Luofeng and continued, "Miss Yun, in the previous 2 battles, you have made everyone look at the Tianyun nation in a new light. Therefore, I believe that you are also a genius in the area of beast taming. Also, I am a doctor. Can I join the Tianyun nation and work for you?" Facing the young man whose face was filled with hope, Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her lips. Her eyes were filled with an evil light. Every frown and smile of hers was extremely moving and beautiful. "If one day, a force known as the Medical Tower appears, I welcome you to join the Medical Tower." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards the beast-taming platform. Her silhouette was very faint and her fine black hair was flying in the wind. The young man's eyes shone brightly as he stared unblinkingly at the girl walking away. In a firm voice, he said, "My name is Mo Yi. If one day, a force known as the Medical Tower really appears, even if I am thousands of miles away, I will definitely go." Yun Luofeng stopped in her tracks and entered the beast-taming ground without looking back. In the beast-taming ground, a few geniuses were already waiting. When they saw the girl enter the ground, they were all stunned and subconsciously took a few steps back. This lunatic is also participating in the beast-taming competition. It looks like we have no hope of winning this time. Can we begin? Yun Luofeng looked at the referee and asked calmly. Perhaps Long Yuan and Imperial concubine Ling had not recovered from the previous incident, so at this moment, the 2 of them were not in the beast-taming ground. The judge stared blankly for a moment before wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. He then smiled and said, "In a moment, I will release the spiritual beasts from the cages. The person who subdues the most spiritual beasts in half an incense stick's time will be the champion." As soon as these words were spoken, the judge immediately ordered for the cages to be opened. Instantly, the spiritual beasts, who had regained their freedom, charged out in a frenzy and pounced towards the crowd. At the same time, a faint aura emanated from Yun Luofeng's body. From afar, there seemed to be a fiery red light above her head. The light reflected the image of a fiery red 8-tailed fox. It was extremely shocking. The spiritual beasts stopped in their tracks when they sensed the young lady's aura. They stared at her in fear and did not dare to take another step forward. Just as the crowd was feeling puzzled, the spirit beasts knelt down in unison and made a gesture of submission. The direction they were facing was where Yun Luofeng was standing. All the beasts submitted. He would definitely become a king. The white-clothed girl stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She stood quietly among the beasts and accepted the worship of the spirit beasts. She was like a monarch who had descended from the heavens. Her black eyes looked down on the world with disdain and arrogance. The entire beast-taming ground was silent. Whether it was the spectators or the geniuses who were participating in the competition, they all remained silent as if they had discussed it beforehand. Chapter 1020. Everyone's eyes fell on Yun Luofeng. There was shock, doubt, and admiration in their eyes. Originally, they thought that Yun Luofeng's medical skills and combat skills were exceptional. They didn't expect her to be an expert in beast taming. Just by standing there, all the beasts knelt down in submission. Who in the world could have such ability? Can the competition end now? The girl's lazy voice finally brought the judge back to his senses. He wiped the blood and sweat off his face again and said with a bitter smile, "You are already the champion." However, because of this abnormality, he couldn't come up with a new ranking. It seemed that he had to inform His Majesty and reorganize the competition for the geniuses from the other countries. "Let's go." Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders, turned around, and walked over to Yi Shimor and the others. "The competition is over. Big brother, go and collect your prizes. I will go back and rest first. We will return tomorrow." The prizes for every match were extremely generous, and Yun Luofeng, that freak, had won 3 in a row. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yun Luofeng in awe. After this competition, the status of the heavenly cloud nation will rise immensely among the nations. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Long Yuan, who was reading memorials in the imperial study, fell silent when he heard his subordinate's report. A strange feeling emerged in his heart. Perhaps making an enemy of Yun Luofeng was a wrong decision. However, there was no turning back. He could only brace himself and continue down this path. "Your Majesty, Master Qing Mu is here to see you." Suddenly, a eunuch hurried in and reported. Long Yuan frowned slightly, his face expressionless. "Let him in. I want to see what he is here for." The eunuch obeyed the order and left. Not long after, Qing Mu, dressed in a green robe, walked in from outside the door. He cupped his fists and said directly, "Your Majesty, I am already old. There are many things in the Imperial Hospital that I am unable to do. Please allow me to retire and return home." Long Yuan was taken aback. Even though he had long wanted to chase this old man away, he felt that something was not quite right when the old man had come forward to hand in his resignation letter. Hence, with a cold expression, he asked, "Qing Mu, did the Peerless Empire and the Flowing Moon Empire try to rope you in? So you plan to follow them?" As for the other countries, that was because it was impossible for those small empires to offer anything that could move Greenwood. The only ones who could poach him away were those 2 empires. Qing Mu lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, your subject can swear that after I leave, I will not join either the Peerless Empire or the Flowing Moon Empire. Your Majesty can rest assured." Hearing this, Long Yuan nodded. "Qing Mu, since you've made up your mind, I'll allow you to retire and return to your hometown." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The corners of Greenwood's lips curled up into a relaxed smile. He was finally able to unload this burden and live the life he wanted to live. After Qing Mu left the imperial study, Long Yuan picked up his brush and was about to continue reading the memorials when a eunuch came to report that Ji Yang was requesting an audience. Long Yuan frowned as an ominous feeling slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. He lifted his head and a sharp light flashed across his dark eyes. Ji Yang is here to seek an audience. Could it be that this old fellow was going to hand in his resignation like Qing Mu? Unexpectedly, just as Long Yuan was thinking of a countermeasure, Ji Yang rushed into the imperial study in a panic and knelt in front of Long Yuan with a thud. Chapter 1021. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. My disciple has just killed someone from the Peerless Empire. Long Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His face darkened as he asked, "What is going on?" Ji Yang's eyes were full of panic. "My disciple had a dispute with the Prince of the Peerless Empire and accidentally killed him, causing the people of the Peerless Empire to want to capture my disciple. In order to protect my disciple, I seriously injured several of the geniuses of the Peerless Empire. What should I do?" Seeing Ji Yang's genuine panic, Long Yuan's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. He had already let Qing Mu go. Was he going to let this old man Ji Yang go as well? If he continued to let him stay, he might drag down the Tianhui Empire. "Ji Yang, since this matter was caused by you and your disciple, I will leave it to you. I will not interfere." "Your Majesty." Ji Yang crawled forward and pleaded, "I have worked for the Tianhui Empire for so many years, how can you leave me in the lurch?" "I will not leave the Tianhui Empire even if I die." Seeing the old man's shameless appearance, Long Yuan's face became even more ugly. "You have committed a mistake, why should I help you? Someone, expel Ji Yang and his disciple from the palace. They are not allowed to step foot in this life." Ji Yang lowered his head, unable to see the expression on his old face. He slowly climbed up from the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, you mean, as long as they are listed as my disciple, they will be expelled from the Imperial Hospital?" "That's right." Long Yuan said impatiently, "The Peerless Empire is powerful. Even the Tianhui Empire cannot compete with them. Do you want me to take the blame for you?" In the Imperial Hospital, besides the two old men, Qing Mu and Ji Yang, he still had many excellent doctors. Naturally, he did not mind losing them. Ji Yang kept his head down and said, "Since your Majesty has decided to give up on me, I will take my leave." He turned around and at that moment, a smile appeared on his slightly raised face. With his hands behind his back, he strode out of the imperial study. As if he felt the sharp gaze behind him, Ji Yang quickly put away his high spirits and walked out of the room like a stray dog. After leaving the imperial study, he raised his head and rushed out of the palace with a smile on his face. Inside the inn, Lan gently swirled the teacup in his hand with a smile on his lips. He raised his eyes slightly and turned to the old man who had just pushed open the door and said with a faint smile, "Master Ji Yang, did you succeed?" "Yes." Ji Yang smiled and said, "However, we should put on a good show so that Long Yuan won't regret it. I hope that your highness will go to the palace to settle the score with Long Yuan. I hope that your majesty will go and help. Grandmaster Ji Yang, I know that you and Grandmaster Qing Mu left to seek refuge with Yun Luofeng." And Lan's lips curled into a faint smile. "If the Peerless Empire is in the Empire, I will, Master, you. A, and Master. You, King. Master, Master, And Lan could see it clearly. At first, he was just like the Flowing Moon Empire, unwilling to let the Heavenly Cloud Empire take first place. But later, he stopped in time and tried to repair the relationship between the two sides. Chapter 1022. This was a rare and commendable trait among the young and vigorous geniuses. "By the way, how many doctors did you take with you this time?" And Lan looked up at Ji Yang and asked curiously. Ji Yang chuckled, "Except for those who don't have a good relationship with me, I took the rest." And Lan was a little surprised. "Long Yuan allowed you to do this?" "Of course not." Ji Yang smiled mysteriously, "But I mentioned it at the end. I asked him if those who were my master and disciple would be expelled. Just yesterday, I changed the registration of those old men to be my master and disciple." Long Yuan probably didn't expect that Ji Yang would set such a big trap for him. Of course, in order for this to continue, there was a condition. That was, His Majesty was forced to leave the Tianhui Empire. This matter needed Lan's help. Lan pretended to be angry and brought the people of the Peerless Empire to find Long Yuan. Long Yuan was forced to hide with imperial concubine Ling. During this time, the people in the palace saw the registration of the elders of the imperial hospital. They couldn't find Long Yuan to report the situation, so they could only expel everyone from the palace. When Long Yuan returned to the Tianhui Empire and saw that there were only a few people left in the imperial hospital, he was so angry that he wanted to tear the sky apart. At that time, he realized that he had been tricked. Unfortunately, it was too late. That day, after Yun Luofeng received the prize, she rushed to Tianyun without even saying goodbye to Qing Mu. She knew that on the day her medical tower was established, Qing Mu would definitely come. Tianyun Nation. Yi family's mansion. Zhun Fengling was directing the servants to decorate the mansion while Yi Jingchen was helping her. At this time, a surprised voice was heard, "Young Master, Young Madam, Miss Yun and Young Master Mo are back. Feng and Shi Mo are back." Zhun Fengling was happy and quickly walked out of the door. Her face was full of excitement as her eyes stopped on the young girl who was slowly getting off the horse. "Feng you're finally back." Her eyes were sparkling and she was smiling. Yun Luofeng's gaze swept around, looking at the Yi family mansion that was covered in red silk. He raised his lips and said, "Mother, who in the Yi family is getting married?" Zhun Fengling chuckled. "We've discussed it over the past few days. We've decided to wait for you to come back before letting your second uncle and Miss Ning get married first. I've already decorated the house. Once you're back, they can hold the wedding." Yun Luofeng's heart was moved. Before Ning Xin had met second uncle, she had already been subdued by second uncle's elegance. She had been secretly in love with him for a long time, and it had finally come to fruition. It had not been easy. Feng Mo how was the competition this time? Yi Jingchen smiled as he walked over. His voice was as gentle as jade. Jun Fengling glared at him and said angrily, "It's enough that the children are back. Why do you still ask about the result of the competition? Whether we win or lose in this competition, it won't affect us." In her heart, there was nothing better than being together as a family. So what if he lost the competition? She never cared about success or failure. Godmother, Yi Shimor laughed and walked forward. "I won't tell you the result of this competition for now. It won't be long before you know it." There were countless countries participating in this competition. With the speed at which these countries spread the news, it was bound to reach Tianyun Nation soon. Chapter 1023. At that time, he would definitely give his adoptive parents a pleasant surprise. "Mo it doesn't matter if you lost, adoptive mother won't mind. You must be tired from the journey, I'll let the maidservants take you to rest." Seeing that Yi Shimor was unwilling to tell the result of the competition, Jun Fengling thought that it was another failure, but she didn't blame him. Instead, she comforted him. The competition focused on the process, not the result. The return of Yun Luofeng and the others caused a great uproar throughout the Tianyun Nation. Many people came to visit them, even the palace sent people to greet them, but it was inevitable that anyone who wanted to ask about the result of the competition was stopped by Jun Fengling. In this way, it created an illusion that Yun Luofeng and the others must have failed. The emperor was a little disappointed, but he didn't blame the Yi family. After all, Yun Luofeng was willing to go to the Tianyun Nation, which was already giving him a lot of face. What right did he have to blame her? What's more, if it weren't for her, the empress wouldn't have woken up. The emperor didn't blame the Yi family, but it didn't mean that other people wouldn't talk about the Yi family. Just as the Heavenly Cloud Conference was about to begin, an uninvited guest came to the Yi family, in the hall. Qing Mu leisurely sipped the tea in his hand, his face full of praise. "This Yi family's tea is really not ordinary. I've never tasted such delicious tea before. Hehe, looks like I'll be staying here for the rest of my life." "It is indeed good tea." Ji Yang smiled slightly, his eyes swept outside the hall. "I wonder when she will come?" Just as he said that, an old man hurried in from outside the door. When he saw the two old men sitting and sipping tea, his face suddenly changed, and he quickly greeted them. "Grandmaster Qing Mu, Grandmaster Ji Yang, why are you here?" With the status of the Yi family's old man, he naturally knew Qing Mu and Ji Yang, but what puzzled him was why these two old men came to the Yi family. Did Yun Luofeng cause trouble in the Tianhui Empire? "Oh, we are here to see Yun Luofeng." The Yi family's old man's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Grandmasters, Feng is a junior. If she has offended you, I will apologize on her behalf. I hope you two grandmasters can forgive her for her young age." "Offended? When did she offend us?" Greenwood looked at him in confusion. "We're here to fulfill our promise to follow her, so why are you apologizing for her?" Old man Yi was dumbfounded and petrified on the spot. Did Master Qing Mu just say that he came to follow Feng? Did he hear wrongly? What's going on? Old man Yi's lips trembled slightly. What happened today was beyond his knowledge, so much so that he couldn't wrap his head around it. "You still don't know what happened?" Qing Mu asked in surprise. "Then you should know about the medicine tower of the Heavenly Hui Empire, right?" Old man Yi nodded in a daze. He did know about the medicine tower. This time, in order to make things difficult for Miss Yun, Long Yuan had purposely activated the array used for the Imperial Hospital assessment. Back then, I had only managed to reach the 5th level. However, your family's Yun Luofeng had climbed to the 8th level at an extraordinary speed and won first place in the medical competition. Boom. Hearing Greenwood's words, the old man's mind exploded. He stood there, dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. Yun Luofeng won first place in the medical competition? Did he hear it correctly? Chapter 1024. It seems that you really don't know what happened. Ji Yang smiled slightly. Miss Yun not only won first place in the medical competition, but she also won first place in the martial arts competition and the animal taming competition. Old Master Yi had gone from shock to stupor. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and then a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Although Yun Luofeng was not his granddaughter-in-law, Jun Fengling was already the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Yun Luofeng was naturally also counted as a member of the Yi family. She had great achievements, of course, the Yi family would be honored. Someone, invite young master, young madam, and Yun Luofeng. After coming back to his senses, Yi Tian hurriedly ordered. The servant took the order and left. After a while, Jun Fengling and Yun Luofeng appeared in the sight of Ji Yang and the others. The young girl's clothes were whiter than snow and she was extremely beautiful. After she narrowed her eyes and glanced at the few old men, the corners of her lips curled up into a slight smile. Why are you here? Didn't I say before that on the day of the establishment of my medical tower, you can find me there? Qing Mu laughed twice and stood up. Miss Yun, we have already submitted our resignation to His Majesty. Now we have nowhere to go, so I discussed with Ji Yang and came here to find you. Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen still didn't know what had happened, and they unconsciously looked at each other. Qing Mu and Ji Yang of the Tianhui Empire resigned their positions and came to find Feng Er. What was going on? Yi Tian seemed to see the doubts of the two and explained with a smile, Chen you probably don't know yet, but Feng Er has already won first place in the National League. What? First place? Jun Fengling's eyes turned to Yun Luofeng, and her tone was excited. Is this true? You really won first place? Even though Jun Fengling didn't care about Yun Luofeng's results, if her daughter-in-law could win the championship for the Tianyun Empire, how could she not be excited? Under Jun Fengling's gaze, Yun Luofeng nodded. I wanted to find a chance to tell you about this, but I didn't expect the two masters Qing Mu and Ji Yang to come here. With Yun Luofeng's acknowledgement, Jun Fengling's eyes were filled with joy. Feng Er, which competition did you win first place in? Not only was his daughter-in-law's medical skills outstanding, but her combat skills were also unparalleled. That was why Jun Fengling had asked such a question. Yi Tian looked at Yun Luofeng with a complicated expression. This girl got first place in 3 subjects. The meaning of being first in 3 sects was unclear. Therefore, after saying this, Yi Tian clearly saw that Jun Fengling's expression was exactly the same as when he had just heard about it. His mood suddenly became much better. It was better for everyone to be frightened than for him to be the only one. Yi Tian's lips curled up slightly with a smug look on his face. Feng Er, Jun Fengling recovered from her shock and gently held Yun Luofeng's hand. Her heroic features were filled with pride. I'm proud of you. She believed that if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the mainland. Master Yi, is your Yi family having a happy event recently? Ji Yang looked at the lanterns outside the house and asked curiously. Yi Tian nodded gently and said with a smile, in a few days, it will be Feng Er's second uncle's wedding ceremony. If the two masters have nothing to do, please stay here for a few more days and have a drink. Chapter 1025. That's good. Qing Mu's skin had always been thicker than the city wall. He smiled and said, if that's the case, this old man will stay for a few days. Yun Luofeng did not object to Qing Mu and Ji Yang staying. After exchanging a few words with the 2 old men, she returned to her room and continued to cultivate. Only by becoming stronger would she be able to go to another place and find the lover she would be with for the rest of her life. Even if the Yi family did not spread the news, Yun Luofeng's actions in the Tianhui Empire had already spread to the Heavenly Cloud Nation. It caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Cloud Nation. This was especially so for those who thought that Yun Luofeng had lost the competition. They had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by reality. They were so ashamed that they could not face anyone. It turned out that it was not because she had lost the competition that she did not speak about the Tianhui Empire. It was because the girl simply did not want to speak about it. It was ridiculous that they thought that she was too ashamed to stand up and say a word. Winning 3 competitions in a row was something that had never happened before. But now, because of Yun Luofeng's appearance, this rule was broken. What's more, she actually won all 3 competitions. Even the imperial doctors of the Tianhui Empire praised her. For a time, The entire heavenly cloud nation was in turmoil. The Yi family, which was already crowded like a marketplace, became even more lively. At this moment, in the imperial study of the palace, the emperor hurriedly put down the pen and paper in his hand when he saw Yun Luofeng walk in. His handsome face was full of smiles. "Miss Yun, this time I came to you because I have something to discuss with you." Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "What is it?" "The specific matter is related to this time's tournament." The emperor smiled and said, "According to the rules, this time our heavenly cloud nation won first place, so the other countries will give some land to the heavenly cloud nation. Therefore, I intend to give this land to you." Yun Luofeng's fingers gently stroked her chin, her black eyes flashing. She had been worrying about where to build the medical tower. Now that the emperor had given her a fief, it just happened to solve this problem for her. "Good." Yun Luofeng smiled lazily. He raised his black eyes slightly and said in an evil voice, "After my second uncle gets married, I will go to my fief." Haha, the emperor was in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Yun, it is my honor to have a genius like you in our heavenly cloud nation. You can rest assured that I will take care of your family." The emperor was the ruler of the world, so his words naturally carried enormous weight. In the end, he fulfilled his promise and did his best to protect the Yun family until Yun Luofeng returned. If not for him, perhaps Yun Luofeng would not have made it home in time. Yun Qingya's wedding was very grand. On that day, the entrance of the Yi family was almost blocked by the flow of people. If not for the fact that the palace had sent people to maintain order, perhaps those late guests would not have been able to enter the Yi family. Inside the mansion, it was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Maids and servants came and went, preparing the wedding banquet for the guests who came to congratulate them. The old man's face was full of smiles. In the face of the congratulations from these dignitaries, he was so proud that his beard was about to reach the sky. Just at this moment, a voice rang out. It was very clear in this noisy mansion. "The envoy of Yulin Kingdom has come to send a congratulatory gift to congratulate young Master Qingya." The old man was startled for a moment. He subconsciously turned his head to ask for Yun Luofeng's opinion. Chapter 1026. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up and a wicked smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Other than this Yulin Kingdom, there will be people from many other countries coming to congratulate you. No matter what gifts they bring, you can accept them all." The old man's eyes brightened. He laughed and said, "I love accepting gifts the most. I'll accept as many as you have." After a while, the messenger from the Yulin Kingdom walked in with big steps and a smile on his face. "Master Yun, Lady Yun, our kingdom's emperor heard that today is young Master Yun's big day, so he specially asked me to bring a gift. Please accept it." Though he was speaking to old man Yun, his eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng. Obviously, in his heart, Yun Luofeng was more important. After all, the reason why His Majesty ordered him to bring gifts was to build a good relationship with Yun Luofeng. That way, it would be easier for him to seek medical help in the future. Master Yun coughed and accepted the gift without hesitation. "I'll accept the gift on behalf of my son. Since you've come from afar, you should drink a cup of wine before you leave. Servants, prepare a seat for this messenger from Yulin Kingdom." "Thank you." Old man the messenger cupped his fists and was led to the banquet by a servant. After the messenger sat down, people from other countries came to congratulate them. Needless to say, they were all holding expensive gifts. This time, the old man was not having it. "No, these gifts aren't mine anyway. It's too unfair. I've decided, I'm going to have a big birthday banquet and let all these people give me gift." The old man glared at him and snorted. Yun Luofeng looked at the old man. "If I remember correctly, your birthday has passed. Can't we just have another one?" The old man rolled his eyes. He counted with his fingers and said to himself, "Other than my birthday, I'm going to have a wine tasting party and invite all the old men from different countries. Of course, they have to give me gifts. If they don't, they won't be allowed to come in. Oh right, hurry and find Yun Xiao to marry. I'll pay for the gifts you receive." Yun Luofeng's eyebrows twitched, and a row of black lines appeared on her forehead. She helplessly looked at the scheming old man. "You can set another old man's day, or you can celebrate your birthday 10 times a year. Having 10 birthdays is a little unreliable, but, although I've never heard of this senior's day, it doesn't stop me from including it. I've decided to do it this way from now on. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened even more. He reckoned that in a few days, the treasuries of all the countries would be emptied by this old man. His Royal Highness, Prince Anlan of the Peerless Empire, has sent someone to deliver a congratulatory gift. Princess Qing Shuang of the Liuyu Empire has sent someone to congratulate Lord Qingya. Suddenly, 2 voices rang out at the same time, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The Peerless Empire and Flowing Moon Empire had also come. This Yun Luofeng actually had the face to invite people from these 2 empires. When Yun Luofeng heard this voice, she slightly raised her eyebrows. She raised her black eyes and looked at the envoy who had just entered the house. It was unknown when Ji Yang had walked in front of Yun Luofeng, but he smiled and said, "Miss Yun, the reason I was able to leave the Tianhui Empire this time was all thanks to Prince Anlan's help. He helped me with only one request. If the Peerless Empire is in trouble in the future, he wants Miss Yun to lend a hand. Of course, if you are unwilling to help, he will not force you." Chapter 10:27. As for Princess Qing Shuang, Ji Yang paused, then continued, "She is considered a rare existence in the Flowing Moon Empire. Even though Princess Qing Shuang is not strong, her medical skills are excellent. However, I don't know why she did not participate in the tournament this time. I also don't know why she sent someone to congratulate Sir Qingya." Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and thought for a while. "Those who come are guests. Grandfather, please entertain the guests." The old man gradually recovered from his shock. Although he had not been on this mainland for long, he knew of the 3 famous empires. Now, the 2 highest-ranked empires had come to congratulate Yun Qingya. Just as the old man was hesitating, the messengers from the 2 empires walked forward one after another. The messenger from the Peerless Empire was an old man. He smiled amiably and said, "Old Master Yun, my prince has asked me to give you a congratulatory gift to congratulate young Master Yun on your marriage." He. A delicate laugh came from the side. A beautiful woman walked forward, smiling without showing her teeth. Her curved eyebrows were captivating. "You must be Miss Yun." Princess Qing Shuang heard about Miss Yun's great achievements in the tournament and wanted to come personally. However, something came up, so she asked me to come in her place. This is a congratulatory gift prepared by the princess. Please accept it. The old man bluntly took the box from the beautiful woman and laughed. "Servants, show the 2 envoys their seats." The beautiful woman smiled. Before leaving, she looked at Yun Luofeng again and said, "Miss Yun, the princess asked me to remind you to be careful of the Tianhui Empire." Everyone could hear the intention of the Flowing Moon Empire to befriend them. Therefore, everyone had a higher opinion of Yun Luofeng. Of course, Yun Luofeng did not care much about this. In her opinion, if she wanted people to look up to her, she had to rely on her own strength to stand at the top of the mainland. Although the Peerless Empire and the Flowing Moon Empire were trying to please her, if she did not have strength, why would these 2 empires look up to her? In the end, strength was the most important thing. Yun Luofeng slightly lowered her eyebrows, her black eyes filled with determination. After second uncle got married, it was time for her to leave the imperial city and go to the fief to develop her own power. Endless city. Within a radius of 100 li, there was nothing but flat land. The Endless City was divided into 4 parts. The East City was filled with the rich and powerful, the South City was flourishing with commerce, and the North City was filled with well-off families. Only the West City was a place where a group of people at the bottom of society lived. There were also countless wastelands that no one exploited, causing the West City to become desolate. However, the western part of the city was exceptionally lively today. There was no other reason than that the western part of the city, which had not been visited for a long time, welcomed a group of foreign guests. It was said that the leader of the group was a woman who was extremely beautiful. Dressed in white, she looked like a celestial who had walked out of a painting. She was more beautiful than any other woman in Endless City. Therefore, when the residents of West City heard about this, they all rushed over to watch the show. "Miss Yun, are we really going to take root in this western city?" Within a wasteland in the western part of the city, Greenwood was following behind Yun Luofeng. He looked at the wasteland and slightly frowned as he asked. Yun Luofeng nodded. The land in the west side of the city is cheaper. Greenwood's mouth twitched. I heard that Endless City was given to you by the Emperor. Do you still need to spend money to buy land on your own land? Yun Luofeng paused and smiled. She looked back at Greenwood and said, I don't want people to know that Endless City is managed by me for now. Chapter 1028. There was one reason that she did not mention. When she had entered the West City, she had felt that the spiritual energy in the West City was extremely suitable for cultivating medicinal herb. Even if these medicinal herbs could not be turned into spiritual herbs, they would still be several times better than normal medicinal herb. There was a limited amount of medicinal herbs in the divine grimoire space. If the medicinal herbs could pass through the spiritual energy in the West City first, it would be much easier to cultivate the spiritual herbs. This was why she had chosen the West City. What Yun Luofeng could not understand was that the people of Endless City had not felt the spiritual energy in the West City even though they had stayed here for so many years. Of course, if she did not have superhuman senses, she would not have noticed it either. Qing Mu, bring some people and build the medical tower within 3 months. Yun Luofeng looked at Qing Mu's elderly features and instructed him solemnly. Qing Mu smiled, I've taken a look. The people in the West City are not very powerful, but they are very strong. If we can get the help of the people in the West City, we'll be able to build the medical tower very quickly. The people in the West City had a very difficult life. If they were offered a good enough price, why would they refuse? All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Yun Luofeng stood with his hands behind his back. Xiao Bai, accompany me on a tour of Endless City and understand the situation here. Lin Ruobai's eyes lit up and he replied with a grin, Yes, master. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened and she instinctively rubbed her right wrist. The side effects of forcefully breaking through had not been eliminated yet. Could it be that her arm was really going to be crippled? No. I can't let that happen. She had come here this time not only to develop her forces, but also for another important matter. That was to use all methods to regain the feeling in her right hand. East City. In a luxurious residence, a middle-aged man slowly put down the cup in his hand and narrowed his eyes at the guard standing in front of him. Did an outsider really buy a piece of land in the West City? The guard replied respectfully, reporting to Patriarch, that foreigner has indeed bought a large piece of land in the West City. Furthermore, this subordinate can see that the group of people seems to be very rich. He, the middle-aged man sneered, I don't know if those people are stupid. There are so many places in the Endless City, but they chose a desolate place like the West City. One look and I can tell that they have too much money and nowhere to spend it. Immediately go and inquire about those people, then report back to this Patriarch. Yes, Patriarch. The guard cupped his fists and respectfully retreated. Father. The young woman next to the middle-aged man frowned when she heard this. Her beautiful eyes flashed with light. You want to trick those people? These brainless people, if I don't screw them over, who else should I screw over? The middle-aged man sneered, actually, they should be thanking me for tricking them. After all, they have a lot of money and people are after them. They might even be killed because of this. Father, what do you want to do? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, and a cunning light flashed across his eyes. The Wu family has a piece of land in the South City. There seems to be a flaw in the land. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs I plant, they will wither very quickly. This is equivalent to a piece of wasteland. When the time comes, I will sell this land to her. The young woman looked at her father in surprise. She had not expected her father to sell the wasteland in his possession to those people. However, when she remembered that the guard had claimed that the leader of that group of people was a beautiful woman, a faint flame of jealousy rose in her heart. Her father's actions were not wrong. Who had asked that woman to be so beautiful? So, the one who had made the mistake was that woman. Chapter 1029. Southern City. In the prosperous market, Lin Ruobai looked around with her big, bright eyes. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Suddenly, a spiritual beast trapped in a cage caught her attention. The spiritual beast was green in color and as large as a peacock. Its feathers were gorgeous, its tail was long and its wings were covered with red, yellow, and white eye patterns. Unfortunately, the spiritual beast seemed to be injured. It was a little dispirited and did not seem to be in high spirits. Even so, many people were attracted by the spiritual beast's beautiful and arrogant appearance. "Master, it's the Blue Luon, the legendary Blue Luon." Suddenly, Little Mo's excited voice rang out in Yun Luofeng's mind. "This Blue Luon seems to be seriously injured and was caught by the humans. If it's not treated in time, I'm afraid it won't live for long." Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and turned to look at the stunned Lin Ruobai. "You like it?" Lin Ruobai nodded. "I don't know why, but I wanted it the first time I saw it. For no reason at all. If you like it, I'll buy it for you." She was never stingy towards the people around her. As long as Lin Ruobai liked it, so what if she gave it to her? "Master," Little Mo said unwillingly. "This is the Blue Luon. You're giving it to this girl just like that?" Yun Luofeng's eyes were smiling. She ignored Little Mo and continued to speak to Lin Ruobai. "However, I'm not giving it to you for no reason. I'll treat it as a betrothal gift from you, Little Mo in the Divine Grimoire." When Little Mo heard Yun Luofeng's words, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was petrified. He was just feeling sorry for his master's actions. In the end, his master was giving him away just like that. And the kind that threw themselves at him? Lin Ruobai's eyes curved into crescent moons. "Master, when will Little Mo appear? I'm starting to miss him. I've decided that I'll marry no one else but him." Hearing this, Little Mo's body trembled again and he curled up in the corner. His eyes were full of grievance. As long as that little witch, Lin Ruobai, doesn't leave, he won't leave the Divine Grimoire. Ha ha ha. A chubby little hand grabbed some dirt from the ground and smeared it on Little Mo's face. Then, Little Mo rolled on the ground in laughter, making a crisp sound. "Xiaoshu." Xiao Mo's face darkened and he threatened, "I'll throw you out if you cause any more trouble." The chubby baby's smile vanished and he frowned slightly. There was an obvious look of anger on his jade-like face. He patted the ground lightly and countless vines spread out from the ground. In an instant, Little Mo was tied up and flew into the sky. Cake. Seeing Little Mo's embarrassed appearance, the chubby baby's mood finally improved and he once again rolled on the ground with laughter. Little Mo wanted to cry but no tears came out. He felt that the whole world was bullying him. Even a child kept tormenting him. When would these days come to an end? At the market. Everyone looked at the Blue Luon placed at the entrance, but no one asked about the price. They were all attracted by the Blue Luon's beautiful appearance, but they could also see that it would not live for long. Everyone, the owner of the shop walked out and said with a smile, "This spiritual beast was just caught by the Spirit Pet Pavilion. Before we caught it, it had already suffered very serious injuries. I don't know if it will survive. If you have a doctor in your family, you can buy it. Perhaps it will be able to cure this spiritual beast." Chapter 1030. The shopkeeper was honest. He had told the crowd from the beginning that the spiritual beast was badly injured and whether it could be healed or not would depend on their luck. "Honestly speaking, I can't see through this spiritual beast's powers. However, because it's a flying spiritual beast, it's very expensive. Unfortunately, this spiritual beast is badly injured. Hence, it can't be sold at the price of a normal flying spiritual beast." The shopkeeper's eyes scanned the crowd before he continued, "If anyone is willing to pay 5,000 silvers, they can take it away." 5,000 silvers was considered very cheap among spiritual beasts. Even so, there were still a lot of onlookers and no one made a bid. In the cage, the Blue Luon raised its head and stared icily at the humans in front of it. Its gaze was filled with humiliation and despair. The Blue Luon was arrogant and powerful. At this moment, it was being sold like a commodity. How could it not feel humiliated? If it still had the strength, Yun Luofeng believed that it would have slammed its head against the wall and killed itself. "Master." Lin Ruobai stared at the Blue Luon's despairing eyes and his heart clenched. He clenched his fists tightly. It shouldn't be treated like this. It should be roaming the vast skies. Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Ruobai and slowly walked towards the shopkeeper. She had not looked at the blue yuan at all, as if she had completely ignored its existence. "Here's a banknote for 5,000 silvers." She raised her hand and a banknote appeared in her hand. A devilish smile appeared on her pitilessly beautiful face. "Does it belong to me now?" The shopkeeper smiled as he accepted the banknote from Yun Luofeng's hand. After checking its authenticity, he nodded. "Since you're willing to pay this price, this spiritual beast will naturally belong to you. I'll order my men to bring this spiritual beast back to your home now." "Wait." A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Everyone spread out and made way for a path. At the end of the path, a woman in a green robe was slowly walking towards them with a group of maidservants. This woman's features were clear and elegant, like an immortal untainted by the mortal world. Her beauty was otherworldly and could cause the downfall of nations. It's Nangong Lan of the Nangong family. Nangong Lan, the #1 beauty of Endless City, the goddess in the hearts of countless men. I never thought that she would appear here as well. From the looks of it, she seems to be very interested in this spirit beast. However, who is this woman in white who wants to buy the spirit beast first? Her appearance is even more beautiful than Nangong Lan. If there is such a person in Endless City, we should know about her. In this mainland, if you wanted to be remembered by the common people, you either had to be a peerless genius, an unparalleled piece of trash, or have a breathtaking appearance. Nangong Lan had already walked in front of Yun Luofeng, her smile elegant. "Miss, I'm also interested in this spiritual beast. I wonder if you're willing to let me have it. I'm willing to give you several times the compensation." As expected, hearing Nangong Lan's words, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Nangong Lan was actually interested in this spiritual beast. With Nangong Lan's personality, she would not be so vulgar as to fall in love with the appearance of the spiritual beast. Could it be that this spiritual beast had other uses? "I'm sorry, my disciple has taken a fancy to this spiritual beast. I won't let you have it." Yun Luofeng's words made everyone tremble. In Endless City, there were 3 great clans: the Wu clan, the Nangong clan, and the Ou clan. Nangong Lan was a peerless genius of the Nangong clan that only appeared once in 100 years. She enjoyed the same treatment as the clan leader. Chapter 1031. Yet she dared to reject Nangong Lan? Nangong Lan's smile didn't diminish. "There are many spiritual beasts in the spiritual pet pavilion. You can consider exchanging one for your disciple." Yun Luofeng raised his brows and glanced at Nangong Lan's beautiful face. "I won't exchange anything my disciple likes, even if you give me the entire Endless City." The crowd suddenly quietened down. Everyone looked at Yun Luofeng in shock. Then, their gazes turned into mockery and disdain. She dared to speak without thinking. She wouldn't exchange anything even if she gave him the entire Endless City. Could it be that her disciple's preferences were more important than the entire Endless City? Lin Ruobai stood silently next to Yun Luofeng. Her eyes were filled with smiles. "That's right. I won't exchange anything I like." Nangong Lan's servant girl couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped out and shouted, "Do you know who my miss is? My miss is the pearl of the Nangong family. It's fine that you didn't kneel when you saw my miss, but you dared to snatch what she likes. Our Nangong family must have this spiritual beast. If you don't want to die, then scram, Ishuang." When the servant girl finished speaking, Nangong Lan pretended to stop her. "Don't be rude." She then turned towards Yun Luofeng and smiled lightly. "Miss, you can see that this spiritual beast is heavily injured. I really can't bear to see it die here, that's why I want to buy it. In Endless City, only the doctors of the Nangong clan can cure it. If you really like this spiritual beast, why don't you help me? Give it a healthy life too." What she meant was that she wanted to buy this spiritual beast not because of her personal preference, but out of righteousness. She wanted to save the spiritual beast's life. Even if she was cheated of many times the price, it didn't matter. In this way, Yun Luofeng became a selfish person who only cared about his own good and didn't care about the spiritual beast's life. "Miss, I advise you to give the spiritual beast to Miss Nangong. Otherwise, its treatment will be delayed and it will die." Someone in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to criticize her righteously. Lin Ruobai was so angry that her entire body was on fire. She glared at that person. My master is also a doctor. She can cure this spiritual beast. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Your teacher is a doctor? What proof do you have? Besides, even if she's a doctor, how can she compare to the Nangong family? In the Endless City, the Nangong clan had an extremely high prestige. Everyone believed in the Nangong clan's strength without a doubt. As for the white-clothed girl, how could an unknown young man compare to the doctors of the Nangong clan? Miss, I'll give you 50,000 taels. Give it to me. Nangong Lan looked pitifully at the spirit beast in the cage. Otherwise, I really can't bear to see it die like this. Perhaps it was because of Nangong Lan's pitiful gaze that completely infuriated the crowd. I say, how can you two girls be so unsympathetic? So what if he gave up on a spirit beast? Could it be that you would rather let it die and forcibly take it away? I originally thought that such a beautiful girl would be as kind-hearted as Miss Nangong. Looks like I was wrong. There are too many selfish people in this world. No one can be as kind and pure as Miss Nangong. Everyone's words were filled with righteousness. It was as if Yun Luofeng and Lin Ruobai were unforgivable villains. Chapter 1032. I think you guys should stop fighting. The shopkeeper finally spoke. He smiled and said, why don't we let this spiritual beast choose for itself? Whoever it wants to follow can buy it. In the cage, the spiritual beast seemed to have understood the shopkeeper's words. Its cold gaze swept across Yun Luofeng and Nangong Lan. Suddenly, a voice pierced through its soul and exploded in its mind, causing its eyes to fill with shock. Green Phoenix, follow me. Not only will I heal your injuries, but I'll also give you the power to take revenge. Whoever hurts you, you'll have to repay them tenfold. The Green Phoenix froze and lifted its head to look in Yun Luofeng's direction. Instantly, it met a pair of smiling eyes. At this moment, it faintly sensed a powerful pressure from this young lady. That pressure did not come from the young lady herself, but from her soul. The Green Phoenix's eyes darted around. This young lady must have contracted a powerful spiritual beast. No. That aura did not seem to come from a spiritual beast. After all, the aura he sensed from the young lady was not wild like that of a spiritual beast. Instead, it was full of vitality like a tree. Nangong Lan did not notice the Green Phoenix's abnormality. She smiled and walked in front of it. She lowered her body and stretched her hand over the cage, wanting to stroke the Green Phoenix's head. The Green Phoenix moved its body and avoided Nangong Lan's touch. A look of disgust appeared in its eyes. For some reason, it did not like this woman's aura. Spiritual beasts were different from humans. Humans would judge a person based on their appearance, but spiritual beasts relied on their aura. No matter how disguised a human was, in front of a spiritual beast, it was as if a mask had been removed. No disguise could escape their senses. Nangong Lan's fingers paused. She kept a smile on her face and did not feel awkward because of this. You're heavily injured now. The Nangong family can heal you. So, are you willing to leave with me? Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you extremely well and treat you like family. I won't let you suffer any grievances. In the eyes of the world, Nangong Lan was kind and generous. Everyone else treated spiritual beasts as tools. She was the only one who would say that she treated spiritual beasts like family. Based on this statement alone, they believed that this spiritual beast would not remain indifferent. After all, if it fell into someone else's hands, it would definitely end up in a miserable state, so why would it reject Nangong Lan's good intentions? Come on, follow me. Nangong Lan's voice was filled with temptation, causing people who heard it to feel their bones go numb, wishing that they could immediately leave with her. However, facing the smiling Nangong Lan, Qingluan's eyes were as cold and aloof as usual, without any extra expression. Young Miss Nangong, I will open the cage now. Whoever this spiritual beast goes to will be its master from now on. The shop owner slowly walked forward and used the key to open the cage. The reason he dared to do this was because the blue Luan was already heavily injured. Not to mention flying, even walking was extremely difficult. Sure enough, the Green Phoenix's footsteps seemed to be staggering, as if it had used all its strength to move out of the cage. Nangong Lan smiled confidently. She believed that the spiritual beast would choose her in the end. On the other side, Lin Ruobai's face was full of anxiety as he looked worriedly at the blue phoenix. Yun Luofeng sensed her impatience and gently patted her shoulder. I promised you that I would get this spiritual beast for you, so I'll definitely give it to you. Chapter 1033. Nangong Lan smiled gently, unmoved by Yun Luofeng's words. Her beautiful eyes stared at the blue luan as the corners of her lips curled into a confident smile. However, the blue luan did not even look at her. Its ice-cold gaze slowly fell upon Yun Luofeng. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng. Nangong Lan's smile froze and her delicate and pretty face turned ashen. She clenched her fists tightly as she glared at the blue luan, who was walking towards Yun Luofeng. Even though the blue luan's body was a little unsteady, its steps were firm. It only stopped when it was in front of Yun Luofeng. Its silent actions had made its choice clear to the world. On the street, a clamor of voices rose one after another. Everyone stared at the blue luan with sympathy. This spiritual beast's injuries are so severe that its brain has been crippled. It has actually given up on Nangong Lan. It's undoubtedly digging its own grave. I don't think it's going to live for much longer. At this moment, the blue luan did not hear the clamor around it. It only felt its body grow weak and could no longer support its weight. It fell with a thud in front of Yun Luofeng. Lin Ruobai jumped in fright and was so anxious that tears almost rolled down her face. Master, hurry and save it. I don't want it to die. In Lin Ruobai's small heart, Yun Luofeng was an omnipotent being. In this world, there was no illness that she could not cure. Get out of the way. However, just as Lin Ruobai was about to walk towards the blue luan, a hand suddenly pushed her, almost causing her to stumble. Nangong Lan quickly walked towards the blue luan and lowered her head to check its injuries. She frowned and her eyes filled with worry. I'm afraid this spiritual beast won't be able to hold on for much longer. I must bring it back to the Nangong family. She then raised her head and looked at Yun Luofeng. Her expression was no longer as gentle as before as she sternly scolded, Miss, I only want to save it. I have no other intentions. If you insist on acting rashly, you'll only be harming a spiritual beast's life in vain. Can you be at ease? Just now, you've pushed my disciple. The girl's demonic voice was slightly lazy, but it stood out in the noisy crowd. Nangong Lan frowned. I was also anxious, that's why I sent her away. After all, if its treatment is delayed because of you, can you bear the responsibility? Which hand did you use to push her? Yun Luofeng raised his eyes slightly and did not answer the question. Nangong Lan's expression froze. I know that to people like you, spiritual beasts are nothing more than battle tools. However, in my heart, they have the right to enjoy life. You have no right to stop me from saving them. The emotions of the crowd were easily provoked. After hearing Nangong Lan's words, they all glared at Yun Luofeng. If not for the fact that she was a woman, they might have already rushed over and violently beaten her up. Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Lin Ruobai. Remember which hand she used to push you. I will avenge you later. Nangong Lan's eyebrows knitted tighter and tighter, and her expression became extremely ugly. She was about to continue scolding Yun Luofeng when she saw that the girl in white had already slowly walked towards the blue luan. Does it hurt? Yun Luofeng lowered her body and gently stroked the blue luan's head. Her gaze gradually softened as she asked. Chapter 1034. The blue luan nodded strenuously. It stuck out its tongue and licked Yun Luofeng. Its eyes were filled with pleading as if it was begging the other party to save it. I can ease your pain. Yun Luofeng's voice was solemn. However, you must promise me that from now on, you must use your life to protect this girl next to me. If you can do that, I'll save your life. If you're unwilling, I'll let you die with dignity. The blue luan blinked and looked at Lin Ruobai before turning its gaze towards Yun Luofeng. Its eyes were filled with conflict. The person it wanted to be loyal to was Yun Luofeng, but she actually wanted to give it away. Furthermore, she wanted to give it away to a little girl. This was an insult to its dignity. However, the blue luan now had no other choice. It could only accept its fate and nod its head. A bad life is better than a good death. This sentence was equally effective for spiritual beasts. Of course, if it had met a perverted master who took pleasure in torturing spiritual beasts, it would be better to just die. It would be better than enduring such pain. Miss, it can't be delayed any longer. Why do you still think that your medical skills can cure it? Nangong Lan's eyes were filled with anxiety. She subconsciously glanced at the people next to her and ordered them to snatch the blue luan. Such banditry became a matter of course when it came to Nangong Lan. That's right. In everyone's hearts, Nangong Lan didn't want to snatch the blue luan away. She only wanted to cure it. In the entire Endless City, Nangong Lan was probably the only one who would be so righteous and disregard the gains and losses. Just as the people reached the blue luan's side, countless vines suddenly rose from the ground around Yun Luofeng. In an instant, the vines wrapped around the people's bodies, rendering them unable to move. This turn of events had happened too quickly, so quickly that no one could react. Nangong Lan's expression changed greatly. Her beautiful eyes turned towards the vines that had tied up the guards and she clenched her fists tightly. Where on earth did this woman come from? Especially these vines, where did she get them from? Yun Luofeng ignored Nangong Lan's actions and took out gauze and a pile of medicinal herbs from his space ring. She first chewed those medicinal herbs into juice and smeared it on Qing Luan's wounds. Instantly, its wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After applying the medicine, she wraps the wings of Cyan Luan with gauze. Soon, the blood overflows through the gauze, and the redness is shocking. Roar. The blue Luan let out a roar. It shook its body and slowly stood up from the cold ground. Nangong Lan was stunned. She quickly walked to the front of the green Luan and her expression changed drastically. I've already checked the wound of this spirit beast. Its wound is filled with venom. Other than the doctors of my Nangong family, no one can cure the venom. What kind of medicine did you apply on it? It can detoxify the poison. I don't need to answer your question. Yun Luofeng turned towards Nangong Lan and gently raised the corners of his lips. Besides, now is the time for us to settle our debts. Nangong Lan's expression changed. Miss, I was anxious to save the beast just now, so I accidentally pushed her back. Xiao Bai, which hand did she use to push you? Yun Luofeng did not answer her question and instead asked the young girl next to him. Lin Ruobai thought for a moment and said with certainty, it's her right hand. If that's the case, then there's no need for this right hand to remain. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly and the curve of his lips carried an extremely dangerous aura. The words of the master and disciple made Nangong Lan frown once again. I've already apologized for my actions. Why do you have to chase after me like this? Chapter 1035. The girl stood in the breeze, her white robes fluttering in the wind, as white as snow. She was surrounded by moving vines, and a group of men in the Nangong family's guard uniforms were struggling and wailing on the vines. Some were even cursing loudly. The girl's expression did not change in the face of these people's voices. Her black eyes were filled with an evil smile. Seeing that the young lady was walking towards her, Nangong Lan quickly drew her sword. She was a high-level heavenly spirit realm cultivator, so why would she be afraid of this woman? Everyone, you've all seen it. I've tolerated her time and time again, but this woman is insatiable. If she really thinks that I, Nangong Lan, am easy to bully, then she's gravely mistaken. Just because I have a good temper doesn't mean that anyone can bully me. Nangong Lan's voice was filled with righteousness, as if she was being forced to resist. Swoosh. Just as Yun Luofeng took another step forward, Nangong Lan made the first move. Her silver sword was as cold as a ray of light, and sword energy slashed towards Yun Luofeng's chest. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and grabbed the sword in Nangong Lan's hand. Then, under her startled gaze, Yun Luofeng grabbed her right hand tightly and twisted it. The crowd only heard a crisp sound before Nangong Lan's wrist drooped down. Shortly after, gasps could be heard from the street. They never expected Yun Luofeng to have the guts to cripple Nangong Lan's hand in front of everyone. You won't be able to touch even a single hair on my people. Scram immediately. The girl shouted and the vines around her instantly retracted into the ground. Then, The people tied to the vines fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Nangong Lan's face was ashen. She held her wrist tightly and did not make a sound despite the pain. Let's go. She took one last look at Yun Luofeng, then turned around and quickly left with the Nangong family's guards and maids. Nangong family. The man was playing with the maids when he suddenly saw Nangong Lan walk in with an ashen face. He couldn't help but whistle and said carelessly, "Isn't this our Nangong family's precious pearl?" "What? Who bullied you? Why is your face so ugly?" Nangong Lan stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. A look of disgust flashed across her eyes. This illegitimate child staying in the Nangong family was an eyesore. If it wasn't for her father, she would have kicked him out long ago. "It's none of your business." The man smiled and walked towards Nangong Lan. "Nangong Lan, others think that you are gentle and kind, but I know what kind of person you are. Everyone says that you treat spiritual beasts like family. Only I know that you use spiritual beasts to test your poison. Countless spiritual beasts have died in your hand." The man's words caused Nangong Lan's expression to change completely. She turned to the man angrily and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Nonsense." The man smiled coldly. "If I'm spouting nonsense, then can you tell me where they went every month to look for strong spiritual beasts?" But in the end, those spiritual beasts all disappeared. Nangong Lan clenched her fists tightly and glared coldly at the man's handsome face. "You better watch your mouth. Otherwise, I'll make you regret living in this world." Ever since she saw the blue phoenix for the first time, she had been attracted to it. However, what attracted her was not its appearance but its illness. Chapter 1036. Since the blue luan's poison was rare, she wanted to bring it back for research. If she was lucky, she might even be able to cure it. According to the blue luan's constitution, if it was cured, it would become her best test subject. After all, the spiritual beast's body was different from normal people for it to be able to hold on for so long despite being poisoned. However, if the blue luan died, she couldn't be blamed. To outsiders, it could be said that the illness was too serious and the Nangong family's doctors couldn't do anything. As for why she didn't use humans to test the poison, that was because humans' bodies weren't as strong as spiritual beasts. With her poison at such a distance, those people would immediately fall to the ground and die. "Nangong Lan, I have no interest in the Nangong family and I don't want to fight with you. If you want to be the successor, you can fight for it. However, I only want to be a hedonistic son of a rich family. You don't have to send people to test me." The man held the back of his head with both hands and smiled mischievously. Hearing this, Nangong Lan instinctively glanced at him. Was this guy really not interested in inheriting the Nangong family? "I hope you can do as you say. If I find out that you're spying on the Nangong family, I won't let you get away with it." Nangong Lan fiercely flung her sleeves and turned to leave. After Nangong Lan left, the man cursed loudly. His voice echoed in the courtyard for a long time. "Fuck, do you think everyone is like you, fighting for the position of master all day long? I was living well in Huaxia. If I hadn't somehow transmigrated to this broken place, I wouldn't have been treated like this. It's all that damned woman Yun Luofeng's fault. If it wasn't for her, the laboratory wouldn't have exploded and I wouldn't have been swept to this damned place to save her. That damned woman wouldn't have died in the explosion, would she?" Thinking back to the days of debauchery in Huaxia and then thinking back to his current situation, he felt like he was walking on thin ice. As a man, he had the urge to cry. "Yun Luofeng, if I ever see you again, I'll definitely make you pay. Who told you to cause me to end up like this?" The servant girls looked at each other, not understanding what their young master was talking about. What kind of place was Huaxia? Who was Yun Luofeng? However, the man was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the maidservants. He seemed very dispirited. Although he was now the young master of a large family, he was not living well at all. At this moment, Yun Luofeng, who was being talked about by this man, was completely unaware of the situation of the Nangong family. After she had cured Qing Luan's body, she returned to West City. For convenience, Greenwood had bought a residence in the western part of the city. After Yun Luofeng returned, he directly entered the residence. But as soon as she stepped in, she heard Qing Mu talking to someone. She pondered for a while, then told Lin Ruobai to take Qing Luan to the backyard to wait for her, and walked into the hall. In the main hall, Qing Mu and a middle-aged man were sitting opposite each other. His expression was extremely unsightly, and when he saw Yun Luofeng walk in, he immediately stood up. "Miss Yun, you're back?" Yun Luofeng nodded, sweeping his gaze over the middle-aged man. "Qing Mu, this is..." Qing Mu's expression darkened. "He's the master of the Wu family. This time, he's here to ask us to buy a piece of land in South City. However, I've asked around, and that piece of land is a bit strange. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs are planted, they will all wither." In other words, the master of the Wu family had come here to scam them out of their money. To ask them to buy a piece of land that couldn't even grow medicinal herbs, wasn't he trying to scam them? Chapter 1037. Hearing Qing Mu's straightforward words, the middle-aged man's face darkened. He harumphed and stood up. "What kind of status does my Wu clan have in Endless City? Do we need to cheat and deceive? Do you know how many people want to buy my Wu clan's land? If it wasn't for the fact that I like you, I wouldn't have sold it to you at all." What he meant was that if he sold the piece of land to Yun Luofeng would have to be grateful to him. Qing Mu's face turned cold. Just as he was about to yell in anger, Yun Luofeng suddenly raised her hand to stop him. The young girl's lips curled into a smile. Her black eyes were filled with an evil aura. Her voice carried a hint of laziness, but it contained a power that made people's hearts palpitate. "Name your price." Qing Mu was taken aback. He looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion and said anxiously, "Miss Yun, that piece of land is a piece of wasteland. There's no use for us to buy it." Yun Luofeng didn't say anything. She looked at the middle-aged man with a smile that wasn't a smile. Originally, when the middle-aged man saw the young girl's stern gaze, he hesitated in his heart. However, when he heard what she said next, he relaxed and laughed out loud. "Miss, you have good eyesight. It's no wonder I like you. My piece of land has good feng shui. Even if you can't grow medicinal herbs, you can use it for other purposes. Since you like my land so much, I won't ask for a price. 10 million. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was filled with mockery, and her eyes were filled with mockery. 10 million? You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant price? Your land can't even grow medicinal herbs, so it can't be used for anything else. To be honest, I only bought it because I lack a training ground. Do you really think I would spend 10 million to buy a training ground?" The middle-aged man's eyes darkened. "Then how much are you willing to pay?" Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. She raised a finger and waved it in front of the middle-aged man. 1 million. The middle-aged man's expression became uglier and uglier. Back then, when he had obtained this piece of land, he had spent a lot of money. At first, the land was fine, but for some reason, no matter what he planted, it would wither. Some people even said that the land had been cursed. If not for this, he wouldn't have thought of using Yun Luofeng as a scapegoat. "No, I'm not talking about 1,000,000 taels," Yun Luofeng shook his head. "What I mean is, I'll buy this piece of land of yours for 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels? The middle-aged man's face was ashen. "Miss, 10 million taels of silver is only enough to buy the land in the west of the city. My land is in the south of the city. Your offer seems to be too low." Yun Luofeng's evil smile deepened as he stared at the middle-aged man's ashen face. His black eyes were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. "Do you think it's better to leave that piece of land abandoned, or to exchange it for 1,000 taels of silver? If it wasn't for the fact that no one wanted to buy your land, I'm afraid you wouldn't have come to me." The middle-aged man had thought that Yun Luofeng was so young and should be easy to fool, but he hadn't expected this girl to be so stubborn. Unfortunately, her words struck a chord in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that no one was willing to buy his land, then why would he want to cheat Yun Luofeng? When he thought of this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "All right, give me 1,000 taels of silver and I'll give you the deed. No matter what, 1,000 taels of silver is better than that piece of barren land." Chapter 1038. All right. Yun Luofeng's lips curled. "Qing Mu, give him the 1,000 silvers for me." Qing Mu was very unwilling. In his heart, that piece of land was useless to him. However, since Yun Luofeng had spoken, he could only obediently take out the 1,000 silvers and throw it in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had high hopes for today's actions. As such, he had brought the deed with him. After verifying the authenticity of the silver, he handed the deed to Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, I hope that we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. Goodbye. He clasped his fists and left without looking back. No one knew that at this moment, his heart was dripping blood incessantly. He had spent 3 million silvers to buy a piece of land, but he had sold it for only 1,000 silvers. Yet, he was so happy that someone had accepted it. Miss Yun. Qing Mu looked in the direction that the middle-aged man had left and furrowed his brows. What do you want this piece of land for? Didn't I say it was to build a training ground? Yun Luofeng smiled evilly as he looked away, his voice lazy. Qing Mu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Building a training ground in the medical tower is enough. Why waste 1,000 silvers? He was not distressed over the 1,000 silvers, but he was not willing to be cheated by that bastard from the Wu family. No, the training ground will be built on that piece of land. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes. Of course, that's just on the surface. Qing Mu was stunned. Miss Yun, what do you mean? Don't you think that place is very strange? Why did the medicinal herbs wither for no reason? So, I guessed that there must be some kind of treasure underground. That's why I bought it, so that we can go underground to search for the treasure. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Qing Mu suddenly understood. I was just wondering. With your personality, you are not someone who will be cheated easily. Why are you so willing this time? So, the person who was cheated was someone else. According to Yun Luofeng, the piece of land that the Wu family had sold to her contained an extremely valuable treasure. She wondered if the Wu family would be so angry that their intestines would turn green when they found out about this. Qing Mu, I'll leave the construction of the tower to you. I will probably be leaving for a few days. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed as he spoke solemnly. Greenwood stared blankly. Where are you going? I plan to take a look at the piece of land that the Wu family sold me. South City. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the market, there was only one place that seemed quiet and desolate. There were no signs of human habitation within a radius of 5 kilometers. Weeds grew everywhere, as if no one had come to clean this place for a long time. Little Mo, do you feel anything? Yun Luofeng came to a halt and asked spiritually. Little Mo hesitated for a moment. I'm not too sure, but I can feel that there is a powerful existence underground. That existence is too terrifying. Master, let's not go down. I'm scared. Ever since he had arrived on this mainland, Little Mo had always been fearless. Now, however, Yun Luofeng could clearly feel his soul trembling. It was as if it was afraid of the creature below. Little Mo, I want to go down and have a look. If you can't stand the smell down there, wait for me here. Little Mo's voice trembled slightly. Master, it's really dangerous down there. Let's go. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yun Luofeng gently raised her black eyes, her gaze filled with determination. Furthermore, if I don't experience danger, how can I grow? If Yun Xiao was by my side, I definitely wouldn't take this risk. It's because he isn't here that I want to catch up to him. I can't let him wait for me for too long. No matter how dangerous it is this time, I must go down. Chapter 1039. She had a feeling that, if she were to enter the underground this time, her strength would definitely undergo a qualitative change. In order to prevent Yun Xiao from hurting for too long, she had to take this risk. All right, Little Mo's voice rang out again. Even though it was still trembling slightly, it was much stronger than before. If you plan to go down, I will definitely accompany you. From the moment we formed the contract, I will accompany you in life and death. Little Mo, you don't have to force yourself. Yun Luofeng frowned. Master, I'm only afraid of the existence below. It doesn't mean that I'll be in any danger. I can still overcome this fear. After all, if I'm not by your side, you may not be able to make it through. Yun Luofeng laughed. Indeed, she and Little Mo had complemented each other these days. Without Little Mo, she would not be where she was today. He was equivalent to her left and right arms. She could not lose him. She slowly turned around and looked at the army behind her. She ordered, "This time, you don't have to follow me." "Master, Miss." The faces of the flaming steel army changed drastically. They hurried forward, their faces filled with anxiety. If it was not for the fact that Master had no confidence in this expedition, she would not have left them here. "Miss, I want to follow you." Qing Yang's little face was filled with determination. "No matter how dangerous it is, I want to follow you." Yun Luofeng smiled. "I don't want you to follow me because I can't let anyone else know about my goal this time. You must train here to achieve the goal of concealment." "Miss," Qing Yang wanted to say something but was interrupted by the young girl's demonic voice. "I'm very confident in myself. I will definitely come back alive to see you. And all of you, don't disappoint me." Her bright black eyes swept across the army slightly, and her expression was solemn. "Master," Yi Ling stepped forward and joined her fists. She said firmly, "We definitely won't disappoint you. Don't worry." Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. After taking one last look at the army, he released the gold-seeking rats. "Dig a hole that leads to the ground for me." Squeak, squeak. Hearing this, the rats immediately rushed over to dig a hole. Their digging speed was already fast, and there were many gold-seeking rats. Thus, it didn't take long for a black hole to appear in front of Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofenghao walked towards the entrance of the cave. As she stepped into the cave, she paused for a moment, turned around, and ordered, "After I leave, you guys fill up the cave to prevent others from discovering it." "Yes, Master." Yi Ling cupped her fists and replied respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Luofeng disappeared into the pitch-black cave. It was pitch-black underground, and a black fog could be vaguely seen in front of them. Heavy snores could be heard coming from the black fog, echoing in the soundproof underground. The further they went into the black fog, the more Yun Luofeng felt Little Mo's body tremble. It was as if there was a monster in front of him. It filled his heart with fear. "Little Mo, this black fog is formed from spiritual energy." Yun Luofeng's brows grew heavier. "Furthermore, when I was outside just now, I could feel that the spiritual energy in the sky is too thin, causing those medicinal herbs to be unable to survive. If I'm not mistaken, the thing underground has inadvertently absorbed all the spiritual energy within a radius of 5 kilometers. Chapter 1040. Spiritual qi was an extremely important existence on this mainland. Whether it was humans, spiritual beasts, or medicinal herbs, they all relied on spiritual qi to survive. Of course, the spiritual qi on this mainland had become so thin that spiritual herbs could no longer be formed. This was also why the spiritual herbs that Yun Luofeng cultivated were so effective. "Master." Xiao Mo gritted her teeth and spoke in a trembling voice, "If spiritual qi is too dense, it will turn into a fog. Normally, spiritual qi fog is green, but the fog that we're seeing has turned black. This proves that this spiritual qi is poisonous. If anyone else had charged in without any precautions, they would have been poisoned to death immediately. If you want to pass through this black fog, you must hold your breath. If you accidentally breathe it in, you'd better run away quickly." "I understand." Yun Luofeng looked at the black fog and curbed the aura on her body. She held her breath and even closed her pores. Then, she carefully walked towards the black fog. It was a blur inside the black fog and she could not see anything clearly. She could only walk forward based on her own senses. After walking for an unknown period of time, her eyes lit up. She had finally walked out of the black fog. To a spiritualist, no matter how dark a cave was, they would be able to see their surroundings clearly. Of course, this black fog was an exception. As such, the moment Yun Luofeng stepped out of the black fog, she noticed that there were many skeletons in front of her. After these skeletons had died, their treasures had all been preserved and were not damaged at all. "Master, we're rich." Xiao Mo's voice was no longer as afraid as before. Instead, it was filled with excitement. These must have been powerhouses who had come to investigate the situation in the past. The treasures on them are all priceless. Take that pearl next to your foot for example, it's a legendary spiritual pearl. If you can refine this spiritual pearl, your power will definitely increase by more than a level. Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat. She silently bent down and picked up the green pearl that contained extremely strong spiritual qi and kept it in her bosom. We can't waste a treasure like this. Yun Luofeng's expression was one of certainty. However, I remember that when the Wu family first bought this piece of land, the withering of the medicinal herbs had not happened yet. It only happened after that. But in my opinion, this cave has existed for a long time, at least tens of thousands of years. Little Mo was silent for a long time before he spoke. Ling Zhu's previous master was a peerless master 10,000 years ago. However, he disappeared after that. I didn't expect that we would meet Ling Zhu and that master here. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were back then, they had all been reduced to a pile of bones. Little Mo, since we've taken the relics left behind by these people, we should take their corpses and let them rest in peace. This was the last thing she could do for them. Take it as a reward for accepting their belongings. All right. After Little Mo said this, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. He was also holding a chubby baby in his arms. When the chubby baby saw Yun Luofeng, he started giggling and kept opening his arms wide for a hug. Little Mo, why did you come out? Hearing the girl's words, Little Mo blinked and smiled brightly. Master, we are one. No matter how much danger there is, I will face it with you. Besides, in such a dangerous situation, perhaps that little brat Xiao Shu will be of some use. Chapter 1041. Mischievous Brat. Yun Luofeng glanced coldly at the chubby baby who was giggling. It seemed that Little Mo held a deep grudge against the small tree. Otherwise, he would not have called it a mischievous brat. Let's go. She retracted her gaze and continued forward. The deeper they went, the heavier Yun Luofeng's heart became. Even her breathing became a little stifled. It was as if the thing in the depths of the cave was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that even her face was filled with solemnity. Suddenly, Little Mo stopped in his tracks. His eyes slowly widened as he stared in front of him in horror, as if he had seen something terrifying. Similarly, Yun Luofeng also saw the snoring monster on the ground. As for why it was called a monster, it was because its entire body was green, and its green scales reflected a cold light in the dark cave. It had a total of 9 wings on its body, and its huge body occupied the entire cave. It had fallen into a deep sleep and was snoring heavily. The snoring caused the entire cave to tremble. Master, we have to run quickly. Little Mo's voice was full of panic. This fellow is a 9-winged sky dragon. If we don't run now, it will be too late. At this moment, Little Mo's face was pale and his voice was trembling. He forced himself to calm down before saying these words. 9-winged sky dragon? Yun Luofeng's heart gradually sank as her gaze fell on the door behind the 9-winged sky dragon. At this moment, she felt that the thing inside the door would be of great help to her. The 9-winged sky dragon, a fierce beast from ancient times. It was powerful and incomparably ferocious. It once occupied a part of the sea and was the king. Later on, in a battle with humans, it destroyed thousands of human troops in one breath. A mouthful of flames burned the entire mainland for months without stopping. With a flap of its wings, mountains and rivers collapsed and the world came to an end. A sweep of its tail turned everything into a wasteland. However, no one expected that the 9-winged sky dragon, which had disappeared in the long river of history, would appear here. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Yun Luofeng's heart sank. Even without Little Mo's words, she could feel the power of this spiritual beast. That's right, she really wanted to improve her strength as soon as possible to find Yun Xiao. However, this did not mean that she would proceed without any assurance. She had always regarded her life as very precious. Little Mo, let's go. Yun Luofeng raised his black eyes and said with determination, when I have enough strength, I will definitely come back to this place. That was because the thing inside the door could possibly change her life. Unfortunately, the door had been blocked by the 9-winged sky dragon with its body, as if its duty was to protect the things behind the door from being stolen. After leaving the end of the cave, Yun Luofeng once again returned to the black fog. She looked at the corpses on the ground, raised her hand, and put them into the divine grimoire space. Generally speaking, besides Yun Luofeng, the divine grimoire space was unable to accept any other humans. However, if they were merely a pile of bones, then they wouldn't be included in this scope. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng saw a piece of yellowed paper appear where one of the skeletons had been moved. The paper seemed very weak, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Yun Luofeng carefully picked up the paper, but just as her hand touched it, the yellowed paper had already started burning. Soon after, a blurry figure appeared in front of her. Chapter 1042. After a while, that figure gradually became clear, and a tall figure stood in front of Yun Luofeng. This was a handsome man, with a blue sash behind his head. He looked gentle and elegant, and had a graceful demeanor. I don't know how many years it has been, and I don't know who has come here. But I don't mind telling you my purpose. The man smiled, but his handsome face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. You must be very curious why I would hide my last words so deeply. That's because those who can find this place are definitely not just the people of my evil monarch manor. But those who can remember to help me collect my remains are also the disciples of my evil monarch manor, so if you can get out of here alive, I will hand over the position of the evil monarch manor's ruler to you. Evil monarch manor? Yun Luofeng raised her brows slightly. Why had she never heard of this force before? The evil monarch manor has existed since ancient times. They only have one purpose, and that is to find the nine-winged sky dragon and avenge our ancestors. Unfortunately, I can't even pass the first stage, so how can I talk about revenge? However, the purpose of the evil monarch manor sending people here this time is not only for the nine-winged sky dragon, but also for the thing that the nine-winged sky dragon is guarding. It's said that obtaining that thing will allow one to touch that door. I came here for the evil monarch manor, and I was attacked by the nine-winged sky dragon's subordinates. Yun Luofeng had been very curious earlier. In this cave, there were no other spirit beasts other than the nine-winged sky dragon. It turned out that those spirit beasts were already dead, which allowed her to pass unimpeded. And she had previously thought that the reason why these people died here was because of this black fog. Now that she thought about it, she was wrong. The formation of the black fog should have happened after the Wu family's plot of land. But these people had clearly been dead for too many years, so it was definitely not caused by the black fog. Luckily, the nine-winged sky dragon has always been in a deep sleep. As long as we don't try to enter that door, he will not wake up. That gave me time to leave this will. I don't know if the evil monarch manor is still around, but if it is, I hope that you can revive the evil monarch manor. At this point, the man's figure became blurry again, gradually disappearing in front of Yun Luofeng. Like a light breeze, it dispersed with a single blow. After the man disappeared, a jade pendant fell to the ground. The words Evil Monarch Manor were written on it, and it was extremely eye-catching. Master, this jade pendant is a good item. Little Mo excitedly said, as long as you wear this jade pendant, you will be able to block all illusions. In other words, if someone used an illusion to harm Yun Luofeng in the future, with this jade pendant in hand, any illusion could be broken. Yun Luofeng was startled. Her fingers caressed the jade pendant on her waist. After thinking for a moment, she put it away. I don't need this jade pendant for now. She could not bear to take off the jade pendant that Jun Fengling had given her when they first met. Between the two, she preferred the piece that Jun Fengling had given her. Little Mo, don't you think there's something wrong with this place? Yun Luofeng turned to Little Mo and asked. Little Mo pondered for a moment and said, there is a large spirit gathering formation underground that absorbs all the spiritual energy from above. What I don't understand is that this cave has a long history and the Wu family's land has only been in trouble for a few years. Chapter 1043. This place is often discovered by people. Perhaps someone came here and accidentally triggered the array here. Also, I'm worried that if the nine-winged sky dragon absorbs enough spirit chi, it might wake up immediately. This was what worried Yun Luofeng the most. After all, Endless City was her territory. She would never let the nine-winged dragon harm Endless City. Master, do you have a way to break this spirit-gathering formation? Break it. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a faint smile. Why would I break this spirit-gathering formation? I remember that in the book Ju Qian gave me, there was a method to reverse the flow of the spirit-gathering array. Originally, This spirit-gathering array absorbed the spirit chi from the outside and fed it into the nine-winged skydragon's body. I can let the spirit chi in the nine-winged skydragon's body spread out and transfer it to the land outside. She paused before continuing, this way, not only can the Steel Flame Regiment cultivate faster, but it will also make it easier for me to defeat the nine-winged dragon in the future. If the spirit energy in the nine-winged dragon's body flowed out, its strength would decline. When that happened, she would have a greater chance of winning against it. Little Mo's eyes lit up. Good. Let's do that. The formation this time was not as stable as before, especially since it was tens of thousands of years old. Therefore, by the time Yun Luofeng found the center of the formation and completed the change, half a month had already passed. She stayed in the cave for half a month, obviously unaware of what had happened outside West City. A medicine tower was erected high above the vast land, forming a landmark. At this moment, Yi Ling looked coldly at a group of bandits in front of her and said expressionlessly, "If you're not here to join the medicine tower, get out immediately." The leader of the group of bandits was a boorish man with a large saber on his back. He walked up to Yi Ling and sneered, "Brat, cut the crap. This West City is under my jurisdiction. If you want to build a medicine tower here, you must pay a fee, 1 million taels, not 1 cent less. If you can't pay up, get out." Unlike other districts, the West City was a place where good and bad mixed together, leading to bandits running amok. In Bandit's mind, if Yi Ling and the others had power and influence, they wouldn't have chosen the Western City. Usually, those who came to the Western City were a bunch of useless people. Scram. Yi Ling opened his thin lips and spat out a word coldly. At the same time, everyone in the army drew their swords and glared angrily. Originally, the medical tower had been managed by Greenwood and Ji Yang, and they had obeyed Yun Luofeng's orders to stay here and train. However, this morning, after Greenwood and Ji Yang had gone to the neighboring city, these people had come to make trouble. The helpers in the western part of the city hurried to the southern part of the city to get Yi Ling and the others back. This was also the reason why they didn't stay and wait for Yun Luofeng. "Oh! How dare you tell your grandpa to scram? In the West District, no one dares to talk to me like that. Men, smash this medical tower. Let's see how long these people can be so stubborn." The burly man shouted at the top of his lungs. His ferocious eyes swept over Yi Ling and the others as he sneered. "Brothers and sisters, Master isn't here. We must protect the medical tower and fight to the death with these people." Zhong Ling drew her long sword and quickly charged towards the group of bandits. Her sword flashed, leaving a mark on one of the bandits' arms. Chapter 1044. If not for the bandit's quick reflexes, his entire arm might have been chopped off. "Damned girl. How dare you hurt me? You're digging your own grave." The bandit's eyes hardened and he swung his palm towards Zhonglinga. Zhonglinga nimbly dodged to the side and dodged the attack. It was also because of the two of them that the bandits and the army reacted and started fighting each other. For these bandits to be able to rule over the West City District, they were clearly not weak. Of course, the Iron Steel Corps had all undergone Yun Luofeng's training and each of them had displayed abilities that surpassed their level. So, in this battle, neither side had the upper hand. After fighting for a long time, the bandit leader finally raised his hand and shouted, "Let's retreat." Before he left, he even said, "Just you wait, I'll go get some people now. You'll all die soon." Then, he left without looking back. Qing Yang looked at the mess in the medical tower with a sorrowful expression. It wasn't easy for the medical tower to be completed. Who knew that something like this would happen? Miss isn't here and we can't even protect the medical tower. I feel so useless. Yi Ling walked to her side and gently patted her on the shoulder, comforting her. "You've improved very quickly these past few years, so you don't have to blame yourself." Even though she said this, Qing Yang's clear eyes still revealed sorrow. After the bandits left, the residents of the West City District trembled as they walked out from a corner. They kindly comforted Qing Yang. "Miss, I advise you to give them some money so that they won't be in trouble." "Auntie, you don't need to say anything. We will never bow our heads to a group of bandits." Zhonglinga looked at the auntie, her bright eyes flashing with determination. "Miss, I know that you're very powerful, but those bandits were only a small group. They could tell that the two old men were not simple, so they waited for them to leave before coming. The old men that the auntie mentioned were Qing Mu and Ji Yang. But she paused and carefully looked outside the door. She deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Above these small groups, there's a larger bandit group called the Defiant Bandit. There are 3 leaders in this bandit group, and they're all at the Venerable Realm, especially the leader of the bandits. He's already a high-level Venerable Spiritualist." Venerable Spiritualist? The hearts of the Steel Flame Legion sank. The bandit group is on the mountain not far away. It will only take half an hour to go back and forth. You guys should hurry up and think of a countermeasure. I'll leave first. After the aunt dropped these words, she was afraid that she would drag herself down, so she hurriedly walked out. Qing Yang clenched her fists tightly. This was the first time she had felt so powerless. Leader, Zhonglinga looked at Qing Yang and said in a firm tone, "Master will return soon. Before she returns, we must protect the medical tower." Bang! Unexpectedly, just as Zhonglinga finished speaking, the door of the medical tower was kicked open. Immediately, an angry voice came from outside the door and echoed throughout the entire medical tower. "Who bullied my people just now? Come out and accept your death." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man led a group of people in. Beside him was the bandit leader who had just escaped. "Third Master, it's them." This group of people came to the West City. Not only did they not hand over the money, they even dared to hit people. I only asked them to hand over 1 million taels of silver. I even told them that the money was to be given to you, Third Master. If they handed over the money, Third Master would protect them in the future. Who would have thought that this group of people would not buy it, and would even look down on Third Master? Chapter 1045. The man who was addressed as Third Master took 2 steps forward and stabbed the broadsword in his hand into the ground. His fierce eyes swept across the crowd and he said angrily, "In this place, who dares to look down on the Defiant Bandits?" Qing Yang was furious and was about to step forward when Yi Ling raised his hand to stop her. He shook his head at Qing Yang and turned to the man. "We won't give you a single copper coin." Third Master laughed out loud. "Let's see if you guys still have the courage to say such word. Men, beat them up. Beat them until they're willing to surrender." Yi Ling's eyes turned cold and he stared expressionlessly at the laughing Third Master. His expression gradually turned serious. These people did not look like the small gang that had been defeated earlier. Especially this Third Master, whose strength had reached the Venerable Realm. Fuck. How dare a bunch of bandits be so arrogant? Let's fight them to the death. The members of the Steel Flame Regiment could no longer hold back their anger. Without waiting for Yi Ling's orders, they drew their weapons and charged forward. They would rather die standing than lower their heads to these bandits. The flames of war could break out at any moment. The members of the Defiant Bandits were all-powerful and the members of the regiment had only cultivated for a few years. How could they be a match for these bandits? Soon, they were at a disadvantage under the bandits' attacks. Even so, no one took a step back. They fought fiercer and fiercer. No matter how deep their wounds were or how serious their injuries were, they still rooted their feet in the ground and stubbornly held on. This was because behind them lay something that they had sworn to protect with their lives. Third Master narrowed his eyes. He saw something called the soul of a soldier in this group of people. These people were like well-trained soldiers. They would rather die on the battlefield than abandon their comrades and flee. Perhaps, to them, death was a form of glory. They were not afraid of pain or fatigue. Like steel, they had indestructible strength. And this was the Steel Flame Regiment. Wait. Third Master raised his hand and spoke slowly. In an instant, everyone in the bandit group stopped what they were doing and stood neatly behind him. "I'll give you 3 days." Third Master looked up. "In 3 days, make a choice. Give me 1 million taels of silver, or submit to me." If he subdued this group of people, his power would surely expand by several times. P2E. In the army, a man with blood all over his face spat on the ground and said mockingly, "You want us to submit to you? Dream on. Let me tell you, we won't give you a single copper coin and we won't submit to you." Third Master's eyes turned cold as he continued, "You don't have to rush to answer me. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Rather than staying in this place, it was better to seek refuge with a stronger force. What future can a small medical tower like this have? Master as a young man, third master? It was no wonder that third master was so confident. After all, the leader of the heaven-defying bandits was a high-level venerable realm expert. Moreover, he had long heard that the medical tower's master was a young lady. Hence, he had always believed that the woman was not as powerful as the great leader. Let's go. Then, third master turned and walked out of the medical tower. His eyes were full of confidence, as if he was certain that these people would eventually submit to him. Chapter 1046. Just like how water flows downwards, who wouldn't want to rely on a more powerful force? How could a small medical tower compare to a bandit group? Yang treat the injured brother's wounds. Yi Ling was a little tired. He leaned against the corner of the wall and closed his eyes. I'll go to the neighboring city to find Master Qing Mu. Yi Ling, your wounds, they're no big deal. We only have 3 days. I must rush back within that time. Yi Ling opened his clear eyes and they were filled with determination. Since their master was not here, they must protect the medical tower with their lives. All right. Qing Yang nodded. Leave the matters here to me. You, be careful on the road. Although she said that, her eyes were filled with worry. Yi Ling pursed his thin lips. His hand clutched his injured shoulder tightly as he walked towards the door with some difficulty. Before he could step out of the doorway, the sunlight in front of him was shrouded by a shadow. What followed was a familiar voice. What happened in the half a month that I was away? The girl's languid voice startled Yi Ling. He raised his head mechanically and stared blankly at the girl who had appeared at the door. Under the sunlight, the girl's robes were whiter than snow. She was absolutely beautiful. Her unruly black eyes were not as calm as they used to be. There was a fierce anger hidden in them. Master. Yi Ling's voice was choked. You're finally back. I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough and the medical tower has become a mess. Yun Luofeng did not speak. His black eyes continued to scan the hall of the medical tower. Who can tell me what happened here? Miss, Qing Yang felt Yun Luofeng's anger and her body trembled. It was the defiant bandits who came to rob us. We did not agree to hand over the silver, so they destroyed the medical tower. Yun Luofeng's expression was very calm. If it were not for her turbulent eyes, perhaps no one would have noticed the boiling anger in her heart. Qing Yang, distribute the spiritual herbs to the injured and let them consume them. A proud light flashed across the girl's black eyes. Once you've recovered, leave with me. Miss, where are we going? Qing Yang blinked her eyes and looked at the young girl in confusion. Yun Luofeng paused, and the sharpness in his eyes intensified. Let's go wipe out the defiant bandit. The young girl's words made everyone's heart skip a beat, and they straightened their backs. Isn't your heaven-defying bandits very powerful? We have someone backing us up. Who's afraid of who? West City. Due to the arrival of the defiant bandits, all the residents were forced to close their doors. After waiting for the bandits to leave, some people walked out of the door in 2s and 3s. However, at this moment, an auntie was blocked by someone. She looked at the young girl standing in front of her and recognized that she was the head of the medical tower. Do you know where the defiant bandits are? The young girl stood in front of the auntie and asked lazily. The auntie was stunned for a moment before she kindly advised, Miss, it's best if you don't provoke that bandit group. Not only are they very strong, but they also kill without batting an eye. You just need to tell me where they are. Yun Luofeng frowned slightly and continued to ask. The auntie sighed helplessly. They're on a mountain outside Endless City. It's not far from here. An hour's journey should be enough. Chapter 1047. Thank you. Yun Luofeng thanked her and turned to walk towards the city gates. The auntie shook her head, her eyes filled with regret. Just as she was about to leave, the girl's voice suddenly drifted over from the front. Use angelica, gold and silver seeds, lilies, and dried 8-horned worms to make a medicinal soup. Take it for half a month and you'll be able to cure the black spots on your waist. The auntie was stunned. She hurriedly turned around and looked in the direction the girl had just left in. How did this girl know about the black spots on her waist? Recalling the herbs Yun Luofeng had mentioned, the auntie hurriedly walked towards the medicine shop. She was treating a dead horse like a living horse. This black spot had accompanied her for many years and would appear every month like ants crawling on it. She had seen some folk doctors, but they had no solution. As for those famous doctors, she could not afford them. Outside Endless City, the towering mountain peak was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that only the sound of footsteps could be heard. This should be the mountain that the auntie mentioned. Yi Ling's eyes turned cold. Master, if I'm not wrong, we'll find the defiant bandits if we continue to climb higher. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. A cold light flashed across his black eyes. If you see anyone from the defiant bandits, kill them. There's no need to show mercy. Yes, Master. Everyone's eyes lit up and they replied respectfully. At this moment, the 3 leaders of the defiant bandits were gathered together, holding beauties in their arms as they drank and chatted merrily. Big brother, second brother, you're finally back. Recently, a group of people came to the West City and they even built a medical tower in that rundown place. The 3rd Regiment leader took a big gulp of wine and laughed. It's really ridiculous. They think that by building a medical tower, they can recruit all the doctors in the world. The 1st leader raised his brows. Is that so? That's right. The 3rd leader chuckled. However, the guards in the medical tower are all well-trained soldiers. That's why I want to recruit them. The 1st leader frowned when he heard this. 3rd brother, do you know where these people came from? How could the 3rd leader not know what the great leader was thinking when he saw how cautious the great leader was? He immediately patted the great leader's shoulder in relief. Big brother, don't worry. The Endless City is now the territory of the Heavenly Cloud Nation, and there is only one general in the Heavenly Cloud Nation called Jian Chengguan. As far as I know, the people in the Western City call the Tower Master as Miss Yun. There is no Miss Yun in the General's mansion. Miss Yun. The frown on the great regiment commander's face deepened. He sensed that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it no matter how hard he tried. Hence, he decided not to think too much about it. He raised his wine glass and downed it in one gulp. 3rd brother, the Endless City isn't very peaceful now. You'd better not go there. Don't get yourself into trouble. The 3rd Regiment commander smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry, big brother. I know who I can provoke and who I can't. Moreover, I believe that the guards and maids in the medical tower will come to us sooner or later. What future would he have if he followed the medical tower? You might as well follow us to conquer the world. As he spoke, a bandit rushed in a panic. He staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. 3 regiment commanders, something bad has happened. A group of unreasonable people have killed their way in. Many of our brothers have been killed and injured. What? The great regiment commander slammed the table and stood up angrily. Who has the guts to break into our defiant bandits? 2nd brother, 3rd brother, let's go. Chapter 1048. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a ray of green light and instantly rushed out of the room. When the 2nd and 3rd commanders saw this, they did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left. In the courtyard, countless people were lying on the ground and wailing in agony. The team in front of them was like a grim reaper. They were cold and merciless, and there was only one word in their eyes: kill. At the forefront of this team was a young girl in white. The sword in her hand was already stained with blood. The blood had gathered together and turned into beads of blood that flowed along the blade to the ground. At that moment, the young girl's expression was very calm. However, even under her calm expression, she could not conceal the murderous intent emanating from her body. Who is so bold as to cause trouble in my defiant bandits? With a furious roar, a man in a navy blue robe stood in midair. His sharp gaze was like a sword as he looked at the young lady in white below. When he saw the courtyard full of corpses, the anger in his eyes intensified. Who are you? Why are you attacking my defiant bandits to kill people? Defiant bandits? The corners of the young girl's lips curled up slightly. Her sinister smile was filled with endless murderous intent. You people dare to talk about defying the heavens? The man's eyes darkened and he said coldly, I don't know if I can defy the heavens, but I do know that you will definitely die here today. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's body turned into a long sword and quickly charged towards Yun Luofeng. His entire body was surrounded by a hurricane and the entire sky was filled with dust. His aura was as sharp as a long sword that could cut through iron like mud. It was as if he would immediately pierce through the young girl's body. When they saw the appearance of the great leader, the members of the defiant bandits cheered. They looked at Yun Luofeng and the others with eyes full of anger and hatred. No one could kill their way into the defiant bandits. No one could continue to live after provoking the bandit group. As long as the great leader took action, no matter how powerful this young girl was, she would immediately die here. The second and third commanders had also rushed over. When they saw the great leader take action, they finally relaxed. Die! The great leader roared angrily. His body had already reached Yun Luofeng. The distance between the two of them was only a few millimeters. In just a breath's time, his body would be able to penetrate the girl's chest. The bandits cheered even louder. The faces of the two guild leaders lit up with pride. But at that moment, a left hand appeared in front of the great commander. Thus, he, who was still charging forward, was stopped by this hand. The great commander's body floated in the air. Shock was written all over his face and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The cheers stopped. The expressions of the two guild leaders froze. Their eyes looked as though they had seen a ghost as they stared at the young girl who had easily stopped their great guild leader. The commander stared blankly at the young girl crying in front of him. His eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Not only are you unable to defy the heavens, you also don't have the strength to kill me here. The young girl's eyebrows slightly slanted upwards, evil and playful, but her voice revealed a murderous aura, making one shudder. Boom! With a flick of her wrist, the head commander's body spun a few times in the air. Then, with a fierce push, he was thrown out. Chapter 1049. Silence. The entire courtyard was deathly silent. The commander covered his chest with his hand as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally cold face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yun Luofeng took 2 steps closer to him. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all the people who went to the medical tower today and maybe I'll let you die with some dignity. Medical tower? Commander. The commander's eyes widened. This young woman is the master of the medical tower? Third brother. Suddenly, he shouted angrily. He turned angrily towards the trembling 3rd Regiment leader and asked coldly, "Didn't you say that the medical tower's strength is average and that it has no backing? Now, can you explain to me what's going on?" The 3rd commander shivered. I don't know. If the medical tower is really rich and powerful, they wouldn't have gone to the West City. Hearing the 3rd commander's words, the commander was so angry that he wanted to beat her up. Then, he turned to look at Yun Luofeng with a fierce look in his eyes. "Young lady, I know that you're very strong, but I can see that you're also a high-level venerable realm cultivator. You haven't become a holy spirit yet. However, because your cultivation method is a little special, I'm no match for you." The 1st commander paused for a moment before he sneered, "But the 3 great clans in Endless City all have holy spirit experts. Do you think you can compare to those 3 clans with just your strength?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly and signaled the commander to continue. Endless City was not the territory of the Tianyun nation. Therefore, it was not surprising that the 3 big families had holy spirit masters. Seeing the young lady's smiling expression, the commander's tone gradually softened. He continued, "If you want to survive in Endless City, you must hide your strength. Otherwise, if the 3 big families find out about your strength, they will definitely kill you to protect their own safety." In other words, if Yun Luofeng were to annihilate the heaven-defying bandits, her glorious achievements would definitely be publicized. At that time, when the 3 great families saw her talent and strength, they would definitely not allow her to continue living in this world. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. Even a peerless beauty could not compare to this. "You mean, you want me to let you go?" The Grand Guild leader nodded. "That's right. As long as you let me go, we will definitely keep our mouths shut and not let anyone know about your talent. How could the people from the 3 great clans not be on tenterhooks if news of a person breaking through to become a venerable spiritualist at such a young age got out? They would definitely kill this girl before she grew up. Your plan is not bad. Unfortunately, I, Yun Luofeng, will never deliberately hide my sharpness. A light breeze brushed past. The young girl stood under this breeze, revealing her sharpness, displaying her peerless elegance. The commander panicked. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the young girl calmly turn around. Her light words reverberated throughout the entire courtyard. Fire, fire, burn down the lair of this heaven-defying bandits for me. Don't leave a single one alive. The girl's voice was cold and emotionless. Whenever she thought of the injuries on the army, the killing intent in her heart intensified. Even if there were innocent people among them, she would not let them go. Moreover, this heaven-defying bandits had committed many evil deeds. She did not believe that there would be innocent people among them. According to the conduct of these people, if she did not return this time, perhaps when she returned to the medical city, she would be greeted by the corpses of the army. Chapter 1050. The flames ignited in the courtyard and spread throughout the entire mountain peak. Cries of agony could be heard from within the flames. It was heart-wrenching and extremely horrifying. Let's go. Yun Luofeng did not even look at the people within the flames. He brushed his sleeves and walked down the mountain path. Within a day, the news of the destruction of the defiant bandits spread throughout the entire endless city. Naturally, there were those who rejoiced and those who were worried. The ordinary citizens cheered endlessly. All these years, they had suffered a lot. The defiant bandits had always done all sorts of evil. They had taken everything from women to women. If they saw beautiful women, they would forcibly take them away. If they tried to stop the bandits' evil deeds, they would be beheaded by them. How many years had it been? They had lived in fear here for so many years. Now that they could finally be at ease, how could this not be worth cheering for? Of course, compared to the ordinary citizens, some forces that were on par with the bandits were full of worry. They didn't know who annihilated the bandits, nor did they know the objective of those people. Thus, they were worried that after those people annihilated the bandits, they would look for trouble with other powers. What would they do then? However, very quickly, a piece of news came from the West City. It was said that the defiant bandits had brought people to break into the medical tower and injured the guards of the medical tower. Therefore, the tower master of the medical tower had destroyed the defiant bandits in a fit of rage. Thus, the medical tower, which was previously unknown, became a household name overnight. However, everyone was trying to find out the origins of the medical tower and why it had such great power. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, the medical tower suddenly announced a day's news. Tomorrow at noon, the medical tower will be officially established. All heroes in the world are invited to visit. At this moment, those who were curious about the medical tower could not restrain their gossipy hearts and rushed around to spread the news. As a result, the entire endless city was in an uproar because of this. The next day, at noon, the dazzling sun shone down on every corner of the West City. At this time, at the West City gate, countless people were peeking their heads out and discussing. Suddenly, the door to the medical tower was pushed open. When the sunlight shone into the medical tower, everyone saw a pure white wall that shone faintly in the sunlight. "Welcome to my medical tower," Greenwood smiled as he walked out of the medical tower and said, "Now, this old man will show everyone around the first level of the medical tower." Everyone could no longer suppress their curiosity, and some people could not help but exclaim, "In that case, hurry up and bring us in. I want to see how different this medical tower is compared to the other powers." Faced with this person's rude voice, Greenwood was not angered at all. A smile appeared on his elderly face. "Everyone, please follow me." With that, he turned around and walked into the medical tower. The medical tower was surrounded by transparent medicine cabinets. The medicinal ingredients in those cabinets were clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Although these medicine cabinets were very precious, they could still be bought in the market. However, what was shocking was that beside the medicine cabinets, there were also many medical books. Everyone knew that to doctors, medical skills were their lives. Unless it was their own disciple, they would not pass their medical skills on to anyone else. But this medical tower was actually casually placing medical books around. Sensing everyone's shock, Greenwood smiled. Since these medicinal ingredients are placed here, anyone can take them out. However, the prerequisite is that they must exchange for them with medicinal ingredients of the same value.